Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In this world, Kan Yuhan played the online game nonstop for days. Arpedia Online was the best VR game ever. With the help of the capsule, gamers were 100% immersed in the gameplay. Everyone was watching only one hardcore solo player, the warrior Bartz, who had destroyed the main boss. This wasn't a rich kid swimming in donations, this was Kan Yuhan, an unemployed loser, a parental bum, and inferior to his younger brother in everything. Another gaming session ended in disaster. The inventory was reset, and the character's level was reset to first. His leveled up account was hacked. One of the strongest gamers lost all his progress, and even customer support couldn't help. Only happy memories remained. Kan Yuhan took a break from gaming and began helping his family. The boy came to his father's shop to bring his mother a new ladle. She broke it awkwardly, and the protagonist immediately remembered that every item has a durability limit. This mechanic was also present in his favorite VR game. When loot finally broke, all the players looked for blacksmiths to repair it. This profession can be obtained, but there are only two ways. So instead of leveling up an old character, Kan Yuhan decided to develop the best blacksmith in Arpedia. Everyone will bring their items to him, and among them will be Bartz's very own equipment. Following the sales, it will be possible to determine who destroyed him. This is not a comeback, this is revenge. So, the protagonist ran to the nearest workshop to become a first-class blacksmith. Pabuchi gives him a hard look, making him repeat himself. Zig doubles down and declares that he intends to become the greatest blacksmith in the world. Pabuchi rejects him again without hesitation. The refusal is so immediate that Zig can barely process it. When Zig protests that he should at least be tested, Pabuchi says he can already tell the boy will fail. That challenge finally makes the smith pause. Zig seizes the opening and promises to do absolutely anything if given a chance, and Pabuchi reluctantly agrees. The test turns out to be brutal manual labor. Chop every log in the yard within a single day. Pabuchi says he will reconsider only if Zig actually finishes the impossible workload. Zig is horrified by the sheer amount of wood he is expected to split. Pabuchi casually tells him he can quit whenever he wants, making the task feel even more like a taunt. Zig swings anyway, but his first blow barely marks the log. He quickly realizes brute strength alone is useless, as repeated strikes fail to bite into the wood. Every attempt misses the proper angle and wastes his energy. The log remains intact while his frustration grows. Even after a flurry of blows, he still cannot split it. His temper starts to boil over as the task humiliates him. He complains that other players seem to advance immediately and start learning actual smithing instead of this nonsense. Another apprentice explains that job progression depends on affinity, which is influenced by the birthday chosen during character creation. When Zig asks who he is, the young man introduces himself as another aspiring blacksmith apprentice. The apprentice explains that a character's birthday determines compatibility with different jobs. He adds that production classes are especially punishing in the early game when the affinity is poor, which makes Zig realize his random birthday choice may have crippled him. The apprentice admits he is struggling for the same reason, though he takes it more calmly. Yuhan is furious that such an important system was hidden behind what seemed like a meaningless character creation detail. For a moment he considers deleting Zig and starting over, but decides that releveling would waste too much time, so he forces himself to continue. He resolves to finish the woodcutting challenge no matter what and throws himself back into it. At last one of his strikes lands cleanly enough to split a log. That first success reignites his confidence and competitive spirit. He follows through with a decisive blow and starts cutting the wood properly. By the time the sun is low, the impossible pile has been reduced to neatly split logs. Pabuchi is forced to admit that Zig actually completed the task within a day. Exhausted but proud, Zig immediately demands to be accepted as an apprentice. Pabuchi refuses again, revealing that the woodcutting was only the first hurdle. He hands Zig a sword and orders him to go to Empty Lankel and bring back 10 pieces of black coal. Zig is baffled that the next step sends him to a mountain mine instead of a forge. The quest window reveals why he panics. Empty Lankel is a level 15 to 45 zone with a level 45 field boss roaming it. Zig protests that sending a level 10 beginner there is suicidal, and Pabuchi only says the lone sword is generosity enough. When the smith again tells him to quit if he dislikes it, Zig bitterly realizes just how terrible his job affinity must be. Still, he accepts the sword rather than back down. He extracts a promise that if he completes this task, Pabuchi will finally make him a blacksmith, and the smith agrees. With no better option, Zig heads for the mountain mine. The quest formally updates. Reach the marked location and collect 10 black coal. Inside the mine, he starts hacking at the rock with the same reckless force he used on the wood. The result is the same as before, lots of effort, no progress. He stops himself before frustration wastes more time and remembers the lesson from chopping wood. Instead of forcing it, he decides to apply technique. He loosens his grip, adjusts his stance, and treats the swing like a sword strike with controlled circular momentum. This time the motion connects cleanly and the rock breaks the right way. He successfully obtains his first piece of black coal and realizes his real-world training is finally giving him an edge. Encouraged by that breakthrough, Zig presses on, determined to master the craft by treating every swing like a sword. He finishes gathering the last of the black coal by smashing through the deposit. A system notice confirms he has obtained another piece of black coal. The mountain quest is completed, and his next step is to deliver the coal to Pabuchi for advancement to Blacksmith. He heads back through the chaotic hunting grounds, intent on finally claiming the production class he wants. Still fixated on the hacker who ruined his original character, he swears revenge as he walks. That thought is cut short when something sudden makes him freeze. A monstrous boar materializes nearby with a threatening snort. A warning reveals the empty Lankofield boss, the raging boar, has appeared. The boss immediately locks onto him and charges. He can barely process what is happening before panic takes over. Realizing he is the target, he bolts in terror as the boar barrels after him. The surrounding players recognize the field boss and flee, leaving him in the middle of the disaster. While running, he remembers that the raging boar only spawns once a day at random, and curses his luck that it appeared right in front of him. His situation is even worse because his production-focused build has almost no health, and would die in a single hit. The boar closes in with its jaws wide, making his death feel immediate. He forces himself to react at the last second instead of simply being trampled. When he realizes the boss will not stop chasing him, he understands running away is no longer an option. He bitterly reflects that production jobs are inherently disadvantaged in combat. Even so, the game's realism means real reflexes and physical sense can still matter in a fight. That realism gives him one slim hope despite his terrible combat stats. He commits to fighting back, trusting his own timing rather than his class. He remembers the raging boar's key weakness is the center of its forehead, and that even weak damage can work there. If he can land one precise hit on that point, he believes he can survive this impossible encounter. He leaps in and brings his sword down toward the weak spot, but the boar blocks the attempt, ruining his opening. The clash throws him off balance and leaves him exposed. He realizes his low movement speed is preventing him from repositioning properly. Frustrated, he regrets not bringing dexterity potions before coming out here. The enraged boar roars and prepares an even more violent attack. As it launches straight at him again, he sees no answer except another desperate attempt at the weak point. For a moment he considers fleeing, then rejects that idea outright. He steels himself and decides he cannot lose to something like this. He reasserts his identity as Bart's, refusing to back down. He reminds himself that even if characters can be temporary, a class choice is permanent, so he has to protect this chance. Then the system suddenly warns that his stamina is already depleted, threatening to end his resistance. The realization hits him like a death sentence. At that critical instant, a powerful shot streaks in from above. The arrow slams into the boar for minor damage, but it is enough to interrupt the attack. He looks up in shock, realizing someone just saved him. The boar stumbles and even loses one of its horns from the impact. The boss shrieks in pain, and he notices the arrow struck the horn rather than the weak point. The archer who fired is startled by the result and unsure what to do next. She lands nearby, admitting she did far less damage than she expected. The boar regains its footing and prepares to attack again. Instead of returning to him, the enraged boss turns toward the archer. She is shocked that the boar has switched targets to her. He immediately shouts the crucial information she needs, telling her to aim for the center of its forehead. She quickly focuses on that instruction and recalculates her shot. The weak point flares as the boar charges straight at her. She unleashes a powerful skill shot that pierces the glowing center and deals massive damage. A system notice announces that the archer Sia has defeated the raging boar. He collapses in relief, admitting he barely survived the encounter. As he catches his breath, someone approaches him. He starts to thank his rescuer, only to find her suddenly right behind him. Sia steps into his space and asks whether they have met before. The two stand awkwardly close in the empty field. Studying his face, she insists he seems familiar even if she might be mistaken. He is completely thrown off by her intensity and closeness. When she presses him again, he fumbles for an explanation. Rather than answer properly, he blurts out a rushed excuse, thanks her, and runs away before she can stop him. Left behind, Sia remains convinced she has seen him somewhere before. Back in town, he hands over the black coal to Pabuchi. While doing so, he notices the coal itself seems unusual compared with anything he has seen before. Pabuchi admits he expected him to fail, but acknowledges that he was wrong. Impressed by his persistence, Pabuchi decides to hire him and accept him as an apprentice. The offer is everything he has been waiting for, and he is thrilled. A guiding spirit appears to formalize the class change. When asked whether he wants to become a blacksmith, he accepts without hesitation. The class advancement begins in a burst of golden light. The system confirms that he has advanced into a blacksmith, fulfilling his goal at last. He immediately starts fantasizing about rising from a nobody into a legendary blacksmith. Pabuchi cuts off his daydreaming and orders him to get moving, while he quietly renews his grudge against the hacker who forced him onto this path. His apprenticeship begins with exhausting manual labor at the forge. He starts hammering metal under Pabuchi's supervision. After finishing a first attempt, he inspects it hopefully. For a brief moment, he convinces himself he might actually be talented at blacksmithing. Pabuchi immediately crushes that illusion. He calls the sword worthless junk, refuses to pay for work like that, and orders him to make 30 short swords or be fired if any are ugly. The threat makes clear that this apprenticeship will be brutal. After a full day of work, he compares himself to the other smiths and despairs over how much worse he is. Even so, he stubbornly vows to make the best short sword and prove Pabuchi wrong. He keeps assembling and examining swords, trying to understand what he is missing. But every finished blade still looks wrong to him. Exhausted and frustrated, he wonders what he has to do to make a proper weapon. The system labels his work a cheap short sword made by a novice, confirming that his craftsmanship is genuinely poor. As he keeps working in desperation, something strange happens during the forging process. He suddenly begins seeing blue lines running through the blade. Looking around, he realizes every sword has its own distinct pattern of those lines. Curious, he grabs another worker's sword to compare it directly. He notices that the other smith's line pattern is crooked and uneven. The owner panics as the strange apprentice waves the sword around like a madman. He asks whether the other smith can see the lines too, but gets only confusion. When he presses the question, the other man insists there are no lines at all and just wants his sword back. That answer confirms the phenomenon is visible only to him. Unable to explain it yet, he decides to postpone the mystery and focus on the next quest. The new training task requires him to repair 5 broken axes and bring them to Pabuchi. He studies one of the damaged axes, trying to make sense of what he sees. This time the lines are red, not blue. He guesses that if he hammers the broken metal enough, the red lines might disappear when the repair is complete. He starts repairing the axe based on that assumption. The attempt fails completely, and the system tells him he has not repaired it. He sinks into despair, convinced he lacks even the talent to fix broken tools. Then he notices that the actual damaged shape of the axe matches the red lines exactly. A new possibility strikes him all at once. Time passes as he throws himself into the forge with renewed focus. After several days, Pabuchi storms around looking for him, angry that the work is taking so long. He finally finds his apprentice collapsed from overwork beside a table of finished swords. Pabuchi demands to know how long it took him to make 10 short swords and whether he has finished the repair training as well. At first, Pabuchi is ready to scold him further. Then he notices the swords on the table and stops cold. He picks one up and asks to hear what his apprentice thinks of them. The young smith, now almost feverishly confident, insists they are perfect. He explains that after days of forging and repairing, he finally understood the hidden meaning of the lines. The blue lines are the traces left by hammering, and their spacing reveals the quality of the production process. The red lines are internal cracks formed during failed repairs. By controlling the blue lines and eliminating the red ones, he realized he could make production and repair nearly perfect. The discovery cost him several sleepless nights of relentless trial and error, but he considers it worth it. Through that suffering, he believes he has gained an extraordinary blacksmithing ability. Pabuchi's shout snaps him out of his trance. Instead of punishing him, Pabuchi praises his work, declares that he has passed, and says there is nothing left to teach him. He can hardly believe he is hearing that. Pabuchi admits he is genuinely surprised, because people with no natural talent usually quit immediately. That remark makes him focus on something more important than praise. He asks whether anyone as untalented as him has ever passed this training before, and Pabuchi says no because none of them had the patience. When he asks whether anyone else ever mentioned seeing lines on metal, Pabuchi says he has never heard of such a thing. That answer convinces him his strange perception is probably tied to a hidden achievement. He reasons that the trigger may have been reaching blacksmith rank under an NPC who had the worst possible affinity toward him. Since he has never seen anything like this online, he concludes no one else likely endured the same path. He realizes he may be the only player with this ability, and the game suddenly becomes far more interesting. Pabuchi then asks why he is so determined to stay alone. The question drags him into a painful memory. He remembers being tormented in school, with classmates mocking him, telling him to die, and treating him like a joke. The abuse was physical as well as verbal, and he was singled out for humiliation. Surrounded by cruelty, he learned that the people around him could turn vicious without warning. From that experience, he came to believe that people cannot be trusted. He jolts awake from the memory, shaken by how vivid it felt. Back in the real world at the convenience store, he reassures himself that it was only a dream. Still unsettled and sleep-deprived, he wonders why his father left him to watch the empty store. His phone suddenly rings. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he hesitates before answering. He picks up cautiously. The caller identifies himself as a customer service manager from DreamMax and mentions the hacking complaint he filed earlier. He immediately asks whether they have finally decided to restore Bart's. The company refuses, citing policy and denying any character restoration. Instead, they offer him a small compensation package. He angrily rejects the idea of replacing his ruined character with some token gift and demands Bart's back. Then the manager reveals the compensation is the newest game capsule worth $8,000. The sheer value leaves him stunned speechless. His outrage vanishes instantly, and he eagerly accepts the offer. Elsewhere, someone on a beach asks whether the outcome was satisfactory, hinting that unseen players are still watching him. A subordinate reports that the target accepted help as soon as the capsule was mentioned, crediting director Sun Seichin's handling of the matter. The director calmly welcomes that result. When asked why he personally paid for the capsule, he chooses not to answer immediately. He finally explains that the player interests him because he kept playing even after being hacked and chose the unpopular blacksmith class instead of quitting. Rather than seeing him as a victim, the director is eager to watch what kind of play this unusual blacksmith will show in the coming update. The story shifts back into the game world and the town where players gather. A notice seeks one more member for a Deborah dungeon run, with Sia recruiting for a party that already has an archer, knight, and mage. Sia grows frustrated that finding a full party is proving harder than expected. Her problem is that even interested players keep backing out, leaving her wondering if they should enter short-handed. While distracted by that worry, she bumps into someone in the crowd. She starts to apologize as the stranger turns toward her. Then she recognizes him as the blacksmith she once saved from a boar. The moment she tries to speak to him, he bolts away before the encounter can become troublesome. Sia instantly catches up and forces the conversation, surprising him with her speed. She keeps pace beside him and insists on talking despite his attempt to flee. Cornered, he nervously asks what she wants from him. Sia gets straight to the point and asks him to join her party. She pitches Deborah Dungeon as a beginner-friendly place to level and earn money, not realizing he already knows it well. She explains that they only need one more person to reach the recommended 4-member party size. He rejects the offer outright. Sia is baffled by how strongly he resists, while he internally refuses even more fiercely. Unable to understand his reaction, she presses him on why he hates the idea when it would help them both. He gives no real reason and brushes her off with a vague refusal. Elsewhere in town, players begin spreading word about a blacksmith whose repairs are unusually reliable. The rumor grows when people realize he charges only 30 gold for near-perfect repairs on low-rank gear. Zig is overwhelmed by the crowd his cheap service has attracted and briefly wonders if he priced himself too low. He immediately rejects that thought because making money matters less to him than finding the hacker who ruined him. A customer hands over an ornate ranger's bow, and Zig recognizes it as the only D-rank item he once possessed as Bart's. He hopes the bow might reveal the hacker's identity, but finds no maker's mark or insignia to trace. He takes the payment anyway, irritated by the customer's rude tone. Nearby, 2 men reveal that the bow is meant as bait to impress a woman. Zig realizes with disgust that they are treating the whole situation like a dating game. The pair openly discuss helping the woman in dungeons and gifting her a rare item so she will feel obligated to meet them in real life. They even plan to pressure and threaten her online if she refuses, convinced that gratitude will trap her. Listening in, Zig recognizes them as predators and feels sorry for the woman they intend to corner. When one of them asks for the girl's username, Zig keeps working while listening carefully. The name Sia is spoken aloud, and that instantly connects the bow to the archer who recruited him earlier. Zig addresses the men as customers and announces that the repair is complete. One of them reaches for the bow, assuming the transaction is over. Zig refuses to let go, turning the handoff into a standoff. He realizes Sia is almost certainly the same person these men are targeting and decides that is no coincidence. While the customer complains about the delay, Zig becomes convinced he has found the hacker's trail through Sia. He concludes that the person behind the bow and the person behind Sia are probably one and the same. Acting on that suspicion, he suddenly yanks the bow back. The customer is thrown off balance as Zig forcefully reclaims the weapon. The man's companion panics, sensing the situation turning ugly. The customer explodes in rage and insults Zig for defying him. He grabs Zig by the collar and tries to intimidate him into submission. Then he threatens to have Zig effectively driven out of the game unless he apologizes. Before the bullying can escalate further, a new voice tells them to move aside because others are waiting. The interruption carries enough authority to freeze the entire scene. The newcomer is revealed to be Guilford of the Storm. He is introduced as the leader of the powerful Red Tiger Company and a top-ranked player on the server. The shock deepens when it becomes clear that someone of his status is personally standing in line at this smithy. Guilford's mere presence reframes the whole situation, making the crowd stare at the troublemakers. He presents a battered old sword and admits it carries sentimental value from his beginner days. He explains that other smiths refuse to repair it because its durability is nearly gone, and he came here hoping the rumor about impossible repairs was true. Seeing the 2 men still lingering after their repair is done, Guilford wonders why they are blocking the line. His earlier demand to make room now lands with full weight. One of the men realizes in terror that they have been obstructing a ranker far above them. They instantly backpedal and claim they were just about to leave. The pair flee in a panic, abandoning their confrontation with Zig. Guilford dryly remarks that they turned out to be polite after all. He hands over the cracked sword and asks Zig if even this can be repaired. Zig says it might be possible and asks for a moment to try. As he works, Guilford marvels that even a 99% success rate on low-rank gear would be extraordinary, and wonders if Zig has some hidden skill. Zig forces himself to ignore the speculation and focus on the repair in front of him. But Sia's face and the men's earlier scheme keep resurfacing in his mind. That memory sharpens his attention and anger. Meanwhile, Guilford cheerfully imagines hanging the repaired sword in his guild hall once it is restored. Zig's attempt fails, and the sword is ruined beyond use. Guilford is stunned by the sudden disaster. He realizes his treasured sword has been destroyed and demands an explanation. Before he can fully process it, he notices Zig vanishing from the spot. Zig immediately logs out of the game to escape the consequences. Guilford's shock turns into fury. He roars for the blacksmith to come back, enraged that the culprit disappeared after ruining his sword. The story cuts to Deborah Dungeon, where Sia arrives with her 2 companions at the sealed entrance. The place is marked as a dungeon first discovered by Bart's, a name that quietly ties back to Zig's past. Sia takes in the dungeon with a mix of awe and curiosity. Her companions reassure her by explaining the old legend of the witch Deborah and insisting the dungeon is easy because they have cleared it many times. Just as they are about to enter, someone calls for them to wait. Zig arrives out of breath, relieved that he made it before they went in. He awkwardly confirms that this is the Deborah dungeon party. Sia immediately recognizes him and teasingly calls him the ungrateful blacksmith. When he protests, she reminds him that she saved him before and he ran off without even greeting her. Still, she takes his arrival as proof that he wants to join and warmly introduces herself as Sia. Zig hesitates for a beat, caught off guard by her openness. He finally introduces himself as Zig and asks to be accepted into the party. Sia gladly welcomes him. She presents him to the others as the blacksmith she had been trying to recruit, naming the mage Alden and the swordsman Xerus. She emphasizes that both of them are skilled players above level 70. The two men recognize Zig as the same blacksmith from the smithy and quietly exchange that realization. Xerus studies him with immediate suspicion. He questions whether a blacksmith with no combat skills can survive in a dungeon at all. Sia defends Zig at once, insisting she has personally seen that he is strong. Xerus dismisses that claim, still looking down on production classes. Zig pretends not to notice the tension and points out that they have met before. To smooth things over, he apologizes to Xerus for what happened at the smithy and exaggeratedly asks to be treated well. He pushes the joke further by promising to act like Xerus's obedient dog if that will keep the peace. Xerus is visibly irritated by the mockery. Even so, the party decides to move forward before it gets any later. Alden worries privately that bringing Zig along could still cause trouble. Xerus coldly answers that if Zig becomes inconvenient, they can kill him in the dungeon and pass it off as an accident so Sia will not suspect them. As the others head inside, Zig watches them and understands he is walking into danger. The dungeon immediately fills with skeletons and wooden soldiers. Alden opens the battle by casting a fire spell. Xerus follows with a sweeping sword skill that tears through the front line. Their coordinated attack shreds the first wave of monsters. Sia is impressed by the display. Xerus smugly assumes her admiration is for him. Instead, Sia turns to Zig and asks how he fought the way he did earlier. Without waiting for permission, Zig leaps into the mob with a sword despite being a blacksmith. He reveals that he knows the skeleton's weak point. He identifies the temple as the key target and attacks with precision. His strike crushes a skeleton instantly. A wooden soldier swings at him next. Zig thinks through the danger, knowing he lacks combat skills and must eliminate enemies quickly before they surround him. He also knows the wooden soldier's weak point and dives straight for it. His blade cuts cleanly through the vulnerable spot. He explains that the wooden soldier's power source is its heart. Destroying that core triggers another explosive kill. The burst leaves him nearly drained, and a system warning tells him his stamina is already low. He regrets how much effort it takes to one-shot enemies without combat skills, while Sia excitedly praises his strength to Xerus. Xerus grows furious that a supposed noob is stealing attention. He decides he will no longer tolerate Zig and starts moving against him. Zig senses the hostility and realizes Xerus is about to act. Xerus secretly orders that Zig be taken out. Zig braces himself, expecting betrayal. A skeleton archer draws a cursed-looking arrow in the chaos. The shot is charged with purple energy and released. Xerus notices the incoming attack too late. The arrow streaks toward him, but his sword skill meets it. He boasts that he has a hidden counter skill. The reflected attack redirects into Zig instead of the enemy. Zig is struck in the shoulder by the cursed arrow. Xerus smugly claims he just used a hidden skill and even taunts that the reflected power is doubled, while Sia rushes to check on Zig. A system message reveals the arrow inflicts paralysis, and Zig jokes weakly while inwardly screaming because his pain settings are maxed. Rather than help, Xerus mocks him for reaching his limit like any other production class player. He suggests leaving Zig behind to rest until the paralysis wears off, making clear they have no intention of carrying him. Sia immediately objects and refuses to abandon him alone in the dungeon. Zig intervenes and says he will stay behind. He reassures them that a short rest will let him recover enough to catch up. Alden backs that plan by saying party tracking means they can find him later, so there is nothing to worry about. Sia still hesitates, uneasy about leaving him. She finally agrees only after making him promise to message her the moment the paralysis ends, and he answers smoothly that he will. The others move deeper into the dungeon, leaving Zig behind while an unseen enemy presence lingers nearby. Once alone, Zig opens his inventory despite the paralysis. He pulls out a green potion. He drinks it at once, preparing whatever move he has been hiding. Freed from paralysis by an antidote, the young man quietly prepares to act. A glowing staff becomes the party's only light in the dungeon. The two veteran men joke about the staff while the archer leads them onward. The archer is uneasy when they hand her an ornate bow and dismiss it as cheap gear by their standards. Since neither of them uses a bow, she accepts it as a temporary loan until the dungeon run ends. Pleased by how easily she is won over, the two men move to begin their scheme. Before they can continue, the staff is suddenly knocked from the mage's hand. The light dies as the staff crashes to the ground. In the darkness, the men argue over who caused it and demand the light back. Someone in the dark locates the fallen staff first. A burst of light returns to the chamber. That light reveals a mass of undead already surrounding the two men. The mage is stunned by the trap that has sprung around them. The pair realize too late that they have been isolated inside a ring of monsters, and they call for Sia. Sia has already slipped away from them. The undead close in with rattling jaws. Panicking, the trapped men abandon caution and order each other to attack. Elsewhere, someone grabs Sia and pulls her away from the danger. Startled, Sia struggles against the stranger holding her. He lights a torch so she can see him. The rescuer calms her and reveals that it is him. Sia is shocked to recognize Zig, but he tells her not to worry about the two veterans. Zig explains that a dungeon meant for level 45 players will not kill two people above level 70, so they can keep moving. Back in the mob trap, the two men survive the fight and think the danger has passed. As they curse whoever gathered the monsters, they are interrupted by a discovery. A pile of unusually valuable loot lies before them. Instead of questioning it, they rush to claim the items. Their greed confirms that luring the mobs was worth it in their eyes. A new voice stops them before they can take everything. The voice identifies Xeris and Alden as the notorious harassers from the notice board and openly condemns them. The accusation lands hard enough to rattle them. A level 100 player named Wang Kyolsa steps forward and declares that the loot belongs to his party. Zig recalls that Xeris and Alden were infamous online for targeting female players. They used threats to force women into real-life meetings, and what happened afterward was never spoken of openly. But the women always vanished from the game afterward, making the pattern unmistakably sinister. After learning all this, Zig had resolved to deal with them himself. He decided to drive both men out of the game permanently. Disguised in a cloak, he had stalked them through the dungeon while drawing monsters behind him. He watched as they approached Sia with the same predatory confidence. His plan was to use the dungeon itself against them. Because he knew Deborah Dungeon inside and out, he could manipulate its hazards with ease. He took grim satisfaction in what he was about to do. He baited the two men with loot, while they protested that it was theirs. When they realized he had grouped the mobs on purpose, they threatened revenge with their main characters. Zig intended to make the whole thing look like a classic dungeon betrayal. That kind of backstabbing was infamous enough that blame would naturally fall on them instead. Wang Kyolsa and his party closed in, ready to punish the supposed thieves. Xeris and Alden tried to plead innocence, but their own stolen items exposed them, and no one believed them. The crowd attacked without hesitation. As Zig expected, the two men would be forced to abandon those characters. Back in the present, the party list now shows Xeris and Alden logged out. Sia wonders if they died. Zig lies smoothly that they only logged out for urgent business. When Sia questions why they did not message her directly, he deflects the suspicion. Privately, he notes that those two will never return on those characters again. With his revenge complete, he thinks he should leave and return to blacksmithing. But the unopened boss door reminds him that Sia still wanted to clear the dungeon before quitting the game. Sia decides there is only one choice left. Zig is caught off guard when he realizes she may truly be unable to keep playing much longer. Just as she starts to suggest leaving, he stops her. She waits for what he is about to say. He awkwardly works up the courage to make an offer. He proposes that, since they are already here, they should go in and defeat the boss together. Sia is baffled by the sudden suggestion. Zig tries to frame it as understanding how hard things have been for her. A painful memory flashes through his mind of a child being threatened away from a game. He remembers a warning that turning the game on could get someone killed. That memory hardens his resolve not to let another player leave in fear. He decides Sia deserves one unforgettable final memory instead. Sia simplifies his rambling into a straightforward offer to hunt the boss together, and he eagerly agrees. For a moment, he loses track of the situation. Sia has already crossed into the boss room and calls for him to hurry. As the doors begin closing, he realizes he is about to be left outside. He sprints desperately and dives after her. He barely slips inside before the doors shut. Once inside, Sia asks the obvious question of whether two low-level players can really beat the boss. Zig confidently claims it is possible, especially with him there. He boasts that he knows Deborah Dungeon perfectly. Inwardly, he remembers clearing this dungeon over 100 times as his old high-level character Bartz. He plans to help Sia while gaining levels himself, but then notices the boss has not appeared yet. He guesses it will show up after a short wait because the stone golem usually hides as a boulder first. Sia's attention is drawn instead to a squeaking little creature behind him. She is delighted by the tiny hamster-like monster, while Zig immediately recognizes it. He remembers that the hamster always stays near the stone golem. That means the boss must be close. He pokes the hamster and orders it to call the golem out. Even he is startled by how quickly that works. The floor starts shaking as the boss rises beneath them. Zig shouts for Sia to dodge, realizing the golem spawned directly under their feet. A massive body erupts from the ground. The stone giant fully emerges. Both players scramble clear of its rising body. One glowing eye opens. The boss reveals itself as a level 60 giant stone golem, far above either of them. Sia immediately doubts they can actually kill something that strong. Zig insists they can if they follow his strategy. He dashes in first to draw the boss's attention. Sia takes the rear and promises to cover him. Her first arrow lands, but the damage is pitiful and even the hamster seems to take a hit. The golem notices the attack and turns hostile. It charges forward with overwhelming force. Zig rushes to meet it with his sword. He loudly challenges the golem to focus on him instead of Sia. His strike lands, but it barely scratches the monster. To his horror, the recoil and impact hurt him more than the golem. The giant answers with a crushing counterattack. Zig barely avoids being smashed outright. Even his evasive jump is far weaker than he expected in this low-level body. He realizes he cannot win by brute force and must get onto the golem's head. With the monster raising another fist, he desperately searches for a way up. Then he notices one of Sia's arrows lodged in the golem's body. That gives him the idea he needs. He warns Sia not to approach while he draws the golem in close. As he evades, he orders her to target the golem's joints from a distance. Sia immediately follows his instructions. Her arrows crack the joints and begins slowing the giant down. Even the hamster gets clipped again in the barrage. More arrows hammer the weak points and stack damage. The golem's movements stiffen as the joints start failing. Zig gulps down a potion while watching the opening appear. He forces himself steady and commits to the plan. At last he sees the route to victory. Using the damaged joints and the monster's own motion, he launches himself upward. He races along the giant's body toward its head while arrows keep it unstable. He flips into position above the crown. Remembering that a golem's true weak point is its core, he identifies the giants as the crown on its head. He dives straight down with his sword aimed at that point. He confirms to himself that the crown is the target. His blade drives into the crown with a direct hit. For a moment, he thinks he has finished it. Instead, the crown cracks and the sword jams deep into the stone. Still standing atop the boss, he starts to talk as if the fight is over. Then the golem's body lurches violently beneath him. The damaged core erupts with unstable energy. Zig realizes in shock that something has gone very wrong. He is thrown backward as his sword tears free and he begins to fall. Sia catches him before he hits the ground. She anxiously checks whether he is hurt. He admits he is only safe because she saved him. Sia tells him to recover while she holds the monster off herself. Zig is baffled that she would try to take over now, just as they seemed close to winning. Then he notices the danger too late. The golem enters a violent new state and its power surges. A system message identifies the transformation as Berserk Giant Stone Golem, triggered when the core is damaged and causing its attack power and speed to rise. The enraged boss roars with its cracked core blazing red. Its next strike explodes into the chamber, and nearly crushes Zig despite his guard. He staggers up, clutching his body and realizing the fight has become far deadlier than expected. He bitterly admits to himself that he treated this dungeon too lightly. All his past experience made him overconfident. Now, as the Berserk Golem's attacks tear the room apart around both of them, he can only ask why everything is going so wrong. As he faces the Berserk Giant Stone Golem's unfamiliar assault, Zig realizes his usual experience is not enough to predict it. While being driven back, he searches his memories from when he lived as Bartz and compares that old knowledge to his current self. That comparison gives him an answer, and he understands why his instincts feel different now. A buried memory breaks through with sudden force. He sees the divide between the person he was and the person he is now. Zig accepts that he is no longer Bartz, and must solve this fight as himself. Before he can act on that realization, Sia fires a powerful shot to interrupt the golem. The blast buys only a moment, and Zig immediately recognizes the danger is still closing in. Sia grabs him and drags him toward cover, choosing survival over a losing exchange. Zig hesitates, still trying to think through the boss's pattern even as they retreat. Sia insists they are too low on health to keep gambling, and urges him to hide and recover first. The golem's core flares again, warning that it is preparing another attack. From behind a rock, Sia reports that the exit remains sealed, confirming they can only leave by killing the boss. She adds that even attacking the exposed core with arrows accomplished nothing, but Zig is too deep in thought to answer. He finally admits the core cannot simply be broken and that this hidden pattern may require strength or strategy beyond their level. With no clear solution, he grimly jokes that their best research may be learning how to get hit with the least pain. Sia rejects that defeatism and points out that low levels are exactly why they must figure the new pattern out. She argues that if failure is likely either way, they should at least challenge the problem head-on. To encourage him, she even adds their levels together as if that somehow makes them stronger as a team. Zig calls the logic absurd, but Sia's confidence still pushes him toward action. She runs off to create an opening and tells him to hurry after her when he is ready. Her departure jolts him into a memory outside the dungeon. In the real world, his younger brother confronts him after hearing he dropped out. The brother scolds him for disappearing without explanation and tells him their mother is heartbroken. Trying to reach him, the brother reminds him of when Zig once protected him from bullies. He points out that back then Zig could act because he was stronger than the people threatening them. Now, he says, Zig has shrunk into someone isolated, awkward, and defined only by games. The insult finally provokes Zig into reacting instead of withdrawing. His brother presses the real lesson. Zig needs to notice the people around him. Even while teasing him for having no friends, the brother is really criticizing how completely Zig has shut others out. He tells Zig that many things in life cannot be done alone, whether or not he wants to believe it. Then he leaves the door open, inviting Zig back to the family table and making clear that support is still waiting for him. That memory snaps Zig back to the present just as Sia unleashes another desperate skill. Her attack crashes down in a brilliant column, aimed at stopping the golem by force. The hit barely scratches the boss, proving raw damage still is not the answer. System warnings immediately tells Sia she has exhausted her health, mana, and stamina, and she realizes she has reached her limit. The golem answers by raising a massive arm to crush her. Sia freezes for an instant as the blow descends too fast to evade. At the last second, Zig lunges in. He takes the impact himself and diverts the strike away from her. The collision smashes the ground and sends debris everywhere, but he succeeds in protecting her. Sia realizes what he did and thanks him for buying her the time she needed. Using that brief respite, Zig has fully restored his health and stamina and is ready to fight again. He accepts Sia's earlier point that if death is unavoidable, they should at least resist properly. With that resolve, he commits to an all-or-nothing attempt. The golem attacks again, forcing him to move before he has a complete answer. He charges in anyway, betting everything on a hunch. Swinging his pickaxe, he lands a solid blow that damages the golem far more than expected. He follows with another strike, trying to confirm whether the tool itself is the key. When the damage repeats, Zig wonders if the pickaxe is somehow the boss's true weakness. But the system says the pickaxe has no attack power, which means something else is happening. He tries to reproduce the effect and fails, showing the earlier success was conditional rather than automatic. As more swings miss their mark, he concludes this is not a bug but a hidden rule within the game. Now he desperately searches for the exact condition that lets the pickaxe work. Sia shouts a warning and tells him to look up before the boss can crush him again. Zig looks upward and notices a pattern in the stone above and beneath him. A network of faint blue lines appears across the rock, revealing a structure he had never clearly seen before. That sight triggers a memory of someone calling his name and teaching him how materials truly work. He recalls a blacksmith explaining that ore is made from different substances compressed together. Even when fused into one mass, those materials still contain tiny gaps and boundaries between them. The blacksmith had said that if someone could strike those hidden gaps accurately, they could mine something extraordinary. Understanding at last, Zig activates mine not as a labor skill but as a way to target those invisible seams. He launches himself toward the golem's body, aiming not at its surface but at the weak lines inside it. The pickaxe tears into the giant stone frame along those hidden boundaries, shattering it from within. He lands and stabilizes himself, now fully aware of what his eyes are seeing. Zig realizes he has finally grasped the boss's true weak point. With calm certainty, he identifies that weakness as the internal seams of its stone body. The golem tries to retaliate, but its body is already cracking along the lines he exposed. Zig invokes mine again, turning a production skill into a precise killing technique. A storm of blue force erupts through the golem's frame, blasting apart huge sections of stone. The boss roars as its body collapses under the chain of fractures. The system recognizes the act as successful mining, awarding marble and skill proficiency, while Sia can only stare in disbelief. Even the golem's ruin seems to testify to the absurdity of a boss being defeated by a production skill. When the dust settles, the two of them stand before the crippled boss, now clearly on the verge of victory. Zig approaches with the pickaxe like a craftsman inspecting flawed stone rather than a warrior facing a monster. A small smile shows he has complete confidence now. He drives mine down one final time, and the system declares that Zig and Sia's party has defeated the berserk giant stone golem. After the kill, Zig reflects that his ability to see lines can be applied to mining as well as combat, though he had never noticed it clearly before. He starts to congratulate himself for somehow pulling it off. Sia cuts him off with excited disbelief, demanding to know how he managed to kill a boss with a production skill. He dodges the explanation by calling it a trade secret, which only makes her more curious. Before he can keep teasing her, the dungeon begins transporting them elsewhere. A portal opens and pulls them into the next chamber. They arrive in a hidden facility full of machinery, vats, and moving mechanisms. The glowing tubes and devices suggest an industrial process rather than a treasure vault. Both of them land hard and take in the strange room around them. Sia assumes it should be the reward room because they just killed the boss. Zig is less certain and senses that this place is something more unusual. Sia proposes that it may actually be where the dungeon manufactures its monsters. Zig recalls rumors about Deborah's hidden production room and starts to suspect they have found it. As they explore the machinery, Sia spots a treasure chest, confirming there is at least some reward here. Zig immediately brightens at the sight of loot and decides the room counts as a reward room after all. Sia opens one chest and finds a rare artifact called Eagle Eyes, a pair of goggles that greatly improve an archer's accuracy, range, and finesse. She claims the rare item for herself, and refuses to hand it over when Zig asks to inspect it. He lets it go, noting there should be at least one more chest anyway. He quickly finds the second chest and drags it over with renewed greed. At first he is disappointed, thinking the contents are just an ordinary artifact. The item turns out to be witch's gloves, a modest upgrade to defense and magic power, which he accepts as better than nothing. Then he discovers a far more important reward, half of a guardian blueprint for the black iron construct Deborah once tried to create. The idea of building a robot excites him immediately, and he wants to start at once. That enthusiasm dies when the blueprint lists impossible prerequisites far beyond his current ranks. The final reward is Hero Carwin's manual, a blacksmith's record that can teach the hidden skills grain and arm break. The manual explains that grain requires blacksmithing aptitude, completion of empty lankle, and high production rank, while arm break requires mine, defeating this boss, and advanced grain. To his surprise, Zig can learn grain immediately. When he asks what the skill is actually for, the manual begins recounting Carwin's experience. Carwin explains that a blacksmith's insight into the gaps inside ore was what first opened the path to destroying Deborah's golems. He developed the ability to see the grains of all materials, and then created a skill to amplify that perception. That skill was grain, the refined form of the insight Zig had just stumbled into. By training grain further, Carwin says he eventually learned how to destroy not just ore but weapons and armor as well. Zig is thrilled by the prospect of a skill that can break armaments outright. But Carwin's record also warns that Deborah was never truly finished and would one day return with a stronger army, which is why he left her cave intact as a training ground. Zig realizes the larger conflict with Deborah is still ahead, and that only blacksmiths can inherit Carwin's methods. Sia notices his serious expression and asks whether he dislikes what he received. He assures her the opposite is true, because the manual let him unlock a hidden skill. Satisfied, Sia suggests they leave, having found nothing else of value in the room. Back under the open sky, they realize a full day in the game has meant many hours have passed in reality, and Zig worries he needs to log out soon. Before parting, he awkwardly searches for something appropriate to say. Sia abruptly asks his age, catching him off guard. When he says he is 20, she happily notes that they are the same age. Using that as her opening, she asks him to become friends starting today. When he freezes instead of responding, she extends her hand and asks whether he is not going to shake it. Flustered, he quickly accepts and seals the new friendship with a handshake. He tells her he has already added her on Messenger and promises to contact her after his test period ends. Sia's mention of a test period confuses him, because he had not expected school to matter here. She explains that her midterms are coming soon, which is why she wanted to clear the dungeon now, though she expects to return in 2 weeks and says today was fun. Her earlier remark about not being able to play anymore suddenly makes sense to him, and he feels foolish for misreading it. Sia laughs at how visibly upset he had become over the misunderstanding. The moment lands on him like a comic death blow to his pride. Still smiling, she reassures him that 2 weeks will pass quickly, and that they will meet again. Then everything turns upside down when a system notice announces that Mr. Zig has died and that Sia has slain a player, branding her a murderer. Sia is horrified and cannot believe he has suddenly died in front of her. His fading message appears beside the items he dropped, begging her to pick them up. Panicking over her now-read name, Sia asks what she is supposed to do. Zig's last urgent instruction is not about her reputation, but about saving his belongings first. In the real world, a delivery arrives at his home. The truck stops outside as the cause of his sudden logout becomes clear. A package labeled Dream Max has been delivered. A week later, Zig is back in his capsule, and the narration notes that 7 days have passed since the stone golem hunt. During that week, he relentlessly trained grain until he could apply it with precision. Using grain, he pushed his crafting and repair work to a perfect success rate. The quality of his finished equipment became so exceptional that he quickly rose to fame as a master blacksmith in Balden. As he reflects on how much more real the world now feels, customers call for him nonstop. The demand snaps him out of his thoughts. A crowd of adventurers surrounds him, all begging him to repair their gear. He cheerfully refuses for the day because he needs to go request a quest instead of working. The crowd protests and tries to keep him there, desperate to have their equipment fixed first. At that moment, news spreads that a slime king has appeared on the Lurk Plains, and one blonde adventurer rushes off toward it. The rest of the nearby players are stunned that such a super rare monster has spawned. Realizing the opportunity, they all abandon the repair line and race after the slime king. Left behind in the suddenly cleared street, Zig finds himself face to face with the blonde player who had moved first. Zig corrects a false assumption and explains that the slime king does not appear in the Lurk Plains. A noble merchant finally approaches Zig directly and reveals that he has come to scout him. The story shifts to the NLS Civil Servant Academy, where Zig is now studying in the real world. While the other students work at a normal pace, Zig buries himself in intense preparation. He writes so fast that his focus immediately stands out from everyone around him. The students realize he is operating on a completely different level and start treating him as unusual. A month after Bart's was hacked, Zig is still obsessively organizing clues and possibilities. Even though the incident made him famous, he still has no lead on the culprit, so he turns his attention to leveling up fast enough to use Bart's high-grade gear. That search for rapid growth leads him to target the North Arc Trade Route Exploration quest. He reasons that if the quest succeeds, Arpedia itself will change enough to trigger a major update. Realizing how valuable that opportunity could be, he becomes determined not to miss it. The quest, newly issued by the King of Barkus, is to send a delegation to establish trade with the dwarven nation of North Arc. Because a king is sponsoring it, people expect both the rewards and the prestige to be extraordinary. For Zig, the dwarven homeland also means access to master blacksmiths, making the quest even more important. His problem is that his current level and reputation are still too low for the system to accept him. Unable to see a way in, he grows frustrated enough to draw attention even in class. The merchant formally begins his pitch by introducing himself. He identifies himself as Dylan, branch leader of the Gold Rush Merchant Union in Balden. Dylan says he wants to recruit the now famous King of Repair and promises proper compensation. Zig barely listens, still thinking about how to force his way into the exploration quest. Dylan awkwardly tries to get Zig's attention and confirm that he is being heard. When Zig finally responds, it is only to make clear that he heard perfectly well and is not interested. He dismisses guild recruitment outright, but Dylan smoothly pivots and assumes the refusal comes from ignorance about Gold Rush. Zig shows he already knows them as the merchant guild that always finishes second. Dylan swallows the insult and insists that even second place is impressive. He presses harder, boasting that Gold Rush will soon become number 1 and inviting Zig to rise with them. Even a signing bonus fails to tempt Zig, who rejects the offer again. Dylan is briefly thrown off by how bluntly he is being refused. Zig explains that production classes are usually exploited by guilds, treated as burdens, excluded from real action, and forced to sell their work for almost nothing. He challenges Dylan to prove Gold Rush would be any different. Dylan pauses and starts looking for a safer angle that Zig might accept. Instead of full membership, he proposes that Zig join only as an associate. Zig immediately asks what that actually means. Dylan admits the offer is normally reserved for high-level players, which makes it clear he is making an exception for Zig. He explains that Zig would only need to register online and keep in touch with Dylan as his manager. As an associate, Zig would have no formal obligations and could simply sell gear or provide repairs in exchange for money or information. Dylan sweetens it further by saying Zig can test the arrangement for half a year and walk away if he dislikes it. Zig hesitates and seriously weighs the offer. The more he thinks, the more torn he becomes between caution and opportunity. At the last moment, he forces himself to make a decision. He accepts, and Dylan is so startled by the sudden reversal that he can only fixate on the mess Zig leaves behind. Zig immediately uses his new leverage and asks Dylan for a favor in return. Dylan, expecting an easy request, asks what Zig wants. As Dylan rides away afterward, his superiors question whether he has gone too far for a beginner blacksmith. They doubt that such special treatment is justified and ask whether his confidence in Zig is only a hunch. Dylan answers that his judgment is based not on intuition but on experience. He recalls having once seen a low-level player with astonishing repair and production talent. That player was Girion, the server's top-ranked master craftsman, so Dylan believes Zig may follow a similar path. His superiors accept his reasoning for now, then ask why most of the gold meant for Zig's joining bonus was returned. Dylan casually prepares to explain the trade he made instead of paying the full amount. He says Zig preferred something else as compensation, so Dylan deducted 90,000 gold from the bonus. Soon after, the exploration team acceptance list is posted for everyone to see. Zig searches the list anxiously among the crowd. Then he finds his own name on it. Overjoyed, he realizes Dylan's influence really did get him selected. Pressed for time, Zig decides the deal was worth it, especially since he still kept 10,000 gold. Even so, Dylan privately worries that Zig may become a troublesome associate later. Zig brushes the concern aside and focuses on preparing for the quest itself. Before departure, the story briefly moves to Joe's bakery in Baldwin. There, Guilford of the Storm is introduced as the leader of the powerful Red Tiger Company, and a famous high-ranking player. Despite his fearsome reputation, he is currently occupied with something unexpectedly mundane. Guilford is standing in line at the bakery, waiting for his turn. Just as he reaches the counter, he learns the biscuits are sold out. The news shocks him because he has never seen that happen before. The baker explains that another customer just bought every last pack. When she points him toward the buyer, Guilford instantly recognizes the target of his grudge. He storms over and grabs Zig before he can leave. Guilford accuses him of greed, but the truth is that Zig is carrying the biscuits as rations for the exploration quest. Zig is confused until Guilford starts connecting him to an old score. Guilford's anger resurfaces as he remembers the humiliation tied to this blacksmith. He finally identifies Zig as the one who ruined his treasured sword and explodes in rage. Zig recognizes the fury but still cannot place the man. When he bluntly asks who Guilford is, the insult only deepens the mercenary leader's resentment. Guilford is hit with the realization that Zig does not even remember him. That forgotten grievance makes him even more furious over the destroyed sword. He lunges at Zig in a reckless attempt to attack him inside the bakery. Before the blow can land, Guilford abruptly vanishes from the game. A system notice reveals that he has been forcibly logged out of Arpedia Online. His subordinates are left staring in confusion at the leader's sudden disappearance. The whole bakery falls silent as everyone tries to understand what just happened. In reality, Guilford's wife catches him neglecting chores for the game, and tears into him. When he protests that unplugging him was excessive, she only gets angrier. His complaints quickly turn into panic as she starts physically punishing him. He realizes too late that arguing has only made his situation worse. The sounds of his beating continue while his gaming trophies mock his helplessness. Their daughter hears the chaos from her room while trying to study. She reminds her father that she asked for quiet and can only hope the household survives one more week until her exam. A week later, the exploration team gathers outside Barca's castle for departure. The crowd buzzes as people notice something important arriving. The Red Tiger Company appears with Guilford himself, confirming the rumors that he would join the quest. Onlookers assume the mission will be easy with such a famous mercenary present. Guilford ignores the praise and orders his men to search carefully for one specific person. He has already deduced that the blacksmith who bought huge quantities of rations must be participating too. Meanwhile, Zig arrives in proper blacksmith gear and starts shopping for expedition supplies. A woman merchant singles him out and begins steering him into a sales pitch about sudden monster attacks on the road. Zig humors her, though he does not yet understand where she is going. She argues that production classes need at least one survival tool for emergencies. Zig agrees politely while privately deciding she is just another peddler he should avoid. Then she unveils a ring and claims it grants teleport for only 10,000 gold. The price sounds absurdly cheap for such a powerful effect, and Zig is instantly tempted. Still, he forces himself to think carefully before spending the last of his bonus money. His body betrays him, and he buys the ring before his caution can stop him. After the purchase, he consoles himself that even reselling it should turn a profit. That confidence vanishes when he notices the item description is not what he expected. The ring is not true teleport at all but a one-use effect that moves the user only 20 meters after a 4-second delay. The merchant happily counts her heavy earnings after unloading the scam. She smugly reflects that Baldan is full of easy marks who know nothing. Zig chases her down and openly calls her a con artist. Furious, he demands his money back. The woman pretends not to understand and acts as if he is the unreasonable one. Zig snaps and denounces the ring as worthless trash. She calmly insists that the ring does exactly what it claims and sees no problem. When she gives her name as Legis, Zig twists it into an insult and accuses her of hiding behind a fitting alias for a fraud. Their argument turns physical just as a guard notices the disturbance. Instead of helping Zig, the guard only warns that departure is near and expects order. Zig tries to report the scam before the woman can control the story, but Legis immediately plays the victim and frames Zig as the aggressor. She claims she was conducting honest business until he attacked her without cause. The guard accepts her performance at face value. He condemns Zig as a criminal and moves to arrest him for threatening an innocent woman. When Zig protests that she started it, the guard silences him without listening. To punish him, the guard orders Zig to apologize and pull Legis's cart, threatening to remove him from the exploration team if he refuses. Faced with losing the quest entirely, Zig is left speechless. Legis reveals her true status as a level 55 merchant, making it clear she is far more capable and connected than she first appeared. The expedition sets out with Zig reduced to hauling her cart like hired labor. Legis enjoys the arrangement and watches him with open amusement. The caravan rolls onward while the others continue as if nothing is wrong. Zig grits his teeth and endures the humiliation in silence. From above, the convoy looks orderly, but tension is building beneath the surface. Guilford keeps scanning the group, still hunting for the blacksmith who embarrassed him. Elsewhere in the forest, a hooded watcher prepares a trained eagle. A message is attached to the bird, showing this observer is coordinating something in secret. The eagle is sent flying toward its destination. It carries the report high into the sky. The bird reaches the treasury of the Broden Kingdom. There, a cloaked figure confirms that the event they feared has finally begun. He reports that Barkus has dispatched an exploration team and worries because Broden depends heavily on intermediary trade. An elder admits they cannot openly stop Barkus despite the threat, because the two kingdoms are officially on friendly terms. The cloaked figure answers with quiet confidence that he understands exactly what must be done. He reveals himself as Kira, a ranked assassin, signaling that covert interference is now in motion. Night falls over the expedition camp. Exhausted and miserable, Zig wonders how his situation deteriorated so badly. Legis treats him like property and orders him to pitch the tent as slave number 1. She adds that she will log out for a while, so he must finish the camp setup and fetch food before she returns. When she demands an answer, Zig's resentment finally reaches its limit. He decides she has pushed him too far and refuses to keep accepting the abuse. Zig explodes and declares that he cannot take any more of this. Legis immediately screams for guards, ready to weaponize authority against him again. Realizing direct rebellion will only trap him further, Zig abruptly changes course and pretends to obediently focus on setting up the tent. Legis accepts the apparent submission and orders him to have everything ready by the time she returns, unaware that Zig is now plotting his next move. Still bitter about being dragged along by a shady quest giver, the young blacksmith sulks through the journey. His frustration erupts loudly enough to carry across the forest camp. He tries to calm himself by eating, wondering why he is suffering this much after getting mixed up with the swindler. That brief peace ends when someone calls for the blacksmith. A mercenary presents a damaged blade and asks whether the famed repairman of Baldan can handle it. The Red Tiger Company presses him to fix the weapon on the spot. Recognizing them as the same mercenaries from before, he is annoyed that they have appeared again so suddenly. Their spokesman pretends to doubt his skill, intending to humiliate him in front of his leader if he fails. Irritated at being interrupted mid-meal, the blacksmith reluctantly agrees. As he examines the weapon, he activates Grain, the perception skill he has been training. With that insight, he restores the Twilight Dagger to perfect durability, stunning the mercenary. Afterward, he lounges in a hammock while the company gathers around the repaired blade. The men confirm the repair is flawless, and realize the rumor that he ruined their leader's sword does not match what they are seeing. The blacksmith dismisses them and goes back to reading, casually calling their leader an old man. That single insult hits the leader far harder than the broken sword ever did. Furious, the leader denounces the blacksmith's shamelessness and insists he is not actually old. The blacksmith is baffled by the outburst, but the leader fixates only on the insult. Threatening violence, the leader forces him to come along, which finally makes the blacksmith remember where they met before. He realizes these are the men from the bakery and jokingly asks whether this is all because he bought up the biscuits first. The Red Tigers indignantly deny being that petty even as their own behavior proves otherwise. Fed up with everyone, the blacksmith decides to vent his anger and openly challenges them to fight. The result is immediate and predictable. He is beaten, tied up, and left bruised. Their true leader, a large bearded veteran, finally steps forward to deal with him personally. Bound before the campfire and surrounded, the blacksmith protests that mobbing him was unfair. The leader offers to overlook everything if the boy gives a sincere apology. Instead, the blacksmith refuses and doubles down with open contempt. When asked why he is causing trouble, he insists he has never harmed anyone while playing this character and cannot accept being treated like a villain. The leader seizes on that claim and challenges whether the boy truly believes he has never caused harm. Deciding words are useless, the leader resolves to teach him a lesson. He has the ropes removed, not to free the blacksmith, but to begin the punishment properly. The blacksmith is confused for a moment by the sudden release. Then the leader launches high into the air, preparing a crushing opening strike. He slams down with overwhelming force, turning the lesson into a real battle. The blacksmith barely reacts in time and is shocked by the sheer power. He realizes the leader is using a ridiculous event weapon called Stick of Love, a toy with almost no attack power. Even with that harmless-looking weapon, the leader declares he will personally teach the boy manners. He calls the beating discipline, though it is clearly fueled by personal irritation. The leader swings again with enough force to tear up the ground around them. The blacksmith protests that this is not discipline at all, just someone taking out his anger. Still, he forces himself to watch the attack closely. The next blow lands and sends him crashing down hard. The leader notes he held back, yet the gap in levels is still so vast that even calling this a lesson feels unfair. To make it interesting, he sets a condition: if the blacksmith can touch even a single hair on him, he will let him go. Bruised and stubborn, the blacksmith curses the absurd challenge but refuses to back down. He draws his sword and decides to prove that even a low-level blacksmith can land a hit. As he steadies himself, he reflects that everyone in this world keeps looking down on him. With almost no health left, he charges anyway. He throws himself into a reckless overhead attack. The leader casually intercepts the strike with the toy weapon. The blacksmith keeps pressing, chaining attacks instead of retreating. The leader continues to block with ease, treating the assault as little more than practice. The blacksmith resets his footing and prepares another rush. Watching him, the leader admits the boy has real talent for fighting despite being a beginner, but he immediately tempers that praise. Talent alone, he decides, is nowhere near enough to overcome a difference in levels this large. Their weapons clash again, the toy bat effortlessly stopping steel. The blacksmith refuses to give in and pushes harder. He finally breaks through the leader's guard and smashes the toy weapon apart. That strike is driven by arm break, a skill that destroys or armaments by targeting the weak gaps in a material. The skill normally requires Grain to be trained all the way to rank 7 first. In that instant, the blacksmith realizes the long grind has finally paid off. Grain reaches the threshold he needed. System messages appear as he understands what has changed. He has finally unlocked arm break. The leader is genuinely startled that the boy managed to destroy his weapon. The blacksmith realizes the shock works in his favor because the leader has never seen a weapon-breaking skill before. He snaps his fingers, readying his next move. Then he lunges and grabs the leader by the throat, shouting for him to take this. The tackle works too well, and he notices too late that the leader is falling backward farther than intended. Instead of a clean hit, the two collide mouth to mouth in a disastrous accidental kiss. The surrounding mercenaries react as if they have just witnessed a legendary romance scene. Even the nearby animals seem stunned by the absurdity. The whole forest appears to gasp at once. The leader explodes in rage and vows to kill the blacksmith for that humiliation. Meanwhile, the blacksmith is left reeling that his first kiss happened like this. His men try to remind the leader that he promised to let the boy go if he landed a hit, but the leader refuses to listen. One of the mercenaries, impressed by the blacksmith's performance, offers him a high elixir that fully restores health. The same man marvels that the blacksmith actually managed to score a hit on their leader and asks about the weapon-breaking skill. The blacksmith dodges the question, claiming he cannot explain the details. Instead, the mercenary asks whether he has a guild and suggests he join the Red Tiger Company since the leader clearly likes him. While drinking the elixir, the blacksmith calls that invitation shameless after the beating he just took. The mercenary laughs and admits both sides behaved immaturely, proposing they call it even because the blacksmith also broke the leader's sword and kept insulting him. That reminder makes the blacksmith suddenly realize something important. He understands that he never actually broke the leader's sword during the repair. Panicking, he blurts out that he finally remembers the truth. He quickly reaches out to stop the misunderstanding from hardening any further. Trying to smooth things over, he starts to agree to peace while carefully changing old man into older bro. The leader rejects the idea of calling it even and erupts again. The blacksmith apologizes for the repair incident anyway, hoping to calm him down. That only makes the leader angrier because the broken sword is no longer the main issue. The camp settles into an uneasy pause. By morning, the journey continues under calmer skies. At breakfast, the blacksmith discovers the camp food tastes awful. Another player advises him to lower his taste settings and endure it since they have no stamina items left. The silver-haired woman from before appears and immediately notices they are running low on consumables. She produces a golden apple as if unveiling treasure. Everyone recognizes it as a golden apple, a rare and precious item. Sensing profit, she offers goods worth far more for a bargain price, and the nearby players instantly beg to buy multiple apples. A crowd forms around her as people fight for a chance to purchase them. She is delighted by how much money she is making. The blacksmith watches her exploit the situation and accuses her of being viciously obsessed with profit. She cheerfully lectures him that the world runs on money and that what he really needs to raise is not just his level but his inventory and bank balance. After ordering him to finish the remaining apples, she leaves to gather herbs and promises she will stop bossing him around once he is done. He stares after her, unable to understand why money matters so much to her. Left alone with a golden apple, he starts tinkering with it. He proudly reveals that he has decorated one with a crude smiling face and is pleased with the result. He names the apple Wilson and decides it will be his companion until they reach North Ark. That joke ends when a shuriken suddenly flies toward him. He catches the projectile with Wilson, using the apple as an improvised shield. Only then does he realize the attack came from a thrown shuriken. The Red Tiger leader immediately orders everyone into defensive positions as the ambush begins. Hidden attackers unleash a volley of purple glowing projectiles into the camp. A hooded assassin appears openly among them, stepping into view instead of staying concealed. He descends with a dramatic strike, but the leader meets the attack head-on. Blue death effects flare nearby, showing that some victims have already been taken out. The leader recognizes the signature as a user death effect and understands they are facing players, not monsters. An assassin's blade slips close to his neck from behind. The blacksmith reacts first, and uses arm break to shatter the attacker's armament before the strike can land. He smugly tells the leader that he now owes him his life. The leader refuses to admit it, insisting that attack could never have harmed him anyway. Even so, he is unsettled that someone got behind him without his notice, and wonders how high the assassin's stealth must be. The camp regroups around the intruder as the leader demands to know his identity. The assassin answers with theatrical confidence. He introduces himself as a first-class assassin and the man who leads the Black Crescent Moon. The surrounding players immediately recognize that name as belonging to a notorious contractor guild. The assassin confirms their fears. He names himself Kira, a rank 89 assassin. A mandatory quest update reveals the larger truth. Assassins are being used to disrupt trade between Barkus Kingdom and North Ark, and the party must overcome that interference to arrive on time. The mercenaries struggle to believe they are really facing a ranker of that caliber, but his stance leaves no doubt, and panic spreads as they realize how badly outmatched they are. Kira silences the fear and makes clear he is not here for a massacre. His goal is to trap everyone here long enough to secure the Patriot in the Shadows title, and he offers to end things peacefully if they simply abandon the quest. One player immediately rejects the demand. He rages that he has already sunk too much money into this quest to walk away now and demands compensation instead. Kira pauses, almost amused by the complaint. Then he coldly says the man has misunderstood the situation. To prove it, he casually kills the loud protester with a single thrown strike. As the victim dissolves, Kira explains that this is not a negotiation but a mere formality. He claims the camp is surrounded by hundreds of his followers and warns that if they refuse to give up, they will all be player killed. The Red Tiger leader quietly assesses the threat, concluding that the number is a bluff even though many enemies are indeed hidden in the forest, and the NPCs remain vulnerable. One hidden enemy starts to line up another attack from behind the group. The leader silently orders a counterplan. He will provoke Kira and draw focus while Hyung-sik blocks the assassin's sidelines with magic. His companions move into position behind him without speaking. He begins a silent countdown with his fingers. The countdown continues as everyone waits for the opening. The blacksmith, still unable to resist, mutters that a first-class assassin who grandstands like this is just a petty thief. The leader immediately tries to stop him before he ruins the timing. But the blacksmith keeps talking, mocking Kira for revealing himself and lecturing his targets instead of killing them unseen like a real assassin. He presses harder, calling Kira a coward for hiding followers around him while pretending to be honorable enough for a one-on-one fight. Kira's composure cracks as he turns on the blacksmith, dismissing him as a noisy insect who only got lucky once. A hidden commander gives a cold order to kill the young blacksmith. The target faces the threat without flinching as the assassination begins. A storm of conjured weapons descends on him and the nearby Red Tiger group. One attacker dismisses the strike as weak, assuming the blacksmith is finished. That confidence breaks when he realizes the attack did not land as expected. The Red Tiger company survives under a defensive barrier while the weapon rain crashes around them. Their leader seizes the opening and orders Hyung-sik to counterattack. Hyung-sik answers by unleashing a massive ice spell that tears through the battlefield and knocks enemies back. The blonde assassin leader refuses to retreat and orders Black Crescent Moon to leave no survivors. The Red Tiger captain rises to meet him and vows that the assassins will be the ones destroyed. He forces himself into berserk mode to overwhelm the enemy. Power erupts from him as he charges with explosive force. For a moment he looks ready to crush the assassins outright. He drives a blazing attack straight at the blonde leader. His momentum carries him across the ground like a living battering ram. The blonde leader is startled by how fast and violent the charge is. A deep trench is carved between them by the captain's advance. Even so, the assassin leader smirks and claims the captain would have won if he had been only slightly faster. System messages reveal the trap. Berserk mode ends, Hydra's blood activates, and the captain's health and stats are cut in half. Elsewhere, the blacksmith quietly congratulates himself for planning ahead. He recalls the instant before the enemy barrage should have killed him. At that last moment, he swapped in a ridiculous but effective log armor that turned him into an immobile decoy. Believing the Red Tiger Company should be handling the battle now, he prepares to slip away. Then he hesitates, realizing something is off. When he looks around, the battlefield is littered with fallen allies and civilians, and he cannot understand why they are losing. The shock leaves him momentarily blank. He then suffers the same delayed effect of Hydra's blood, losing half his health and stats. As the poison hits, he finally recognizes the name of the debuff. He remembers the Hydra boss that dropped the poison item. That memory tells him exactly what Hydra's blood does. It instantly halves health and stats. He pieces together that the enemy may have poisoned the group's breakfast. While he is still thinking it through, assassins close in on him again. Back at the main fight, the Red Tiger captain intercepts incoming attacks with brute force. He holds off multiple assassins at once despite the poison weakening him. Their blades still start finding openings against him. Even under pressure, he counters hard enough to drive them back. The blonde leader curses him as a monster. He realizes in disbelief that even poisoned, the captain is still too strong for his attacks to matter. The captain judges the situation clearly. In their poisoned state they are at a disadvantage and must evacuate the NPCs. He orders a withdrawal for now and starts moving the fight away from the civilians. Meanwhile, someone urgently calls for the blacksmith to stop. The blacksmith runs through the forest while assassins pursue him. He knows he only barely avoided their attacks and that they will catch him soon if he stays exposed. He decides his only chance is to reach the forest and hide. A wagon wheel rolling nearby gives him an idea. A battered white-haired woman is also fleeing through the woods. The blonde leader pauses among the dead and wounded, taking stock of the massacre. He orders Black Crescent Moon to prepare to move and says they will pursue the survivors as soon as the tracking troop returns. Then the corpses around him begin vanishing, confirming the victims were players. A faint disturbance in the bushes draws attention elsewhere in the forest. The blonde leader notices the sound. The white-haired woman hears it too and worries about what it means. One of the assassins investigates, with his blade ready. A scout reports back that the tracking troop has returned and that the survivors are heading for Rocking Bridge Canyon. The blonde leader is delighted that the prey is moving exactly where he wants. To celebrate, he casually demonstrates his cutting skill. His slash cleanly severs a tree trunk. He orders the entire guild to race to Rocking Bridge Canyon and kill the survivors the moment they arrive. His subordinates accept the order without hesitation. Hidden nearby, the white-haired woman struggles to stay quiet as the assassins leave. Once they are gone, she realizes Black Crescent Moon is a top-ranked contractor guild and that more than half the exploration team is probably already dead. She concludes that another ambush will wipe out the rest, so she must warn the exploration team immediately. Just as she commits to moving, something huge lands nearby. She looks up in alarm. A massive hand reaches toward her. A rare yellow ogre appears directly in her path, turning her escape into a death trap. She screams as the monster bears down on her. Even the absurdity of a yellow ogre appearing here only deepens her panic. Her wagon catches on a rock and throws her off balance. She realizes too late that she is about to be hit. She is flung across the ground by the impact. Bruised and shaken, she struggles back up. The ogre closes in behind her for the finishing blow. She freezes, convinced she is done for. A memory flashes of someone once giving Jisoo a small bonus with quiet kindness. That memory shows Jisoo gratefully accepting help from her hardworking father. Jisoo had planned to combine her savings and that bonus to study what she loved. The dream centered on a piano academy. She had once walked toward that future as an ordinary student. A sudden call had interrupted that normal life. She answered, not knowing everything was about to change. The caller told her there was an emergency involving her father. At the hospital, she was met with an apology instead of hope. A crushing hospital charge followed, showing how quickly her savings were disappearing. Even then she tried to act calm and tell herself money could be earned again. Later, back in school, she sat alone with the weight of that loss. She crossed out her dream of studying piano and replaced it with a practical business path. That decision hardened into resentment. Back in the present, she rejects surrender. She rages that she worked too hard and paid too much to lose this quest too. Refusing to give up again, she screams that this time she will not quit. She snatches up stones and starts pelting the ogre, but the attacks do no real damage. Still, she throws herself at it with pure desperation and hatred. She keeps striking and screaming for it to die. Her fury peaks into a final desperate demand for the world to stop taking everything from her. At that instant, the blacksmith drops in from above with a blazing strike. His attack smashes the yellow ogre away from her. The monster begins breaking apart into blue fragments. She stares in disbelief as the impossible rescue unfolds in front of her. The ogre fully vanishes, leaving only loot behind. She is left trembling, trying to process what just happened. The blacksmith lands beside her, and she can only ask if the monster is really dead. He turns toward her, ready to say he finally caught up. Then he notices her and falters in surprise. She looks back at him through tears and dust, equally stunned. He asks why she was doing something so reckless. A short while earlier, 2 assassins had been searching the forest for him. They chased a suspicious noise, thinking they had found his trail. Instead, they found only another log armor decoy while the real blacksmith hid nearby. Once they moved on, he finally relaxed after shaking them off. His next priority became finding a greater antidote to cure the poison. That plan was interrupted when the yellow ogre suddenly appeared behind him. He realized he had stumbled onto a rare monster encounter. Its information identified it as a yellow ogre, a rare mob from the Nemesis Mountains. The notice board knowledge warned that it hit far above its level and was usually better avoided. But the blacksmith remembered one important weakness as the ogre attacked. Because it drops greater antidotes, skilled fighters are advised to catch it rather than flee. He focused on that advice and on the principle that raw power means nothing if it cannot connect. Using a rope and precise movement, he baited the ogre into missing while carving away at it bit by bit. He endured glancing damage but kept control of the fight. Each clean dodge let him shave off more of the ogre's health. He chained together repeated strikes while commanding it to stop, steadily wearing it down. Once it fell, he immediately drank the greater antidote and cured his condition. Back in the present, the white-haired woman refuses to believe he really killed the yellow ogre. He cheerfully points to his new Ogre Vanquisher title as proof. She is forced to accept that the blacksmith somehow defeated an ogre through persistence and technique. Now cured, he celebrates, relieved that he no longer has to handle everything alone. His mood turns almost childishly triumphant. That celebration ends when she abruptly tells him they need to get to work. She asks whether he also wants to complete this quest. When he agrees, she reveals she has a plan to wipe out Black Crescent Moon. Her plan centers on Rocking Bridge Canyon, where the survivors are heading. At the canyon, the Red Tiger Company spots the bridge and thinks they are nearly safe. Their captain immediately senses the danger and warns that they are not safe at all. He launches himself forward as the ambush begins. The blonde leader darts into position to spring the trap. He praises the captain for noticing him despite his attempt to stay hidden. With smug curiosity, he asks how the captain detected him. The captain dismisses the question and credits hard-earned adult experience. The blonde leader mocks him and promises that the kid he underestimated will destroy him. He answers by summoning another rain of blades over the canyon. The captain braces and cuts through the first wave to shield his people. His counterblow shatters incoming weapons out of the air. Even so, the barrage continues sweeping across the canyon and battering the weakened survivors. Seeing the opening, the Red Tiger side calls for Hyungsik to act now. Hyungsik tries to cast ice support, but an assassin reaches him first. The captain realizes too late that Hyungsik is being targeted. The assassin's blade closes in before the spell can finish. With a burst of purple power, the blonde leader personally dives in to finish the strike. He smiles, confident that his trap has finally cornered them. Kira stands over the fallen Guilford, dismisses his reputation, and prepares to finish him off. Before he can strike, something rushes into the battlefield at full speed. Kira is caught off guard by the interruption. The incoming threat barrels straight toward him without slowing. The blacksmith arrives, taunting Kira as a thief and making his entrance impossible to ignore. Kira immediately recognizes the troublesome blacksmith from before. The blacksmith hurls a loaded cart at Kira as a surprise attack. Kira draws his blade and prepares to cut through it. He unleashes a violent purple slash to destroy the incoming cart. Even while attacking, Kira mocks the blacksmith for returning after barely escaping once. But the moment the cart breaks apart, Kira catches a strange scent and realizes something is wrong. The blacksmith reveals that the cart was only the first part of his trap. He has packed it with highly flammable liquor and lit the containers in advance. The shattered cargo ignites at once and erupts around Kira. The blacksmith shouts in triumph as his ambush lands. The resulting chain of explosions tears through the canyon and the assassin's hiding places. The blast wave engulfs the area with overwhelming force. Amid the flames, someone steps forward instead of falling. Legis emerges through the fire, battered but still in control. She identifies the liquor as blast spirits, the explosive alcohol she brought for trade. She explains that dwarves prize it because even its smell reveals how dangerously strong it is. A single drop falls to the ground as she begins demonstrating its properties. To prove its volatility, she calmly prepares a tiny test. She flicks a lit match toward the drop. The drop explodes instantly on contact with fire, confirming the blacksmith's idea. She lays out the original plan, throw the whole load at Kira and ignite it for a guaranteed kill. In her mind, that should have ended the fight in one blast. She insists even a rancor assassin should die to such an attack, but the blacksmith is already questioning the plan. He points out that killing Kira alone would still leave the rest of the assassins hunting them. Legis quickly adapts and suggests blowing up the others together with Kira. The blacksmith predicts the peacock-like assassin will separate himself to show off, making him easier to isolate later. He argues the real problem is the entire group, not just the leader, because there are too many enemies. Pressed for a better answer, Legis demands he explain his alternative. The blacksmith tells her to think about how the assassins operate. Since they always hide before striking, he decides to target their hiding spots first. His plan becomes clear: trigger explosions where the grunts are concealed before they can attack again. The hidden assassins are blasted out of cover, screaming as the trap catches them. Legis realizes in amazement that his improvised strategy worked exactly as promised. He had even coordinated the timing in advance, telling her when to ignite the barrels to collapse part of the canyon. As she runs through the burning battlefield, Legis is shaken by how far ahead he had planned and by the strange yellow ogre he used. Another massive detonation rips through the canyon, wiping out more of the ambushers. Watching the destruction, the blacksmith admits he doubted the idea himself but is thrilled that it succeeded. He becomes excited by how useful his grain-related skill can be in real combat. Even while surrounded by fire, he starts thinking about developing that skill further after the quest. Then he notices movement in the flames and realizes the danger is not over. A voice from within the inferno stops him before he can relax. He turns and is startled by what is coming out of the fire. Kira bursts from the flames alive, enraged, and still ready to kill. He immediately launches a purple attack through the burning field toward the blacksmith. The blacksmith barely manages to shift his footing in time. Even after the explosions, Kira remains alive, forcing the blacksmith to confront how monstrous rankers really are. He bitterly compares Kira to the other ranker, and realizes both are absurdly hard to kill. Kira charges through the flames, promising revenge. His fury turns feral as he vows to make the blacksmith pay for provoking him. Elsewhere, the surviving caravan and civilians are being rushed across the bridge first while the fighters buy time. Guilford, still alive thanks to the explosions disrupting the assassins, urges everyone to move before Black Crescent Moon regroups. Legis races back to Guilford to report the situation. She tells him there is no time to hesitate and that he must get the people across the bridge before the assassins return. Guilford realizes the explosions were her doing and asks if she caused them. Legis confirms it, and credits the blacksmith Zig as her partner in the plan. The mention of Zig reaches the others just as the evacuation continues. Guilford's expression hardens as he makes a decision. Instead of retreating, he declares that he will stay behind and wait for the blacksmith. He refuses to abandon the man who has already saved him twice, even if it puts him in further danger. Back in the flames, the battle between Zig and Kira becomes a brutal close-range clash. Kira lands a savage blow that breaks Zig's arm. A broken piece of Zig's weapon falls to the ground, leaving him even more disadvantaged. Kira recognizes the same trickster style as before and mocks Zig for thinking cheap tactics can beat him. Zig fires back that Kira is already too damaged by the flames to act superior. Kira starts to sneer, but Zig's earlier setup suddenly takes effect. A delayed blast or hidden trigger slams into Zig as well, showing how dangerous the battlefield has become for both of them. Zig is shocked by the sudden damage and realizes the chaos is no longer fully under his control. Kira appears behind him and reveals the assassin's skill after image assault, explaining how he closed the distance. He ridicules Zig for relying on evasive tricks instead of real power. Zig struggles on the ground as Kira looms over him. Kira decides to finish him like an insect. Pinned under the threat of death, Zig shouts for the next step of his plan to be triggered immediately. Kira notices too late that another hidden bomb remains nearby. He hears the fuse and finally understands he has been lured into yet another trap. Zig uses the opening to flee toward a cave while Kira curses after him. Even while injured, Zig laughs at Kira for falling for the bait again. Kira chases him into the Nemesis Mountains Cave of Triumph. As he runs inside, Kira swears he wishes he could punish Zig beyond the game itself. He lunges deeper into the cave after his prey. Inside, Kira activates a purple skill to sweep the area and flush Zig out. Instead, a shower of biscuits flies into view, baffling him for a split second. That tiny distraction is enough for Zig to reposition. Zig attacks with a roar, turning the absurd bait into a real opening. He dives in with a desperate strike and finally lands a clean hit on Kira. For Zig, that single successful blow is a major breakthrough. But Kira immediately answers with another assassin technique. He uses Shadow Decoy, a hidden skill that creates a clone which vanishes when struck. The real Kira appears behind Zig and counterattacks from the blind spot. Zig is blasted away by the ambush. Kira admits Zig is tougher than expected, even more troublesome than Guilford. Still, he decides the game ends here and moves in for the kill. Before he can finish Zig, green cave vines suddenly coil around his legs. Kira is stunned that yet another trap has been waiting for him. Zig reveals that this cave has no loot or monsters, but it does contain a very useful plant. He explains that the cave vines automatically restrain anything nearby for a short time, making escape impossible until the effect ends. The trap catches Kira exactly as Zig intended. Zig admits it was a gamble, but says Kira should have watched where he stepped. Kira rages that Zig relied on tricks to the very end and demands to know what a weaponless blacksmith can do in 10 seconds. Zig answers by summoning a blue tool with complete confidence. He says he does not need combat skills or proper weapons because he once killed a giant stone golem with this very method. Kira laughs when he sees the supposed secret weapon is only a pickaxe. Zig charges anyway, determined to prove the pickaxe is enough. Kira braces for impact, still convinced the attack is meaningless. Instead of striking Kira, Zig drives the pickaxe into the cave wall. Blue energy races through the rock as the wall reacts to the blow. Kira mocks him for missing an unmoving target. Zig calmly says he hit exactly what he meant to hit. He reveals the true target was the cave's structural core hidden inside the walls. By destroying that core, he has doomed the entire cavern. Zig warns that the cave is about to collapse on both of them. The walls begin cracking everywhere, proving he was telling the truth. Kira panics as the cave really starts shaking and his confidence finally breaks. He desperately tries to convince himself it must be some kind of illusion or mental trick. Then he understands Zig truly intends to bury them both if necessary. Kira screams in terror as the collapse accelerates around him. The vines still hold him in place while the cave comes down. In desperation, he triggers another skill to break free. Even restrained for 10 seconds, Kira roars that a ranker like him will not be beaten by a blacksmith. Falling debris crashes toward him before he can fully recover. The cave buries Kira under the collapse. A system notice confirms total failure for the assassin's quest and announces penalties for the Black Crescent Moon Guild. Outside, the survivors prepare to leave, assuming Zig must have died in the cave. Even so, Guilford and the others admit he never seemed like someone who would go down easily. Their doubts are answered when Zig staggers back into view and protests being declared dead. He dryly reminds them that he is still alive in the flesh. The group is stunned and relieved to see him return alive. Zig admits he would have died without one particular item saving him at the last moment. He reveals the ring he had been wearing. Remembering the danger, he realizes that ring was his only chance to survive the collapse. He had known he could never outrun the cave-in on foot. So in the final moment he gambled everything on activating the ring. He begged for it to work as the cave came down around him. The ring finally released a burst of power and saved him from certain death. That last-second activation carried him through the collapse. Now sitting outside the ruined cave, Zig catches his breath and confirms he made it out. The relief hits him all at once as he realizes he truly survived. Even so, he grumbles that the ring was overpriced, though he still thanks the swindler who sold it because it saved his life. Watching him, Legis becomes even more intrigued that he survived with a supposedly defective item, and against a ranker no less. She cheerfully takes credit for helping and calls herself his big sister, while Guilford praises Zig for defeating Kira. Zig immediately turns the praise into a jab at Guilford for talking big while getting beaten earlier. The tension breaks as the others laugh at the exchange. Legis enjoys the moment, clearly entertained by Zig's attitude. Guilford grumbles while the younger man beside him laughs, and the group's mood finally lightens. With Kira defeated and the survivors safe, Zig decides it is time to continue on to North Ark. The story shifts to a snow-covered fortress in the north, setting up the next destination. A trade expedition from the Barkus Kingdom finally reaches the snowy city of North Ark and is granted entry. With the gates opened, the kingdom formally recognizes that the North Ark trade route exploration has been completed. The success comes at a heavy cost, with only 28 of 80 adventurers surviving, and the survivors are promised royal approval and rewards. As the city welcomes them in, the expedition's return marks a major turning point for North Ark. The achievement brings Zig a large gain in experience and prestige. Zig rises to level 55, advancing enough as a blacksmith to craft and repair C-rank equipment. He also receives a royal treasure from King Barkus, the Shield of Waig, an A-rank blacksmith exclusive shield that can nullify one attack each day. A month after creating Zig and choosing the blacksmith class, Bartz's character has already become exceptional. Outside the game, a presentation reveals that Bartz has been controlling Zig and has been playing in ways the developers did not expect. They point to his defeat of the Berserk Giant Stone Golem, a hidden event boss that should have been far harder to trigger. They also note that Zig is now in North Ark, exactly where the next hidden trigger is set. The development team warns that this player has a high chance of activating the Mycenia event. An executive dismisses the concern, arguing that a mere level 55 blacksmith should not be enough to force them to delay a planned update. The developers insist that the Mycenia event could drastically reshape Arpedia and would clash badly with the update schedule. Department head Kim rejects the argument and pressures them to stop overreacting. He reminds them that even unlocking the Golem's Berserk mode took players more than 3 years. To him, postponing an update over one low-level blacksmith is absurd, and he demands someone take responsibility for any delay. The lead developer falters under the pressure and can only appeal weakly to the user's long-term interests. At that moment, someone from outside the room calmly declares that he will take responsibility. The interruption immediately shifts the room's power balance. Director Sun Seekjin arrives late with a joking attitude, but his presence instantly carries authority. Kim reins himself in and asks what the director meant by taking responsibility. The director repeats that the update should be delayed and that he will bear the consequences. When asked if he also believes Zig will trigger the event, he admits that is only part of the reason. His real motive is that he wants more features added before the update goes live. He unveils a new update plan to the stun room. The proposed expansion is massive, adding new regions, jobs, story content, monsters, item systems, and hundreds of hidden skills. Faced with the scale of it, Kim reluctantly agrees to push the schedule back. The director seals the decision by promising to take full responsibility if performance targets are missed. The lead developer protests that these additions were never part of the original plan and would normally take years. The director casually reveals that he already completed most of the work himself while supposedly on vacation. That revelation leaves the development team shaken by how far ahead of them he already is. The director makes clear that he is excited to watch Arpedia evolve in ways even the company cannot fully control. Elsewhere, a young man celebrates that he has finally tracked down the hacker he has been hunting in North Ark. He has been waiting for the chance to confront that target personally. He storms into a room to announce revenge, only to find his intended victim asleep and unbothered. The Aniclimax leaves him deflated enough to simply walk back out. At home, Kang Yuhan comes to the table and notices that his brother is missing. His mother explains that Yuhan must have stayed up all night gaming again and is still asleep. She erupts in frustration that he keeps claiming he will study while doing nothing but play games. His father defends Yuhan, saying it is a good sign that he is at least trying to do something on his own now. His mother blames that indulgence for Yuhan's aimlessness, and worries he will never be able to support himself. His father answers that even if Yuhan fails elsewhere, he can inherit the family store, because what matters most to him is that his son be happy. He quietly reflects that when Yuhan was truly suffering, they could do nothing for him, so now they should not crush what little will he has. Even so, his mother still worries about Yuhan's health, and Yuhan overhears all of it from the doorway. Yuhan jokingly pretends to be moved by his father's words and tries to use them as an excuse to skip cram school. His mother immediately shuts that down, and the family's usual comic rhythm returns for a moment. Later that night, Yuhan sits alone outside with a drink, withdrawn and brooding. He turns over his parents' words while trying to steady himself. Their regret about failing him in the past echoes in his mind. He dismisses their worries outwardly, but inside he is still carrying something much darker. He sets his drink down as if bracing himself to face that memory directly. The story shifts back to the moment that ruined his life. At 18, while still a second-year student, Yuhan was confronted with a nightmare that felt impossible to escape. He discovered a dead rat in the school cafeteria food and was horrified by what he saw. Other students treated it like sensational gossip, but Yuhan felt the incident was too serious to ignore. He decided he had to report it. His post about the rat in the cafeteria spread online and drew immediate attention. The next day at school, the consequences arrived before he could prepare for them. A violent upperclassman burst into his classroom looking specifically for Kang Yuhan. The intruder demanded to know where Yuhan was, making it clear this was no ordinary confrontation. The class quickly identified him as Kim Piljung, a notorious delinquent from another school. His reputation alone was enough to terrify everyone into silence. Piljung walked straight to Yuhan's desk while Yuhan was asleep and defenseless. He confirmed Yuhan's identity by having another student point him out. Then he grabbed Yuhan by the head and forced him awake. Yuhan barely understood what was happening before the abuse began. Piljung smashed him across the face without warning. The blow left Yuhan bloodied and stunned in front of the entire class. Piljung stood over him as if he owned the room, and no one moved to help. He made it clear that he intended to destroy Yuhan simply because he could. When Yuhan returned home afterward, he tried to act as though nothing had happened. His mother immediately noticed his battered face, but he lied that he had fallen down the stairs. She worried and urged him to get treatment, still unaware of the truth. Yuhan insisted he was fine, while admitting to himself that he was anything but. From that day on, school became a living hell as Piljung kept finding him and attacking him. The repeated humiliation drove his friends away and left him increasingly isolated. Each day became another cycle of fear, shame, and helplessness. He was beaten again and again until violence became routine. The abuse turned into open bullying, with Piljung treating him like an object rather than a person. Piljung enjoyed dominating him and made sure Yuhan understood that. The cruelty escalated until Yuhan's entire world was colored by that abuse. Broken and bruised, he could only ask why this was happening to him. The others mocked even that question and treated his pain like entertainment. He bit down on his own hand just to keep from crying out. At last he screamed the question aloud, desperate for any reason. For a moment, the bullies paused as if amused by his desperation. Then they laughed at him for acting tragic and afraid. Their mockery only deepened his humiliation. A teacher briefly intervened, but instead of protecting Yuhan, he reduced the violence to a childish misunderstanding between friends. Another student then entered, Jong Hayono, the student council president and top-ranked student. Even in that state, Yuhan recognized Hayono as the untouchable model student everyone admired. Hayono knelt beside him and offered to explain why Yuhan kept being targeted. He took hold of Yuhan's head as if preparing to offer comfort. Instead, Hayono answered that there was no reason at all. He coldly explained that they were tormenting Yuhan simply because they disliked him. That revelation made the whole scene feel even more monstrous. Hayono's smile showed that the cruelty was deliberate and effortless for him. The memory snaps back to the present with Yuhan clenching himself in anger. Outside at night, he fixates on Hayono as the one person he cannot forgive. He swears that if he ever faces those people again, the combat instincts he gained in the game will let him crush them. Before he can finish that fantasy, someone throws a cloth over his face and blinds him. Panicking, Yuhan stumbles around unable to see. A muscular stranger collides with him and stops him cold. The man scolds Yuhan for bumping into him and demands an apology. Yuhan immediately backs down and apologizes, his bravado evaporating. In that instant, he realizes how little his imagined courage means in real life. The stranger, busy and irritated, suddenly recognizes the name Kim Piljung when Yuhan blurts it out. He presses Yuhan to explain himself instead of cowering. Yuhan freezes, terrified that he may have said too much. The man grabs him by the collar and demands a proper answer. Yuhan is shocked that Kim Piljung is somehow connected to this man too. Then the man's phone starts ringing, interrupting the confrontation. After checking the call, he loses interest in Yuhan and mutters that Yuhan is lucky. He lets Yuhan go with a warning to be more careful next time. As the man walks away on the phone, Yuhan is left shaken but unharmed. The night hangs still for a moment under the moon. The scene shifts to a nightlife district where men discuss increasing bribes. They are preparing for a political meeting where the issue will be raised. The discussion centers on how recent trade between North Ark and Barkus has put the lords of Broden under financial pressure. Because Southern tribute has been judged too small, someone wants the payments doubled despite the risk. One of the men addresses Piljing directly, showing he is involved in this underworld business. Piljing accepts the order without resistance. The next day, Yuhan arrives at a martial arts dojo. He stares at the place as if hoping it might become an answer to his weakness. He tells himself he thought he was fine, but now knows he is not. He resolves that he is no longer willing to fear people or even fear leaving his house. Even with that resolve, the memory of being grabbed and helpless still rattles him. He forces himself to keep going despite his fear. Yuhan decides he will become stronger physically so his mind can stop collapsing under pressure. He bursts into the dojo with awkward enthusiasm, determined to learn martial arts. Inside, he is immediately confronted by the aftermath of a brutal fight. A terrifying man has just beaten multiple trainees senseless, leaving the room in chaos. The sight makes Yuhan wonder if one of them has actually died. His courage nearly fails on the spot. Still, he blurts out that he came because he is unemployed and cannot afford proper training. The bearded master unexpectedly welcomes him and asks if he wants to join. Yuhan tries to retreat, insisting he entered by mistake. The master knocks him back down before he can escape. Yuhan looks up in confusion as the master looms over him. The master studies him closely and seems to realize something unusual about him. He suddenly bellows loud enough to shake the whole building. The shout summons everyone's attention to Yuhan. Left sitting there in shock, Yuhan can only wonder what he has gotten himself into. The people inside reveal that this dojo is effectively the headquarters of the Red Tiger Company, and they recognize Yuhan as the blacksmith from the game. When they ask if he is also a martial artist, Yuhan hurriedly denies it and says he only hoped to learn something. They immediately reinterpret that as a request to become a member, while Yuhan protests that he cannot pay any fees. The master waives a full year of fees and insists their meeting must be fate. He promises to train Yuhan harshly until his weak habits are beaten out of him. With nothing left to lose, Yuhan decides to accept and place himself in their hands. At Daehan Bootcamp Dojo, a new trainee introduces himself as Kan Yuhan. The instructor pauses at the name, sensing that he has heard it somewhere before. A buried memory suddenly clicks into place for him. He remembers a boy named Yuhan from the old neighborhood, the son of a shop owner his family used to visit. That boy had been his daughter Charon's childhood friend. The memory softens him for a moment, and makes him nostalgic. Uneasy, Yuhan asks the instructor to identify himself. The man realizes he never introduced himself, and answers without suspicion. When he reveals that he is Song Tae-soo, Yuhan immediately asks for his daughter's name. Tae-soo confirms that his daughter is Charon and grows suspicious of Yuhan's interest. Yuhan drops the act and greets him like an old acquaintance. Tae-soo starts to question what Yuhan means, but the implication hits him first. He realizes this trainee may be the very Yuhan who knew Charon as a child. The scene shifts as Yuhan later collapses in game after exhausting all his stamina for half an hour. With his HP steadily draining, he lies helpless in the snowy dwarven city. Dizzy and miserable, he realizes he is in serious trouble. He recalls Tae-soo deciding to personally train him now that fate has brought them together again. That memory is so brutal it feels physically traumatic. After surviving the instructor's hellish lesson, he had barely managed to crawl home. Even so, he forced himself to log back into Arpedia Online. He had come to the dwarven town hoping to get quests, raise his level and crafting rank, and uncover hidden skills. Instead, the moment he stepped out, his lack of stamina sent him flying and sprawling across the street. He kept skidding helplessly over the frozen ground. The humiliating slide continued with no way to stop himself. By the time he finally slowed, he was still too weak to even get up properly. He admits he knew the dwarves were closed off, but he had not expected things to be this bad. When he tried to offer free labor, the dwarves rejected him outright because he was human. They accused him of trying to steal dwarven secrets, and drove him away. Now he realizes pushing any harder might get him attacked for real. A system warning tells him his stamina is insufficient, so he decides food has to come first. That plan immediately runs into another problem. Even a single potato costs more gold than he can believe. He explodes at the absurdity of a potato being treated like a priceless luxury item. The shopkeeper coldly informs him that this is actually the cheapest food in town. Yuhan guesses the market is unstable because direct trade has only recently opened, and he tries to buy one anyway. Then he checks his funds and realizes he cannot even afford that. He remembers spending nearly all his money ordering iron earlier, assuming getting into a workshop would be easy. Reduced to begging, he asks the merchant for a discount. The old man is not moved in the slightest. Yuhan is left feeling like he has been kicked while already down. Back in the present, he lies there drained and defeated. Having failed to get food or work, he briefly wonders if dying might be the easiest way to restore his stamina. He instantly rejects that cowardly thought. Determined to survive, he decides the only thing left is to sell the valuable shield he earned through so much suffering. The item is the Shield of Waik, an A-rank blacksmith-only royal treasure that can block any attack once per day. He hates to part with such a useful item, but he cannot equip it yet and cannot make money repairing gear in this town anyway. Before he can act, a dwarf addresses him. The dwarf notices the shield and immediately offers to buy it. Yuhan pretends reluctance, but inwardly sees a chance to turn his luck around. The dwarf tests him with a low offer of 5 large gold coins. Yuhan is stunned to realize that means 5 million gold. He accepts at once, deciding the price is more than good enough. But when the payment lands in his hand, something feels wrong. He discovers the dwarf only paid 500 gold, not 5 million. By the time he understands the scam, the dwarf is already speeding away. Yuhan freezes for a beat in disbelief. Then he erupts and chases after the thief with murderous fury. He pounds on the dwarf's door and demands he come out. His outrage only grows louder. He swears he will stay there forever if that is what it takes. Inside, the dwarf calmly continues working instead of answering him. He methodically dismantles the stolen shield. After extracting the final jewel, he focuses on the real problem. The issue is whether the gem's magical wavelength will match another creation. He tests the jewel against a massive hidden machine in his workshop. Outside, Yuhan keeps himself going by chewing whatever scraps he can find. Even exhausted, he refuses to leave. He vows he will not let the dwarf get away with this, and is ready to become a criminal if necessary. Then he notices some children gathering nearby. They turn out to be young dwarves, excitedly preparing something together. Yuhan watches as they line up in front of the workshop with paint. One of them declares they are ready. Another boasts that she is in perfect form today. A third eagerly signals the start. Paint flies across the wall in a bright streak. The children cackle with delight as they keep going. Their vandalism becomes a game to them. Yuhan realizes what they are doing and stares. The kids laugh at the results and egg each other on. Soon the workshop is covered in childish insults and crude drawings. Yuhan is baffled that they are not just teasing him but defacing the dwarf's walls. Then a thought occurs to him about what scribbling really means. He decides he does not like their sloppy version of it. The children keep enjoying themselves, proud of the mess they are making. Yuhan finally walks over to them. The kids panic and try to deny what they are doing. Yuhan cuts through the lie at once. He takes one of the brushes and tells them that if they are going to do this, they should do it properly. He turns their prank into a lesson in doing the job right. With a dramatic flourish, he begins painting for real. The brush lands with confidence. Inside, the dwarf concludes the jewel does not match the shield's magical wavelength after all. Accepting the failed experiment, he decides he may have to go to the Ice Palace. He dislikes the idea of fighting, but sees no better option. He wishes someone else could handle it for him instead. At that moment, he opens the door and sees his workshop covered in paint. Before he can process it, Yuhan greets him like they have been waiting for this meeting. Yuhan immediately grabs him and demands his shield back. He vents his rage over being cheated for only 500 gold after everything he endured to obtain the item. The dwarf barely reacts and dryly notes that real boasting starts at 1 million. Then his attention drifts upward to the painted walls. He asks if Yuhan was the one who made all of it, and Yuhan proudly claims the vandalism as his own artwork. Yuhan insists it is still nothing compared to what the dwarf did to him. Instead of being angry, the dwarf critiques the childish taste and clumsy brushwork with startling seriousness. To Yuhan's shock, the dwarf is impressed rather than offended. He realizes Yuhan is a human blacksmith and sees an opportunity in that. While Yuhan keeps demanding the shield, the dwarf finally agrees to return it if Yuhan lets go. He reaches into his bag, but what he hands back is not a shield at all, only the dismantled parts. Yuhan's anger falters into confusion. The dwarf matter-of-factly explains that he took the shield apart into its materials and expects it can simply be crafted again. He assumes any blacksmith should be able to remake it. That casual admission pushes Yuhan from outrage into stunned disbelief. He grabs the dwarf again, unable to believe what he is hearing. The dwarf braces for another explosion. Instead, Yuhan suddenly becomes awestruck and asks how such a thing is possible. He explains that ordinary smithing only covers production and repair. Because expensive materials are too risky to waste, craftsmen usually rely on fixed recipes. But disassembly would let someone recover materials, experiment freely, and potentially create entirely new items with unexpected powers. Yuhan instantly realizes this could also let him alter finished equipment to suit his own preferences. The shield stops mattering to him compared with the chance to learn the skill, and he begs to be taught. The dwarf agrees on one condition: Yuhan must become his apprentice. Yuhan starts trying to talk around dwarven secrecy and tradition. The dwarf cuts him off, confused by the speech. Yuhan notices the workshop reeks of mold and decay. The dwarf tells him to follow, and leads him deeper inside. As they descend, he asks whether Yuhan knows of Anduras. Yuhan says he does. The dwarf explains that Anduras is a legendary monster active in the northeastern region of North Ark. The beast extorts the dwarves by demanding gemstones and ornaments as tribute. He bitterly notes that the dragon is relatively gentle for a dragon, but still humiliates the dwarves by living off their offerings. Then he declares that unlike the others, he intends to change that. He boasts that he will kill the dragon, open a rich northern ore vein, and become unimaginably wealthy. To make that dream possible, he says he has built a special creation. He brings Yuhan into a hidden chamber to show it off. Yuhan stares in surprise. The dwarf unveils his life's work, a so-called mecha dragon. The huge machine looms over them, and Yuhan can hardly believe it. The dwarf dismisses his shock and insists the question is obvious. The machine cannot move yet, and he complains that if it could, he would not have left it cluttering his workshop. Yuhan is left wondering what exactly he is looking at. When he bluntly calls it a giant tin can, the dwarf tells him not to judge too quickly. He launches into a dense explanation about balance, joints, mana turbines, energy supply, and the materials needed for perfect control. Yuhan's attention drifts to a small part, and he starts wondering if it could be turned into a weapon. The dwarf smacks him back to attention and insists the important part is only beginning. Yuhan hurriedly pretends to listen, and the dwarf decides to skip to the conclusion. His conclusion is simple: Yuhan must go to the Ice Palace. The story jumps to that frozen stronghold in the far north. There, a cloaked fighter unleashes a devastating fire attack in the middle of battle. Amid the flames and chaos, an undead warrior charges straight at the attacker. A devastating opening strike blasts through the icy dungeon and sends the battle into chaos. After surviving the hit, the archer checks on the mage, and he credits her for keeping him safe. As they regroup, they realize this new dungeon strongly resembles Deborah's work and is filled with monsters they already know. Their healer suddenly drops a holy attack on the archer by mistake, startling everyone. She brushes it off with a playful apology, making it clear the blunder was not entirely innocent. The healer teases the mage and asks how a new dungeon could appear before any official update. He explains that players still debate it, but his best guess is that someone fulfilled hidden conditions 2 weeks earlier and triggered the dungeon's appearance. Hearing that timing, the archer realizes it matches when she cleared Deborah's dungeon. That coincidence makes her stop and reconsider an old encounter. She remembers a red-haired blacksmith named Zig asking to stay in touch after they met before. She realizes she got so absorbed in leveling that she never contacted him again. Before she can finish that thought, a bloody tank appears in front of them and shocks her out of the memory. The party recognizes Loki in terrible condition and realizes he has been carrying the whole front line alone. Barely holding on, Loki points them toward a threat hidden deeper in the mist. A vague figure emerges through the fog where he indicates. The group identifies it as a monster and immediately orders the archer to prepare a shot. She draws her bow and readies an attack. But the mist is so thick that she cannot get a clear target and asks for the enemy to come closer. Something about the silhouette suddenly feels familiar to her. The figure resolves into Zig, the blacksmith she had forgotten to contact, wandering through the same fog. The party is stunned as the archer recognizes him and calls out his name. Confused and uneasy, Zig asks why she is here. The story shifts to explain that this Ice Palace dungeon lies far north near North Ark. Earlier, Zig had learned that the Ice Palace appeared only 2 weeks ago at the end of the Ice Valley. A dwarf master then showed him a monster design from the dungeon. Zig immediately paid attention when he saw it. The dwarf identified it as Deborah's wooden soldier, but noted that this version looked different enough to be an undisclosed creation of hers. He told Zig that studying this new model could help power the dragon they wanted to move. Because Deborah's wooden soldiers contain hearts that generate extraordinary energy, the dwarf believed the hidden version's heart might be strong enough to solve their problem. So he set Zig a trial: bring back 30 hearts from the new wooden soldiers if he truly wanted to become his apprentice. Back in the present, Zig admits he entered the dungeon for that quest and has been suffering through terrible drop rates. Even so, he tells himself he can accept the hardship because he was curious about the new dungeon anyway. Seeing a shared interest, the mage proposes that Zig join their party so both sides can help each other. Zig hesitates because a large party feels cumbersome to him, and one member bluntly objects that a blacksmith would only waste their experience. The archer tests the healer's loyalty, but the healer instantly sides with the practical objection. Zig awkwardly tries to bow out and tells them to continue without him. Instead, the archer grabs his hand before he can leave. She drags him along, deciding on her own that he is coming with them. The healer reinforces the tank with holy armor as the party braces for combat. The tank activates Taunt and prepares to hold the enemy's attention. A defensive aura spreads as wooden soldiers converge on the party. The archer answers with a burst shot to thin the mob. At the same time, the mage casts Stone Edge to support her attack. Their combined assault tears through the enemies in a coordinated strike. The barrage continues until the wave is overwhelmed. One of the wooden soldiers drops the rare heart Zig needs. He quickly snatches it up and confirms he has obtained the heart of the new wooden soldier. Then he finally gets the 30th heart and completes the dwarf's trial requirement. With his quest finished, he turns his attention to the party and notes how smoothly they are clearing the dungeon, though he remains wary because no one has beaten it yet. The healer notices him looting instead of helping and scolds him for acting selfishly. The archer immediately defends him, insisting he is only conserving his strength and will impress everyone when it matters. She presses Zig to back up her confidence in him. Cornered, he awkwardly agrees that he should probably contribute. The mage cuts off the banter and orders everyone to focus. They arrive at the boss room and pause to review their skills and items before entering. The healer impulsively rushes in first despite being warned that going alone is dangerous. Once inside, her bravado vanishes as she senses something wrong. A shadowy female figure appears before her in the frozen chamber. The healer notices at once that the woman is crying. The sight unsettles her because the boss seems more sorrowful than monstrous. Still, she reaches out toward the figure with concern. She asks if the crying woman is all right, lowering her guard completely. The mage realizes the danger too late and shouts for her to stop. The boss seizes the opening, grabs the healer, and reveals that the apparent vulnerability was a trap. Its true face emerges as a monstrous Medusa lunges over the terrified healer. The healer freezes in horror as she understands the deception. A sudden blast of cold force interrupts the kill at the last instant. The attack drives the Medusa back and tears the healer out of immediate danger. Annoyed, the Medusa mocks humans for surviving only by running away. It fixes its gaze on the healer again and prepares another cruel taunt. The monster singles her out as the slow child who failed to escape. It tries to break her spirit by claiming her friends abandoned her and offers false mercy if she betrays them. The tank steps into view between the Medusa and the healer, refusing to let the threat continue. He reactivates taunt and forces the boss to focus on him instead. His defensive stance locks the Medusa's attention onto the front line. The Medusa accepts the challenge and turns its full hostility toward him. It unleashes a massive attack meant to crush him outright. The tank charges through the pressure rather than retreating. The healer can only stare, shaken by how close she came to dying. The mage explains that this boss is a Medusa, infamous as one of the most miserable monsters to fight in Arpedia. He admits he had heard rumors about the Ice Palace boss being a Medusa but failed to warn them because he was unsure the information was real. The healer refuses to blame him and instead admits her own recklessness caused the crisis. Then guilt hits harder when she realizes Zig was endangered because of her mistake. The cost becomes visible when Zig is shown petrified and unable to move for 10 minutes. The healer breaks down, understanding that he was turned to stone while trying to save her. The archer steadies her and tells her to apologize later, after they survive and catch the Medusa. The healer gathers herself, still frightened, and asks how they can possibly fight a petrification boss. The mage reveals that he already prepared for exactly this problem. He produces a magic reflector, a mirror-like item capable of reflecting magic. The Medusa's attacks crash against the tank while the party sets the reflector into play. When the petrification is turned back on it, the Medusa is stunned into disbelief. Even as the tank bleeds under pressure, the boss sneers that he is reaching his limit. The healer and mage pile on healing, holy armor, and weapon buffs, restoring the tank and strengthening the whole formation. With the opening secured, the healer launches a powerful fire spell. The archer follows by releasing another burst shot into the same target. Their attacks combine into a violent explosion around the Medusa. Flames engulf the boss and shake the chamber. The healer rushes forward, desperate to make up for what happened. At that moment the rest of the party reaches the petrified Zig and apologizes for arriving late, checking whether he is all right. The tank answers calmly that he is fine, and the healer forces herself to recover as well. The mage immediately resumes command, ordering the healer to stack every buff on the tank. The tank silently accepts the role of continuing to hold the boss in place. The archer confirms that she and the healer will keep attacking from range. Satisfied, the mage tells them to continue the fight according to plan. The whole party surges forward together under his direction. The Medusa's serpents lash out as it tries to regain control of the battle. Explosions and impacts erupt around the boss as the party presses the assault. Zig remains trapped in stone, forced to watch with several minutes still left on the petrification timer. The Medusa suddenly changes tactics and releases a poison strike. The mage orders the healer behind the tank's barrier and cues the archer to counterattack. The archer answers immediately and draws another shot. She fires a triple power shot that slams into the Medusa. Pinned and enraged, the boss snaps that it has had enough of the tank in particular. The tank crashes into it again to stop whatever it is preparing. A sweeping impact drives the Medusa across the room. But even after being knocked back, the boss rises and calls them fools. Its anger deepens, and it prepares a second petrification wave. The mage recognizes the cast instantly and orders everyone to hide behind the pillars. He also tells the tank to turn off taunts so the boss will not lock onto him during the petrifying gaze. As the others move, the mage stays focused on the Medusa's casting. The boss completes the stone curse and unleashes it again. A massive petrifying blast floods the room. The mage pulls the magic reflector from his inventory and prepares to meet the spell head-on. He catches the petrification wave with the reflector and sends the force back into the attack. The reflected magic still tears into him, showing that the item can redirect the spell but not spare him completely. Even so, he holds the reflector steady and keeps the reflection going. The redirected blast surges back toward the Medusa in a towering column. When the light clears, the mage is still standing with the cracked reflector in hand. The others rush toward him in relief and call out to him. The healer excitedly assumes everything has gone according to his plan and asks if the fight is finally over. He immediately warns them that it is not over yet. That answer leaves the healer stunned. The mage explains that the reflected petrification should keep the Medusa from breaking free, so they only need to finish it off. But the boss's chest begins glowing with a new purple power, proving it still has another move left. A sinister magic circle forms as the Medusa activates an unknown skill. The party can only stare, caught off guard by the new development. Rocks and debris rise around the glowing core as the spell builds. The mage realizes something is wrong with his earlier assumption. The Medusa bitterly rejects the idea that a human could speak of killing her so easily. It declares that no mere human can kill it, and continues channeling the purple power. The boss's confidence returns as the spell nears completion. The party panics and demands to know how the Medusa could have escaped her reflected petrification that should have trapped it. The mage admits he does not know, but orders everyone back into position anyway. Before they can recover, a red shockwave erupts from the Medusa and engulfs the whole party. The boss reveals the skill's true effect, life steal. The archer feels her health suddenly plummet as the spell drains the group at once. Everyone except the mage collapses toward fainting, while his passive spirit of a mage activates and keeps him conscious. Still standing alone, he realizes this Medusa has abilities it should not possess, and that even its escape from petrification makes no sense. He decides there is no time to solve the mystery now and resolves to use the damaged magic reflector one more time. As he prepares that desperate countermeasure, the Medusa unleashes another overwhelming stone hurricane straight at him. The party's plan collapses when the Medusa's petrification catches them and leaves their scholar frozen in place. A system notice confirms the grim rule of the curse. The stone state will only end if the caster dies. The Medusa mocks their old tactic, recognizing the magic reflector they used against her kind and admitting it once exploited her weakness. She reveals that Deborah changed everything, making her immune to that trick and shattering the party's confidence. The source of that change is Deborah's blessing, which activates at low health and grants immunity to status effects, stronger magic defense, and borrowed witchcraft. Empowered by that blessing, the Medusa swells with new strength and becomes far more dangerous than an ordinary dungeon monster. As she boasts that she can no longer lose, Zig realizes too late that relying on familiar Medusa tactics in this dungeon was a fatal mistake. The Medusa savors the moment, and treats killing them with Deborah's magic as an honor she will bestow. She gathers a massive sphere of dark power, intent on finishing the party with the witch's spell. The attack begins to descend, leaving the party with no room to counter. Her spell Dark Moon engulfs the chamber, turning the battlefield into a death trap under a crushing magical blast. Zig braces himself and believes this may be the end for them. At the last instant, a red-haired swordsman hurls himself into the attack's path. The frozen scholar can only watch as the stranger intervenes where the party could not. The swordsman's strike reaches the Medusa before her spell can claim them. The battle ends so abruptly that the surviving party members can only stare at the fallen boss and the unknown rescuer standing over her. With the Medusa dead, the petrification on the scholar finally begins to lift. The others recognize their savior as Mr. Zig, the blacksmith they had underestimated. The system confirms that Medusa has been defeated, but Zig is already focused on the cost of what he used. He inspects the glowing sword that saved them, knowing it was a precious trump card. The weapon cracks apart after its single decisive use, and Zig panics at losing something so valuable. He recalls asking to borrow a forge before the expedition, already preparing for the possibility that he might need a weapon of his own. He had gathered rare materials and decided to craft a contingency weapon rather than rely entirely on the party's combat power. Confident in his hidden talent, he set to work at the forge himself. He knew his level was too low to recreate the famous A-rank shield he had repaired before, but he believed the materials were still enough for something useful. So he forged a weapon specifically for a desperate moment like this. The result was Miming, a blacksmith-only C-rank sword whose special ability guaranteed one attack would land. That power came with a harsh limitation: the sword would break after a single use. Zig had meant to save it for a truly critical crisis, not spend it on what he thought would be a routine Medusa fight. He is still mourning that loss when the others suddenly grab him. Instead of letting him brood, the party erupts in celebration and tosses him into the air for defeating the boss in one strike. Zig tries to protest, but they crowd around him before he can explain how narrow the victory really was. They openly credit him with carrying the party and are amazed that a blacksmith could turn the battle around so completely. Embarrassed, Zig insists he is not as impressive as they think. One of the others doubles down, proudly declaring that he had trusted Zig's worth all along. The praise leaves Zig stunned and unsure how to respond. The cheering only grows louder, forcing him to endure the attention. Their celebration triggers a burst of light in the chamber, signaling that the dungeon is changing again. A new portal opens where the battle ended, drawing the party onward. They enter what the system identifies as the Ice Palace secret room. Inside, they find an old library rather than treasure. The healer immediately realizes something is wrong and complains that they have been tricked. After searching the shelves, the party confirms the room appears completely empty. The scholar reasons that if this so-called secret room has no reward, then Medusa may not have been the true final objective after all. Zig disagrees that Medusa was ordinary, noting that she had boss-level traits and a hidden pattern unlike the other Medusas. Even so, he suspects the room itself is hiding something and starts testing the environment instead of the books. He smashes the stone table apart, startling the others with his sudden certainty. Though they worry he has hurt himself, Zig is more interested in what the broken stone reveals. The others ask if he is alright, but he has already noticed a clue they missed. He begins laughing to himself, delighted that his hunch was correct. His manic excitement confuses the party until he finally explains what he found. The broken layer is limestone, and that detail immediately matters to him. He points out that there had also been limestone dust on the table earlier, which now makes sense. Since there was no reason to coat a hard stone table with soft limestone, he concludes the surface was deliberately concealing something beneath it. He steps into position, ready to break through the cover completely. The moment he focuses, he catches the hidden grain and weakness in the stone. Trusting his craftsman's eye, he strikes exactly where it will split open. The false surface shatters apart, and exposes what had been buried underneath. Zig realizes with satisfaction that the secret was hidden in the table itself. Beneath the limestone lies the true secret room reward, an ancient mural and inscription. The mural begins by depicting ordinary life under the gaze of the heavens. It then shows divine punishment raining down in fire and destruction. At the center of the catastrophe is a floating fortress falling from the sky. The party is amazed that Zig uncovered the clues so quickly and asks how he figured it out. He brushes off the praise and turns their attention to the newly revealed mural. The scholar volunteers to read the inscription, hoping it will explain the fortress. His eyeglass reveals its hidden function. It can decipher ancient rune letters. Using that ability, he translates the warning that those who imitate God will perish through their arrogance. The inscription then gives a specific instruction to return to the clock stopped at 7:28, the moment the aerial fortress fell, and step into the past. The party checks the old clock and sees that its hands can indeed be set to that exact time. When the clock suddenly rings, everyone is startled by the mechanism activating on its own. A brilliant magic circle spreads across the floor, blinding them as the room itself responds to the inscription. They realize too late that they have triggered a teleportation circle. Far away in the real world, the game company DreamMax looms over the unfolding event. Inside the company, an employee confirms that the hidden location has truly been found. The executive is impressed that players discovered the aerial fortress within only 2 weeks. Rather than being alarmed, he is pleased because delaying the patch now seems like a brilliant business move. He expects the discovery to generate publicity for the game, though his subordinate quietly warns that things may not stay under control. Back in the dungeon, Zig is caught in the golden light as the teleport completes. The party emerges outside and receives system recognition for clearing the Ice Palace and becoming the first discoverers of the aerial fortress of Mycenia. Each member is awarded prestige and the title Discoverer of the Aerial Fortress, confirming that this hidden area is a major world event. They finally see the reward for the Ice Palace, the buried Mycenia aerial fortress itself. Before they can recover, a towering figure approaches from within the fortress. The stranger addresses them directly as the Sia family, proving he already knows who they are. He introduces himself not as an enemy, but as someone who has come to welcome them. He leads them into the royal palace of the aerial fortress. There, he presents them before his king and formally announces them as guests. As the palace doors blaze with ancient light, even their guide admits he does not understand the mechanism fully. Inside the throne room, a spectral court awaits them in eerie grandeur. The king reveals himself as Ivanius III, a level 120 spiritual image of the ruler of ancient Mycenia. The party panics at the sight of a dead king speaking to them, and only the scholar manages to distinguish a specter from a simple ghost. He explains that a specter is a monster bound to the living world by unresolved regret. That technical distinction does nothing to calm the others, who still hear only that they are facing a ghost-type monster. The healer tries to charge in and exorcise him on impulse, but the others stop her before she provokes disaster. Her holy attack fizzles harmlessly against the king's presence. The party restrains her and forces themselves to listen instead of fighting. Ivanius notes that they are the first guests to arrive in 300 years and asks them to hear his story before judging him. He recounts that Mycenia was once a prosperous kingdom whose magical technology brought peace and transformed the world. Its downfall came because that technology advanced too far. The gods destroyed Mycenia for trespassing into their domain, and the survivors fled aboard the aerial fortress. Even that escape failed, leaving the king and his people trapped underground as ghosts. He explains that their greatest offense was creating new life in the form of chimeras. Yet he refuses to repent, arguing that if the pursuit of knowledge is sinful, then the God who made humans seek knowledge is equally to blame. What truly torments him is the thought that the magical knowledge his people won will vanish from history. That regret is the reason his spirit still remains. He asks the party to help restore the aerial fortress so Mycenia's achievements will be remembered and his people can finally pass on. The request becomes a formal hidden quest to rebuild the fortress and release the trapped spirits. The healer immediately wants to accept out of sympathy for the king. The archer, despite her fear of ghosts, agrees as well. Zig also supports accepting, partly because hidden quests are rare and valuable. He also knows refusing a resentful king surrounded by powerful chimeras would almost certainly turn into a battle they cannot win. So the party accepts the restoration quest together. The system responds by assigning each member an individual task, and Zig's mission is to reactivate the fortress power reactor by remaking broken parts and building complex mechanisms. Seeing the requirements, Zig is dismayed because the assembly skill threshold is far beyond what he currently has. The others compare tasks and realize each of them has been sent toward distant regions and specialized objectives. Compared to theirs, Zig's mission seems simpler on paper, though still brutally difficult for his current build. As the discussion continues, the Medusa's snakes quietly slither nearby, reminding them that Deborah's influence is still hanging over this dungeon. The king's servants present each party member with a gift to aid them in the quest. He urges them to do their best, treating the gifts as an advance investment in the fortress's restoration. The party is stunned to find that the presents are already high-grade items, including epic equipment. They realize the rewards are so generous that even accepting the quest has made them stronger. Zig's gift is a Holy Rune jacket, a production-class coat that greatly boosts defense, stamina, and craftsmanship-related performance. He is thrilled by the stamina increase, and starts imagining how much greater the final reward might be if they actually succeed. The scholar then asks the king a question that has been bothering him since the story began. He wants to know whether the last visitors 300 years ago were Deborah and her companions. Ivanius confirms that Deborah promised to rebuild the fortress but instead stole Mycenia's knowledge and abandoned them. That revelation makes Zig realize the Ice Palace and this hidden fortress were connected through Deborah all along. Zig seizes the chance to ask his own question. His concern is far more practical. He wants to know how they are supposed to get back to the surface from this buried fortress. The king falls silent, clearly having no useful answer. He finally admits he does not know, leaving the party to infer that the Ice Palace lies somewhere above them. Elsewhere in the Ice Palace, other adventurers complain that no one has achieved a perfect clear there for 2 weeks, and wonder how hard the dungeon really is. Deborah suddenly appears among them and calls out to the strongest-looking players. She immediately asks whether they brought a magic reflector. The confused adventurers have no idea what she is talking about. Deborah is shocked that they entered without even basic preparation and warns them that the boss inside is the infamous Medusa. One swordsman panics because he has no reflector and no answer to petrification. Deborah instantly turns the crisis into business, setting up shop and offering magic reflectors for sale at a bargain. Before she can profit, the ice around her suddenly begins to crack. A hidden wall collapses open and exposes the passage the Sia family created from below. The breakthrough sends people screaming and scrambling as the buried party bursts back into the Ice Palace. The crowd stares in disbelief at the group that has literally emerged from inside the wall. The Sia family crawls out battered but triumphant, and Zig proudly claims he knew following the sound of wind would lead them to an exit. The surrounding adventurers can only gape at the absurd sight of the titled party appearing from nowhere. As they notice the discoverer of the aerial fortress title over the party's heads, rumors spread that a new dungeon has been found. Excitement erupts immediately as bystanders realize this is not just an escape, but the discovery of another hidden area. Word races through the player community that the Sia family has achieved a perfect clear for the Ice Palace and uncovered something even bigger. The news causes instant chaos as people rush to alert their guild leaders and seize the opportunity. In the real world, another player hears the news and panics over what move to make next. Overwhelmed by the sudden shift in the game's balance, he can only clutch his head and wonder what he should do now. With the crowd closing in on them, the group realizes they cannot settle their business peacefully inside the game. They agree to continue the conversation in real life instead, even as one of them eagerly welcomes the idea. Outside the game, Yuhan panics at the thought of meeting everyone face to face. He remembers how much cooler he made himself look in the game and fears reality will ruin that image. Staring at himself in the mirror, he becomes convinced the others will be disappointed and briefly considers hiding at home. Meanwhile, the game community erupts with a flashy broadcast delivering breaking news about Arpedia Online. The hosts announce that the whole player base is obsessed with the mysterious incident from the previous night. They reveal that a new field has suddenly appeared, the fallen aerial fortress, drawing players in droves. Rumors quickly connect the fortress to the dungeon and the recently discovered Ice Palace in North Ark. The speculation goes further, suggesting the fortress may even be tied to Deborah. The broadcast teases that the people who first uncovered the dungeon likely hold the key to the mystery. Just before the hosts expose their identities, someone cuts the reveal short, sparing the group from even more attention. Later, the group meets at a cafe, where they admit things are going to be difficult for a while. Yuhan explains that their sudden fame makes them targets for anyone seeking information, and some players may even attack them for it. Yuha answers that threat with pure aggression, ready to fight anyone who comes after them. As the others settle down, they notice that Zig still has not arrived. They expect him any moment when the cafe door finally opens. A nervous newcomer steps in and apologetically asks for their attention. He introduces himself as the late-arriving Zig, shocking everyone with how ordinary he looks in real life. The disbelief is loud enough to spill outside the cafe. Once the shock settles, the group tells him that his real-world presence feels completely different from his in-game persona. They reassure him that he actually looks healthier now, and he realizes his recent dojo training has visibly changed him. The introductions begin with Yuha proudly revealing she is a high school senior who started the game by following Charon and has already surpassed her level. Junsu follows by introducing himself as a law student and senior at Hanlin University who belongs to the same club as Sia. Jaehyun then identifies himself as a mixed martial artist from the same dojo Yuhan attends. That detail catches Yuhan off guard and makes him question what dojo they are talking about. When Jaehyun confirms it is Charon's family dojo, the connection between their lives suddenly becomes much more personal. Charon is stunned to learn that Zig has been training at her father's dojo all along. Instead of being bothered, she delights in the coincidence and thinks it is amazing. Yuhan, however, grows visibly tense as a suspicion starts forming. He carefully asks whether Charon's father is Coach Song Tae-soo, and she confirms it immediately. That answer leaves him awkwardly trapped with a secret he can no longer avoid. He finally reveals that he is Kan Yuhan, the eldest son of Happy Mart and Charon's childhood friend. The revelation hits Charon so hard that her scream carries out of the cafe. After the uproar, the others piece together the situation for her. They explain that she and Yuhan were childhood friends and that Jaehyun had already recognized him, which only makes her more frustrated at being the last to know. She quickly calms herself and blames her own failure to recognize him, finally understanding why he seemed familiar. Putting the shock aside, she reaches out to reconnect properly. Charon offers a belated but sincere greeting, acknowledging how long it has been since they last met. Yuhan hesitates, still processing the reunion. He accepts the moment and returns her greeting, and the two finally reconnect as old friends. Yuha watches their handshake with intense interest, already reading too much into it. She abruptly drags everyone back to the real reason they gathered, forcing the group to focus on the quest. The others agree, and the meeting turns into a serious discussion about what to do next. Time passes as they talk through the situation. The conversation stretches on long enough for the afternoon to slip away. Even the girls are surprised by how much time has passed. By the time they leave the cafe, evening has already settled in. Yuhan says his home is in the opposite direction and prepares to part ways with the group. Before he can leave, the others stop him and call him back. Charon insists on exchanging phone numbers, and the rest immediately pile on with the same request. Yuhan is caught off guard by how naturally they want to stay connected with him. As he saves their contacts, he realizes how long it has been since he last exchanged numbers with anyone new. Walking away alone, he is quietly moved by the simple fact that he now has people to contact. He considers messaging them right away but decides to wait until they have all finished their quests, just as they agreed. That calm moment is shattered when his phone suddenly rings. He fumbles badly with the phone, startled by the unexpected call. Seeing the group's new contacts on his screen, he first assumes the call must be from one of them. Instead, an unfamiliar number appears, strange enough to make him suspicious. He answers cautiously. The caller greets him by both Bartz and Zig, proving they know his in-game and real identities. Yuhan immediately demands to know who is speaking. The caller refuses to hide the truth for long and says Yuhan already knows him. He reveals himself as the person who erased Bartz. Yuhan's anger explodes into open fury. The hacker mocks him by asking how it feels to raise a new character from scratch. Yuhan realizes he is being taunted and nearly loses control. He accuses the caller of hacking other people's IDs for amusement and demands to know his motive. The hacker only toys with him further, claiming Yuhan had once treated him kindly in the game. That hint makes Yuhan realize this may be someone he actually encountered before. He shouts for the caller's identity, but the answer remains just out of reach. The hacker tells him to calm down, insisting he did not call just to provoke a fight. Yuhan can barely contain his rage and curses him outright. Forcing himself to think, Yuhan demands to know what the caller really wants. The hacker proposes a bet. He explains that he is currently using a stolen account in Arpedia Online to sell off the hacked items, turning the whole situation into a game of hide-and-seek. If Yuhan can find that character before everything is sold, the hacker promises to restore Bartz. He boasts that restoring a deleted character would be easy for someone of his skill. When Yuhan asks what happens if he fails, the hacker answers with a new threat. If Yuhan loses, the hacker will erase his current Blacksmith character as well. That threat leaves Yuhan silent for a beat. Then he accepts the challenge. He warns the hacker that if he catches him, the revenge will be brutal. His outburst is so loud it startles even a nearby dog and draws attention from strangers in the park. Elsewhere, someone monitoring the situation remarks that Yuhan is dealing with a truly dangerous opponent. At the Cyber Investigation Office, Yuhan learns that even the specialists cannot trace the hacker. The investigator bluntly tells him to give up. He explains that the hacker is covering his tracks so carefully that even national-level agencies would struggle to catch him. Yuhan leaves with no practical lead and no official help. Walking alone at night, he admits he expected as much but is still left with nothing to follow. The hacker's taunt about someone Yuhan once treated kindly keeps echoing in his mind. That clue pushes him to review every notable person he met in the game. He mentally runs through old allies, enemies, and strangers, searching for anyone who fits the voice behind the call. Frustration boils over, and he physically jolts himself back to focus. He slaps his own cheeks repeatedly to stop spiraling. Yuhan forces himself to think rationally and reminds himself not to accuse anyone without evidence. At the same time, the hacker commits to his own plan inside the game. He begins by gathering a large stockpile of wooden soldier hearts for blacksmith work. Determined to build his reputation as a smith, he decides to trace the illegal weapon trade through crafting itself. He completes Galley's trial quest and immediately demands to be taught disassembly. Galley welcomes him as the long-awaited person who can finally help complete the Mecha Dragon. But before Galley can chase his own obsession, Yuhan forces him to remember the promised lesson. Galley rummages around for a moment, trying to figure out how to teach him. Instead of a proper lecture, he simply hands over a tray of tools and a manual. Yuhan learns that the set is Galley's smithy training kit, meant to contain the essence of the dwarf's techniques. Galley tells him to study the book and use the pile of materials however he likes, then leaves him to figure it out alone. The abrupt abandonment leaves Yuhan stunned by how little actual teaching he received. Resigned, he decides to treat the manual like a skill book and teach himself. As he opens Galley's training journal, he starts searching for the section on disassembly. A sudden discovery catches his eye. The journal does not stop at disassembly but also includes assembly techniques. Realizing the book teaches both breaking things down and putting them back together, he is thrilled. That matters immediately because the aerial fortress quest requires assembly skill to repair its power reactor. He apologizes to Galley in hindsight for doubting him and recognizes the dwarf's gift as exactly what he needed. Fired up again, he vows to squeeze every bit of value out of the book. He begins practicing by smashing sample parts apart. The first attempts leave him sitting in silence, surrounded by failure. He complains that the iron plates are too fragile and keep breaking before proper disassembly can even happen. The method in the book requires controlled damage, but the materials are so weak that neither disassembly nor later assembly benefits from his grained skill. Discouraged, he briefly wonders if he should give up. Then the hacker's voice resurfaces in his mind, reigniting his anger. Remembering Bartz's deletion hardens his resolve. He refuses to quit and swears he will keep trying until he succeeds. He throws himself back into practice with renewed intensity. Elsewhere in the game, Deborah laments that one of her latest schemes has collapsed. She realizes the failure is not because of Zig getting in her way, but because she should have followed him instead. Watching the trio who first uncovered the ancient city, she concludes that sticking close to them would have led her to even greater profit. She decides that what she senses around Zig is not trouble but the scent of money. When a commotion breaks out in the city, she immediately perks up and assumes something valuable is happening. The rumor turns out to be even better than free items. People report that something major is happening in the center of the city. Back in the workshop, Yuhan works himself to exhaustion and collapses among broken gears. Even Gali grows tense as the situation escalates elsewhere. A dragon suddenly appears over the city, throwing the area into panic. At nearly the same time, Yuhan finally succeeds in producing a proper gear. That breakthrough grants him the disassembly skill, with better ranks reducing material loss. He immediately tests the next step by fitting salvaged parts together. This time the pieces align cleanly instead of falling apart. He successfully assembles the clockwork and celebrates mastering the second half of the process as well. Wanting to preserve the milestone, he switches to screenshot mode to record the moment. Just as he poses proudly, something outside interrupts him. An explosion tears through the area, ruining the photo and jolting him into alarm. The failed screenshot catches only his shocked face. The next shot captures the mechanical dragon blasting through the city. Another image shows buildings exploding under its attack. A final glimpse catches the machine soaring upward through smoke and fire. Someone watches the flying machine from below, framing it with their hands as if admiring a masterpiece. That spectator is the blonde noble, who is delighted by the scale of the event. Even with chaos erupting around him, he decides not to intervene yet because he is busy and wants to find Zig first. Still smiling beneath the looming machinery, he wonders why Zig has stopped replying after ordering such a large amount of iron. A gigantic mechanical dragon suddenly crashes into the village, turning the peaceful area into a disaster zone. In the chaos, the system coldly reports Dylan's death, confirming that the attack is already claiming lives. The villagers panic as they realize a boss-level monster has appeared in town, while some still desperately look for the real dragon they expected to fight. Legis is stunned that people are dying because of a dragon attack that came out of nowhere. Her shock immediately twists into delight when she realizes the catastrophe has also scattered valuable loot everywhere. Instead of helping, she starts treating the ruined village like a treasure field and eagerly gathers the items she farmed. She darts through the wreckage, thrilled to find rare gear and auction-worthy equipment among the debris. Convinced coming to North Ark was a brilliant decision, she happily stuffs away her spoils. Her looting spree is cut short when a violent impact throws her and her bags aside. She turns and finds herself face to face with the mechanical dragon's head. Recognizing something about the machine, she is baffled that this specific construct is here at all. Before she can process it, the dragon charges up and fires a blast straight at her. The attack erupts with overwhelming force, threatening to kill her instantly. Legis can do nothing but scream as the beam closes in. At the last moment, a barrage of attacks slams into the machine and disrupts its firing mechanism. Legis is left frozen in disbelief at her sudden rescue. The damaged mecha dragon explodes and is knocked away from her. It crashes to the ground in front of her, temporarily neutralized. Shaken and sweating, Legis realizes she survived by pure luck. The story shifts to North Ark's court, where responsibility for the disaster is being judged. Zig loudly objects before the blame can be pinned on him. He insists he has nothing to do with the metal dragon that destroyed the village and claims he was only an innocent tourist caught in the middle of events. Gali unexpectedly backs him up by declaring they were never true partners. Zig briefly mistakes Gali's statement for an act of loyalty that might save him. Gali immediately crushes that hope, calling Zig nothing more than a useless errand boy and blaming him for ruining the mecha dragon. The two start brawling and hurling insults at each other in open court. The judge restores order and formally asks whether they admit to working together to create the mecha dragon and causing massive destruction. Gali refuses to accept guilt and argues that the real fault lies with the Union for rejecting his proposal to co-produce the machine. He reminds everyone that they mocked the project and doubted the mecha dragon could even function. Now that it has proven itself, he demands they acknowledge the results instead of condemning him. Gali boasts that he built such a powerful weapon cheaply and insists the disaster happened only because no one supported him sooner. Zig stares at him in disbelief as Gali keeps talking himself deeper into trouble. He realizes Gali has completely lost his mind and is dragging them both toward a life sentence. Even so, murmurs in the courtroom show that some people are starting to think Gali's weapon might actually have value. When they hear the mecha dragon's breath even damage the Great Wall, the crowd begins to see it as a potential anti-dragon weapon. The possibility of using such a machine against Endurers shifts the mood of the trial. The judge acknowledges that the destruction was not their original intention, but he also rules that the damage is undeniable and says the court will impose a different kind of punishment. Instead of immediate imprisonment, they are ordered to create a new weapon powerful enough to compensate for the damage and defeat Enduras. The judge makes clear that this order applies directly to Dwarf Galley and Human Zig. If they fail, both of them will be sentenced to life in prison. Zig is horrified by how close he still is to total ruin. After the trial, the two stand amid the wreckage left by the mecha dragon and face the consequences together. Zig explodes at Galley for saying such reckless things and condemning him to a prison sentence that could last until the game ends. Galley calmly reveals he did have a plan and asks Zig to hear him out. To make sure Zig listens, Galley gets his attention with a sharp snap. Once Zig finally focuses, Galley gives him a direct assignment. He says the key is Flame Mount, a volcanic region tied to dragons. Galley explains that the mecha dragon did not fail because it was too strong, but because its mana input was too weak and the system overcompensated until it collapsed. When Zig tries to walk away, Galley physically stops him before he can escape the conversation. Zig openly declares he wants to run, but Galley tempts him by promising a worthwhile reward if he cooperates. That promise is enough to make Zig hesitate and listen. Galley offers him a custom gauntlet that can fire durable steel wires with simple controls. He sweetens the deal further by promising to teach Zig a sacred dwarven technique if the mission succeeds. Then he reveals the actual task. Zig must go to Flame Mount and bring back a dragon heart. The system immediately turns that demand into a formal quest with a 1-month deadline. A dragon heart is explained to be the source of a dragon's life force and magic, and an absurdly rare item to obtain. Zig knows just how impossible that sounds, because even at his former peak he never managed to get one. Galley admits his lead is based on old information he once heard in the elf village. According to that rumor, a dragon connected to the former elf chief went to Flame Mount to die in peace, which means a dragon heart may still be hidden there. Zig is furious that Galley expects him to risk everything on such uncertain information. He also remembers that Flame Mount is a brutal high-level area full of sulfur gas, monsters, and lava, far beyond what most players can handle. Meanwhile, Legis watches Zig depart by balloon and decides she will run away if things get dangerous. But her sly smile reveals she has no intention of letting him go alone. As Zig travels, he keeps himself busy practicing assembly work during the flight. He focuses on crafting and adjusting parts while in the balloon basket. Suddenly, something hooks onto the balloon from below. The violent jolt nearly knocks Zig over and interrupts his work. At first he thinks the balloon itself may have burst. Then he looks down and finds Legis hanging from a rope beneath the basket, screaming for help. She shamelessly demands to be pulled aboard, while Zig angrily calls out the con artist who has invaded his ride. Once inside, Legis leaves the balloon wobbling and Zig scolds her for nearly tipping them over. He tries to throw her back out immediately now that she is safe. Legis refuses and physically grabs him, declaring she will not let him ditch her this time. Zig is caught off guard when she reveals she already knows where he is headed. She correctly guesses he is on his way to the aerial fortress quest and excitedly fishes for details about hidden treasures and secret dungeons. 3 days later, Legis is still with him, having successfully forced herself into the journey. The pair finally arrive at Flame Mount much faster than expected. The volcanic landscape is so extreme that Zig can only stare in disbelief at what he has walked into. He immediately tries to leave the dangerous place to Legis and head off on his own business. Legis grabs him and demands to know why he brought them there if he refuses to explain anything. She rants that Flame Mount is filthy, dangerous, and full of ways to die horribly. Her warning becomes real when she notices a level 80 scorpion soldier approaching from behind. The monster closes in while the two are still arguing. The system identifies it as a mindless burrowing insect monster native to the volcanic region. Legis panics as the scorpion lunges at her. She clings to Zig and begs him to do something, even though he has no combat role. Zig protests that he is not a fighter, and Legis snaps back that neither is she. With no better option, Zig reluctantly draws a weapon and prepares to face one enemy. That hope dies instantly when an entire swarm of scorpion soldiers emerges around them. Zig gives up on survival almost immediately. As the monsters charge, he collapses into despair while Legis desperately tries to force him back into action. The scorpions close in for the kill, while both of them brace for death. Legis suddenly notices something moving faster than the monsters. A projectile slams into one of the scorpions with crushing force. More attacks follow, smashing the swarm apart before it can reach the pair. Zig realizes the scorpions are being struck by thrown weapons from somewhere else. He turns toward the source as a new group rushes into the battlefield. A fierce cry announces the arrival of another force. Lizardmen warriors charge in and begin slaughtering the scorpions in close combat. They overwhelm the swarm with coordinated attacks and quickly seize control of the area. The system identifies the newcomers as level 58 lizardmen, intelligent reptilian spear fighters. Their assault continues until the scorpions are completely wiped out. When the dust settles, Zig and Legis find themselves surrounded not by enemies, but by an entire lizardman hunting party. The last remains of the scorpions lie shattered at their feet. The lizardmen stare at the humans in tense silence after saving them. Zig senses an opportunity and starts thinking fast. He awkwardly thanks the lizardman who helped them, trying to turn the rescue into a friendly encounter. Assuming they can understand him, he attempts to speak to them directly. Before he can finish, one of them abruptly knocks him aside. The surrounding lizardmen close in and begin conferring among themselves. Zig and Legis realize too late that they are being treated as captives, not guests. A lizard man declares that humans have trespassed on their territory. A stronger lizard warrior announces that the intruders will be used as sacrifices. Zig goes silent in shock as the situation turns from rescue to ritual execution. The lizard men hoist both humans up and carry them away despite their protests. Zig panics because he has no idea where the tribe is taking them, or how lizardmen society even works. Legis begs to be spared and offers Zig as the better meal, only to be silenced by their captors. By the time they stop, Zig is half-conscious and hanging helplessly in ropes. The heat and smoke start to bring him back to awareness. As he opens his eyes, he realizes something is very wrong. He and Legis are dangling over a pit of lava while the lizard men prepare the sacrifice. Falling toward the molten pit, Zig desperately asks Legis for some miracle item that might save them. Legis, exhausted and disgusted with the game itself, looks ready to give up rather than help. Zig screams at the lizard men for saving them only to kill them anyway, and they bluntly answer that they need a sacrifice. He rages back that he refuses to be reduced to an offering. The ropes lower them even closer to the lava, making the threat immediate. Both of them panic as they feel the heat rising beneath their feet. The lizard men order Zig to stop resisting and accept his role as the sacrifice. One warrior moves to finish the ritual without hesitation. Zig can only scream as death seems certain. At the last instant, a commanding voice interrupts the execution. The warriors obey immediately and release the humans from the sacrifice. The speaker is revealed as the level 75 lizard chief, head of the tribe. Zig instantly drops the act of terror and starts clowning around behind the chief, trying to exploit the sudden change. Legis catches on and plays along, both of them pretending to be important figures tied to the mighty Hone. The chief admits he does not understand what that claim means. Legis answers that understanding is unnecessary because Hone's will matters more, and the chief confirms that Hone has indeed ordered them to seek human help. One warrior objects that lizard men need no human assistance, but Zig mocks that bravado by pointing out how many of them died in the last battle. The chief silences the warrior before the argument can escalate. Watching the humans' antics, the chief decides they need to be restrained rather than trusted freely. He orders the so-called great messengers taken to the tribe's prison. Zig is baffled that their supposed promotion has somehow ended in imprisonment. A short time later, he and Legis are locked inside a cage and shouting at their captors. They furiously remind the tribe that they were called Hone's messengers and that the lizard men themselves said they needed human help. Their complaints echo uselessly through the volcanic prison. A warrior finally rejects their outrage outright. He explains that the old rule is still to eliminate trespassers without exception because that law also came from Hone. But he adds that Hone has now also ordered them to seek human help, and the tribe is too weak to oppose the shamans on its own. Left brooding over that contradiction, the warrior concludes that Hone must be right and that the tribe's own warriors simply have not trained hard enough. A lizard warrior struggles with an order he does not want to obey. He admits he despises humans and is being pushed toward violence because of them. An elder reminds him that the will of the mighty Hone is absolute, and the warrior reluctantly accepts that. The elder presses him to do what duty demands. The warrior hesitates, torn between hatred and obedience. In the end, he chooses mercy and orders the humans released instead. Before that decision can settle, a violent impact shakes the mountain. The prison area erupts as the captives force their way out. The barrier gives way completely under the breakout. The red-haired man boasts that nothing here can stop him, while his white-haired companion warns he may be provoking the wrong enemy. He snaps at her to stop talking and threatens to abandon her, and she instantly flatters him to stay on his good side. The lizard warrior notices the disturbance and turns toward them. For a brief moment, both sides freeze as they realize they have run into each other. The two humans immediately understand they are in serious danger. They bolt, and the lizard warrior charges after them. He calls for the human to stop because he needs to talk. The man refuses outright and keeps running, convinced this is a trap. Frustrated, the lizard curses humans for never listening. The chase barrels deeper through the cavern as the warrior keeps pursuing. More lizard underlings rush in and cut off the human's escape. Surrounded, the man realizes there is nowhere left to run. Even now, the lizard warrior tries to stop the fight and insists he only wants to talk. The man ignores that plea and, fearing they will be thrown into lava if caught, hurriedly searches for a way out. He equips a pickaxe-like weapon and decides to force a path himself. With no escape route left, he resolves to create one. He smashes through the cavern wall to open a way outside. The rock face cracks open under the blow. He commits fully, determined to break through. The lizard warrior panics and begs him to stop before he destroys something vital. A huge opening tears through the mountain, exposing the hidden interior to the outside world. Elsewhere, a hooded scout using a long-range vision skill locates the breach. His armored leader learns the opening is on the west side and praises the scouts as rank I for finding it so quickly. Realizing the entrance has been revealed, the leader calls his men to move. He rallies a large human force and sends them toward the mountain. Back inside, the two escapees run again as lizard soldiers pursue them. The lizard warrior demands to know why the human would do something so reckless. The woman dryly answers that he merely gave their home a window. The warrior is horrified because the human still does not understand the seriousness of what he has done. The woman jokes about expensive houses with big windows, then suddenly notices danger behind them. A massive fire attack forms overhead before they can react. The blast detonates and hurls them away in a wave of heat. The man recognizes the spell as Mega Fire. The newly open area is suddenly flooded with human intruders and flames as the invasion begins. The purple-haired leader attacks a lizard mid-command, cutting him off before he can organize resistance. Delighted by the chaos, he declares it is time to hunt lizards. He unleashes a lethal strike with savage enthusiasm. His forces surge in behind him and begin slaughtering lizard defenders throughout the nest. Watching from cover, the red-haired man is stunned by how many humans have appeared. He realizes these invaders are far stronger than the area's usual level and identifies the swordswoman Yuna as one of them. He also recognizes the hooded mage Sanko among the attackers. The lizard warrior, battered but alive, sees yet another wave of humans descend on his people. He grips his weapon and chooses to keep fighting. He calls on his warriors to protect the nest at all costs. The red-haired man cannot understand why the lizard is still resisting. To him, the lizards are hopelessly outnumbered and should be fleeing instead of standing their ground. He concludes they are all going to die if they keep this up. Then something the warrior said finally catches his attention. Amid the battle, the lizard orders everyone to run to the surrounding desert before they are wiped out. The purple-haired leader refuses to let the warrior escape and grabs him, intent on finishing him personally. A sudden strike interrupts that pursuit. The leader is forced to block as the lizard warrior counters fiercely. Even while fighting, the warrior insists he must stop the human. From a nearby opening, the red-haired man and the hooded mage call for Yuna to retreat to safety. The mage knows Yuna will ignore advice once she gets carried away. The lizard warrior roars in pain and fury as the fight intensifies. The purple-haired leader mocks him and treats the battle like entertainment rather than a mission. The warrior rejects every human demand and tells them to kill him if they must. The leader refuses, preferring to torture him instead. He raises his sword to maim the lizard, starting with an eye. A blue projectile knocks his strike off course at the last instant. The sword slams harmlessly into the ground instead of the warrior. A new arrival coldly tells him that is enough. Yuna steps in and reminds him the quest is to seize the nest, not indulge in torture. He bristles at being corrected and starts to argue back. His answer reveals he only respects money or force, not discipline. Yuna cuts off his rant with a hard blow. The lizard warrior uses the opening to flee while the leader reels in pain. The leader curses the escaping lizard and wants to chase him down. Yuna stops him before he can continue. The scene shifts to the surrounding desert outside the mountain. The lizard warrior regains consciousness there, breathing heavily. He finds himself sitting around a campfire with the two humans and another elder lizard. The elder says the timing is good because he was just about to explain everything to the humans. The red-haired man awkwardly admits he still does not really know what is going on. Burdened by guilt, he apologizes for collapsing the cave and assumes the lizard's losses are his fault. The warrior explodes at the apology, insisting that simple regret cannot settle this. When the human is confused, the warrior says he still understands nothing. The real disaster, he explains, is not the dead in battle but the exposed nest and the legacy they failed to protect. He blames the entire crisis on human interference. The woman thinks he is overreacting over a mob's deaths, but only whispers it. The warrior rejects that view completely and says human ideas of value do not apply to lizard honor. The elder calms him and asks both humans to listen before judging. He asks everyone to settle down so he can finally tell the truth. The elder reveals that their tribe has long guarded a dragon's legacy. That legacy belongs to the dragon tied to Flame Mount itself. More specifically, they have spent over a century protecting the tomb of the mighty dragon Hideas. The red-haired man immediately suspects what treasure this must involve. The elder confirms it is the dragon heart. The human's excitement makes it obvious he had guessed correctly. The mention of treasure is enough to make greed flare in the nearby invaders. The purple-haired leader openly revels in the money already gained from the raid. But a lizard shaman declares that the quest is not over yet. He reveals himself as a magical variant of Lizard Man and warns that the real objective remains unresolved. The humans react with surprise at the appearance of a shaman. The elder begins a flashback, saying everything started to fall apart when one gifted child betrayed them. That child had always stood apart from the rest of the tribe. She was brilliant, articulate, and capable of advanced magic. Because of that genius, the elder elevated her to the role of lizard shaman. She seemed at first to justify all his hopes for the tribe. Under her influence, the tribe prospered and was renewed. Then she changed, becoming obsessed with a mysterious book and with the power of the dragon heart. Her ambition grew so dark that she intended to use that power to enslave the entire tribe. When they tried to stop her, she resisted and the dragon heart slipped from her grasp. The elder condemned her betrayal as greed-driven theft of the mighty Hon's legacy. He insists the dragon heart is sacred power meant only to protect Flame Mount. To misuse it for personal gain would amount to destroying their own home. The warrior's rage in the present reflects how unforgivable that betrayal remains to them. The elder says they captured the traitor once, but she escaped with magic. After that, she kept pursuing the dragon heart by hiring human mercenaries to attack the tribe again and again. The elder says the tribe has resisted with everything it has, because without the dragon heart Flame Mount will fall into chaos. The human asks what kind of chaos he means. The answer is catastrophic. Without the great dragon's legacy, the volcanic force he suppressed will erupt uncontrollably. The woman panics and asks if they should be fleeing immediately. The elder explains there is still a little time because they hid the dragon heart in the magma, beyond the trader's reach for now. The dragon heart remains suspended within the molten core. The shaman adds that the tribe recharges it through a monthly ritual, and the next ceremony is only a week away. He warns that the enemy will certainly return before then to seize the place. So he offers the gathered humans double pay if they defend the cave until the ceremony. The purple-haired leader instantly brightens at the promise of more money. He eagerly accepts the job of guarding the cave for that week. Yuna focuses on the time limit and starts thinking ahead. She realizes a week is all they have to solve the problem. The elder states the consequence plainly if the dragon heart is not recovered in time. Flame Mount will explode. With that grim mission set, the humans and lizards move out together across the desert. The white-haired woman still thinks the whole plan sounds insane, but after thinking it through, she decides to support it. She declares that they will bring back the dragon heart. As they walk, she scolds the red-haired man for volunteering after seeing how many enemies they face. He shrugs it off, saying she chose to follow him and can leave if she wants. That challenge catches her off guard. Instead of backing down, she erupts and clings to him even more stubbornly. Their bickering is cut short when an enormous stone guardian rises before them. The red-haired man greets the new obstacle with a confident grin. He identifies it as a steel-framed sphinx guarding the other-world pyramid and says he is about to show everyone his plan. Far away in the real world, the story shifts to a city at night. A dark-haired woman lies awake in bed, checking her phone. She reads messages from other players, all struggling with different parts of the quest. When they ask how she is doing, a new message demands her answer. She stays silent for a beat, clearly hiding that she knows far more than the others. A brutal clash is already underway against monstrous lizardmen. The beasts keep pressing through the attack instead of falling back. Their ferocity makes the opening battle feel chaotic and overwhelming. Far from that battlefield, someone can only admit he has no idea what is happening. A young woman lies in her room anxiously checking her phone, clearly waiting for someone important. When no message comes back, her worry deepens. She wonders if he is simply asleep, while elsewhere he is actually still working frantically. The young man keeps dismantling scrap at high speed, raising his disassemble skill to rank 10 as piles of iron plates accumulate around the lizardmen. The lizardmen obediently carry the materials he produces, though they do not understand his purpose. He realizes he will have to work through the night to finish in time. When the workers start slowing down, he snaps at them to keep moving because every moment matters. One lizardman bristles under the human's orders and resents being treated like a servant. The resentment erupts into open defiance. The lizardman declares that his people should be training for war, not obeying a human craftsman. The young man dismisses that thinking as exactly why the lizardmen keep losing. He challenges their pride by asking why they were defeated by humans in the first place, and the lizardman angrily refuses to accept that they have already lost. Ignoring the threat, the young man says the biggest reason for their defeat is not courage but bad equipment. To prove it, he grabs his hammer and gets ready to demonstrate. He slams his tools down with complete confidence in his craft. Then he bluntly tells the lizardman that their gear is worthless. The cracked old axe in his hand becomes the symbol of everything wrong with their army. He promises to replace their junk with A-rank equipment and turn the war around. That boast backfires when the lizardman reveals the broken axe was his father's keepsake. The smith freezes, realizing he has insulted something precious. Even the system confirms the weapon's value had once been as a keepsake, not just a tool. Ashamed, he apologizes sincerely for trampling on that memory. The lizardman tries to spare him the guilt by insisting a weapon is still just a weapon. That practical answer only makes the young man feel even worse, so he swears to repair it immediately. He throws himself into reforging the axe, promising to make it stronger and more beautiful than before. When he presents the result, it is technically restored but transformed into something flashy and bizarre. The owner immediately rejects the idea that this monstrosity counts as restoration. He even admits he preferred the axe when it was broken, crushing the smith's pride. At the same time, a white-haired woman studying the lizardmen senses that the elder's necklace is the truly valuable item here. Her attention locks onto the red gem hanging from the elder's neck. She approaches sweetly and points out that the necklace is extremely expensive. Pretending admiration, she flatters the elder and asks if her own trinket looks pretty in comparison. She then tries to trade her item for his necklace. The elder politely refuses because the necklace was personally given to him by the great Hideas. Instead of backing off, she becomes even more excited now that she knows it is a legendary treasure. She desperately offers one item after another, but the elder still refuses because the necklace cannot be replaced. Seeing her obsession, the elder offers a different gift instead, a rare golden desert rose. The woman is stunned by the unexpected offer. She instantly recognizes the desert rose as a costly ingredient used for high-grade magic stones. Elsewhere, a violent player grows tired of waiting and screams for the war to start already. He rages that the lizardmen still have not attacked and vents his bloodlust on everyone around him. His tantrum escalates into a demand to slaughter them all the moment they appear. A calmer man nearby notes that the white-haired woman has once again lost patience and stirred trouble. That same man, Hansen, decides he needs to leave before the madness around him drives him insane. He heads out alone into the desert to cool off. During his walk, he spots the white-haired woman moving through the sands. He recognizes her as the same woman who had been with the lizard men earlier, so he approaches her with a smug, predatory tone and accuses her of helping them escape. While he tries to question her, she is too distracted by thoughts of the desert rose to even acknowledge him. Her silence irritates him immediately. He draws his sword, deciding intimidation will get her attention. With a false smile, he asks where the lizard men are hiding. He promises to spare her life if she cooperates, making the threat explicit. She finally looks at him and dismisses him as some ridiculous bearded villain. He takes the insult personally and prepares to attack. Before he can finish boasting, a sword strike suddenly cuts into the confrontation. The blow interrupts Hansen's attack and forces him back. The young smith appears and demands to know why she is out here at all. She immediately turns on him too, scolding him for wandering around while still weak. He fires back that she is the one who should not be here, and she angrily blames him for stealing her undiluted liquid and ruining her plans. Watching them bicker, Hansen absurdly concludes they must have some romantic history. He decides that any relationship between a man and a woman is a plague on society, and turns his bitterness into open hostility. Declaring himself Hansen, level 80, forever alone, he challenges both of them at once. The pair can only stare at him in disbelief as he insists they attack together. The smith warns him he will regret asking for that fight. Hansen charges anyway, convinced he can crush them both. His confidence falters for a split second when something unexpected interrupts his momentum. The smith answers with a cold, confident smile. At that exact moment, word arrives that the lizard men have finally come. A lizard man scout orders everyone to prepare for battle. He announces to the human camp that the lizard man army is advancing. The alarm spreads instantly. The enemy force surges forward in full formation. The smith's expression hardens as he sees his preparations about to be tested. He raises his sword and signals that the real war starts now. The human side answers with a full mobilization as both armies commit to battle. A hooded mage confirms the enemy's approach through magic. The berserk player welcomes the charge instead of fearing it. He gleefully calls for a second lizardman massacre and orders the mages to begin casting. The mages obey and channel a massive fire spell together. Their combined magic condenses into a devastating mega flame. Several blazing fireballs merge overhead into one overwhelming bombardment. The spell crashes down directly onto the advancing lizardmen. The human soldiers assume the hit was perfect and start talking as if the enemy has already been wiped out. They move forward expecting only cleanup. Then confusion spreads when the smoke does not reveal the slaughter they expected. The lizardmen emerge from the flames completely unharmed. The mages are horrified that even 5 mega flames fused together failed to kill them. The smith steps out among the surviving lizardmen and proudly reveals the reason. Their armor was made with magic slime essence. That material's extreme magic resistance turns the human's strongest spells into almost nothing. The white-haired woman protests that they were supposed to stay out of the front lines, but the smith is too thrilled that his work succeeded. He laughs openly as his upgraded army stands untouched behind him. The human soldiers are stunned to see a player apparently fighting on the lizardman's side. One of them realizes he has heard of this man before. The name comes out as Balden's King of Repairs, a title so ridiculous it shocks even the speaker. The revelation spreads just as the smith launches himself into the battle. He dives straight into the human ranks with his sword drawn. His only question is who dared call him a worthless nickname. Then he makes his real intention clear. He wants to fight and destroy every piece of enemy equipment he can reach. He orders the lizardmen to attack. One human swordsman rushes a lizardman confidently, still believing the monsters are weak. His strike is met head-on by upgraded lizardman gear. He is shocked that his attack is blocked so easily. Only then does he realize the lizardmen are now fully armored and armed. Panic spreads as the humans shout that the lizardmen have upgraded their items and become far stronger than expected. The battlefield turns against them as armored lizardmen begin cutting through human fighters. The humans are knocked down and overwhelmed in close combat. Some start screaming to run because they can no longer win. Before a retreat can form, the berserk player unleashes hyper swing to force the battle back under his control. His sweeping attack tears through the front line. He curses the fleeing humans as cowards and insists the lizardmen are still nothing special. A lizardman warrior answers by showing that these new weapons let them strike harder and faster than before. The berserker is smashed in the face by a heavy blow he fails to evade. For the first time, real alarm flashes across his eyes. Even while mocking the lizardman's new armor, he cannot deny the enemy has changed. The lizardman leader reminds him what this war is really about, reclaiming their nest. He attacks with that purpose, driving every strike. The berserker counters, but the lizardman now matches him blow for blow. Their weapons crash together in a direct duel. The berserker realizes the lizardman is stronger than before. He also notices the enemy has become much faster. Then he understands the reason. The smith's redesign made the lizardman's weapon lighter, increasing speed without sacrificing power. Refusing to lose, the berserker pours everything into a desperate counterattack. He grits his teeth and prepares one last gamble. He convinces himself that no matter the upgrade, a mere monster cannot surpass him. So he activates Blood to Anger, burning almost all his health to massively boost his attack and speed. The skill turns his remaining life into raw combat power. Empowered by that sacrifice, he charges in a frenzy. The lizardman senses the danger immediately as the berserker aims to kill him in one decisive strike. The attack detonates in a violent burst of purple force. The berserker believes the blow has finished the fight. But when the dust clears, something impossible has happened. The lizard man is still standing, his body and armor shattered but his will unbroken. The smith instantly understands why and remembers the leader's earlier refusal to wear armor. The leader had claimed his body alone was enough protection. The smith had forced the armor onto him anyway, insisting its true value was being both durable and light. He had also told the leader that this special armor would give him a second chance to live. When the leader talked as if death in battle meant nothing, the smith angrily rejected that fatalism. He argued that protecting a legacy means protecting the lives of the tribe, not throwing them away. He demanded the leader stop treating his own life as expendable and think about what truly matters. Those words finally reached the lizard man. Now, in the middle of battle, the leader accepts that the human was right. He chooses to value the lives of his comrades above empty pride. The berserker, coughing blood, cannot understand how good equipment could overturn the limits he believed in. The lizard man endures and advances with a single conviction: he will protect. As the lizard tribe is told that Yuna has died, the balance of the struggle shifts at once. Watching from the sidelines, Zig is pleased because the battle is unfolding exactly as he intended. He reviews his scheme: strengthen the lizard men, let both sides clash, and steal the dragon heart when the opening appears. Just as he focuses on the prize, something makes him pause. He remembers that removing the dragon heart from Flame Mount would trigger a volcanic disaster. Another thought follows. His dealings with the lizard men had already taught them the value of life. That realization forces him to weigh the tribe, the ritual, and countless lives against his own greed. He admits he had been forgetting what mattered most. With that decision made, he moves. He chooses the quest over the treasure. Instead of stealing the dragon heart, he decides he has to evacuate everyone before the volcano erupts, even if the lizard men feel betrayed. He quickly notices that no one is listening to his warning amid the chaos. Even while running, he still thinks the dragon heart may be within reach if he can seize the moment. That thought is interrupted when a strange force snaps into action around the battlefield. Zig is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Projectiles strike him and send him tumbling in pain. As soldiers rush toward the supposed shaman, Zig realizes this attack does not match the magic he expected. He suspects a player has entered the fight and is controlling the assault from a distance. The incoming shots keep striking armor joints with unnatural precision. From cover, Zig sees the attackers are deliberately crippling movement rather than killing outright. That pattern confuses him, because the accuracy is too high to be simple poor control. He stops overthinking and decides the enemy's motive does not matter if he can expose them. Using the collapsing cavern to his advantage, he acts on a sudden insight. He notices someone hidden nearby, struggling to see through the falling debris. As rocks and dust rain down, Zig charges straight through the danger. He realizes the hidden attacker needs a clear line of sight to aim. The falling rubble has blinded that attacker and disrupted their control. Zig presses forward, now certain he has found the source. He launches himself through the dust toward the concealed enemy. Confident he has cornered them, he closes in. At the last instant, his weapon is caught. Someone intercepts his strike with a bow. The hidden attacker is revealed to be Sia, and she stops him before he can land the blow. Both freeze in shock when they recognize each other. Their confrontation turns into mutual disbelief as they call each other's names. The scene shifts away from the battlefield for a moment. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman idly wonders how the others are doing. The lizard chief reassures her that Zig's crafted equipment should keep everyone safe. She agrees that Zig's skill has exceeded expectations, and says she owes both of them thanks. When told gratitude should be shown through deeds, not words, the chief accepts the point with a laugh. But the woman reveals that what she truly wants has still not been obtained. The chief assumes she means his red necklace, yet she immediately refuses to part with it. He explains that the necklace was bestowed on him by the Great Hone, making it too important to casually give away. To him, surrendering it would be unacceptable. The hooded purple lizard man exposes the truth. Without that necklace, the woman would lose her power to brainwash the tribe. He attacks before either of them can react. The necklace is torn free from the chief. The woman is stunned that her control has been broken so suddenly. The purple lizard man reveals he had never been deceived like the others. He turns the accusation back on her, and says she is the one being fooled now. He admits that isolating her had been his goal from the very beginning, because she always hid herself among the tribe. When the wounded chief demands to know how he managed it, the answer is the necklace of spirit and soul. Its true function is revealed. It lets the wearer communicate with spirits, but it can also brainwash low-intelligence beings such as the lizard men. The chief rejects that explanation in disbelief. He tries to call for help, only to learn no one will answer. The purple lizard man has already put the tribe to sleep inside the cave. He mocks the chief for sending most of the main force to the nest, because that left this place vulnerable to his real plan. Bleeding and confused, the chief can only ask why this is happening. The purple lizard man is enraged that the chief would even ask. He seizes the chief and demands that he remember the cause of this hatred. His fury centers on a rule the chief once made, a rule that cost him a child and a family. Then he cuts himself off, deciding explanations no longer matter. He resolves to end the tribe's rituals, sacrifices, and endless fighting once and for all. To him, the entire old order must be destroyed. Before he can strike the woman, the chief desperately tries to stop him. The woman also begs him to pause and listen for just a moment. Back in the cavern, Sia and Zig stand in awkward silence after their accidental clash. Zig says he came because of a quest, and Sia admits she is there for the same reason. That shared answer leaves them both momentarily speechless. Zig asks what quest brought her here. Neither wants to explain first, and the tension briefly turns comical. Sia settles it by physically shutting down the argument. She insists she will go first, and Zig reluctantly yields. Sia explains that she is working on the Mycenia Aerial Fortress reconstruction quest. That quest requires the Wings of the Wind, and an elf chief named Harendel had pointed her toward them. When she asked how to obtain them, she made clear she needed them urgently. Harendel warned that the Wings of the Wind were being kept in the spirit domain. Sia misunderstood the term and eagerly asked where to find that place. The elf corrected her and warned that a human could not even locate the spirit realm easily. When she asked why, he explained that a sacred crab guarded the Wings of the Wind. There was no level limit to protect her from that danger. He further warned that the elemental spirit realm was a place of elementals, and humans could neither understand their language nor safely navigate it. He made her acknowledge that entering such a realm could leave her lost forever. Even so, Sia kept thinking about how to get the Wings of the Wind. Seeing her determination, Harendel admitted there was one other method. He told her of an ancient necklace once given by the elves' ancestors to Lord Hideas. That necklace, the necklace of spirit and soul, could let its wearer hear the words of spirits, and the quest log pointed her toward Flame Mount. Her search eventually brought her to Alton Town on the western edge of the Duchy of Kiev. After searching in vain, she nearly gave up. Days passed with no sign of the necklace anywhere around Flame Mount. Then the hooded purple lizard man approached her and asked whether this was what she had been seeking. He showed her an image of the red necklace. Sia was overwhelmed with relief and immediately begged to know where it was. Before he could answer, something else interrupted. Sia suddenly sensed danger. The purple lizard man had already been standing directly in front of her. Back in the present, Sia asks Zig whether the shaman was the one who approached him first, and he confirms the shaman seemed to know he was searching for a necklace. As she starts to add another thought, the battle elsewhere erupts again. A brutal strike lands on the lizard chief. The chief screams in agony. Zig sees Sia collapse with a severe wound and realizes the situation has become fatal. The lizard warrior declares that he will kill the last human and reclaim the nest. Zig rushes to Sia in panic. He denounces the warrior for attacking Sia, but the warrior answers that the humans slaughtered his people. When the warrior accuses him of betrayal, Zig snaps that he is simply trying to understand what is happening. Still overwhelmed, he begs for a moment to think. The warrior refuses to wait and forces a choice on him. Zig understands the choice clearly: surrender Sia. Behind the warrior, the armored lizard men close in. The ultimatum is completed: either hand over the girl or face the tribe. Zig wavers, desperate to find the right answer. He knows that if he dies here, the quest will fail, but abandoning Sia feels just as impossible. He considers fighting, noting that the lizardmen are not individually overwhelming. With arm break, he believes victory is at least possible. Even so, he still cannot decide what the correct answer is. Then the warrior reminds him that a comrade's life is precious. Zig answers that he, too, is their comrade, and pleads for understanding. At last he makes his choice. He steadies himself instead of reaching for violence. He lets go of the idea of fighting. Zig declares that he will not fight the lizardmen, but when the warrior assumes that means surrender, Zig refuses that as well. He says plainly that Sia is also his comrade, so he cannot hand her over. The warrior calls that nonsense and demands the girl anyway. Zig repeats his refusal and states he will neither fight them nor give Sia up. That answer enrages the warrior. Before the warrior can act, someone grabs Zig from behind. Sia, badly wounded, tells him he does not need to fight because there should be no reason for any of this bloodshed. She insists that everyone here has been deceived. She identifies the true culprit as the lizard chief. At the same time, the chief quietly draws a hidden blade. Elsewhere, the purple lizard man still holds the white-haired woman at knife point. He tells her and the wounded chief that they are both being manipulated by the same man. The woman listens, tense but composed. The purple lizard man asks whether they even know who they are protecting. The woman admits she does not fully know, but that uncertainty changes nothing for her. She refuses to let someone die in front of her, though her greed for a huge reward is mixed into that resolve. When she accidentally blurts out that selfish motive, even she is startled by herself. Recovering instantly, she argues that the purple lizard man cannot take the chief away because he is too valuable to her plans. The purple lizard man threatens to cut her down too if she keeps interfering. Before he can finish, the chief stabs him from behind. The chief coldly calls him foolish. He says the purple lizard man has always been ruled by sloppy emotions rather than clear judgment. He compares this failure to the time the purple lizard man opposed him in the past. Laughing, the chief says the only smart move would have been to kill both him and the human without hesitation. The purple lizard man reels from the betrayal. His eye widens as old memories surge back. He recalls being treated as an oddity from birth because he was more intelligent than the other lizard men, and remembers being told that only he and the chief truly mattered. In that memory, the chief taught him to despise the rest of the tribe as fools who could not understand what was important. The chief's indoctrination is laid bare. He convinced the purple lizard man that the two of them alone were fit to lead and elevate the tribe. She begins by remembering how eagerly she accepted the chief's faith in her. Following his example, she rose to become a shaman within the lizardman tribe. She obeyed him completely, even marrying the mate he chose and bearing a child. As his loyal servant, she drove her own people into war at his command. She urged them to fight the humans and protect the nest without hesitation. She also helped choose who would be sacrificed, repeating the lie that it was honorable and necessary to stop Hone from destroying them. She comforted the doomed by promising their deaths would be remembered. Those sacrifices were cast into the fire as part of the rituals she upheld. Only after her husband died in battle and her child was offered up did she finally learn the truth. At first she tried to tell herself there had been no other choice. She clung to the belief that refusing would have endangered the whole tribe. Even while grieving for her family, she kept repeating that excuse to herself. But as she reached for the chief's hidden book, doubt finally overcame obedience. She committed herself to uncovering what he had concealed. The chief's book became the key to everything. Reading it, she realized she was holding the chief's true legacy. The text explained that a dragon heart stores immense energy, turns purple when fed life force, and can sometimes create a new dragon if consumed. That revelation made her understand the chief's real ambition at once. The horror of it shattered her remaining faith in him. She realized she should have recognized the scheme sooner. The chief was no holy guardian, but a mutant far cleverer than the rest. As a shaman versed in magic, she blamed herself for missing what had been right in front of her. She finally understood that Hone was never a wrathful god threatening petty punishment. Nor did Hone require sacrifices. The entire ritual system had been fabricated. That truth left her stunned for a moment. Then she saw the whole plan clearly. Countless lives had been wasted for one fool's desire to become a dragon. When she tried to expose him, the chief immediately ordered the tribe to seize her. She struggled desperately, begging them to stop and listen. She warned them that the dragon heart was being used to fulfill the chief's selfish ambition, not to save anyone. The chief dismissed her as delusional and demanded she be silenced before she could reveal more. The tribe obeyed and moved to capture her. Their conditioning reduced them to repeating the chief's commands to protect the legacy, kill the shaman, and defend the nest. Watching them turn on her, she concluded bitterly that her tribesmen had been made into fools. She judged the entire race hopeless and answered that despair with destruction. From that moment on, revenge became her only purpose. She swore to take revenge on the chief who had ruined her life. But alone and hunted, she knew she could not defeat the whole nest by herself. While fleeing, she discovered a hidden chamber. Inside, she found a vast mound of remains from the tribe's sacrifices. That discovery led her to seek outside help, and she approached humans with a proposal to attack the lizardman nest. To them, she was just a suspicious lizardman making an outrageous request. A sharp-tongued woman immediately treated the offer as a job and asked what payment was involved. The shaman then sought out the white-haired human she needed most. She focused on the woman's necklace, sensing it was the key to controlling the tribe. She explained that the necklace of spirit and soul amplifies a soul's voice and can brainwash creatures of lower intelligence. The shaman recognized that this was the tool the chief had used to dominate the lizardmen. She reached for that power, determined to turn it against him. Even after learning the tribe had only been brainwashed, she accepted that many lizardmen would die if the plan went forward. Her hatred had grown so absolute that none of that mattered to her as long as the chief died. She admitted to herself that she had become no different from the monsters she condemned. In pursuing revenge, she had reduced the lizardmen to disposable fools and ignored their lives. By then, blood had already been spilled and the path back was gone. Still, before the end, she resolved to do one thing that might count as atonement. The chief sensed something changing but did not understand it yet. She unleashed her final spell with the desperate wish to atone. The magic struck the chief directly. A violent blast engulfed the ritual ground. When the light faded, the chief was hurt but still standing, while the caster lay collapsed nearby. He noticed a strange mark left on his neck. Confused, he realized the spell had altered him in some way he could not identify. With the shaman seemingly dead beside him, he first assumed the magic had failed. He even smirked, thinking he had survived her last attempt. But when he felt no immediate change, he started questioning whether her spell had been interrupted. Then her magic answered him from beyond death. It declared that everything he had done would be meaningless in the end. The judgment continued as he raged helplessly against it. He cursed her even while the spell kept taking hold. The dead woman herself reappeared in his mind, furious that he still saw himself as her protector. She denounced him as a manipulator who had only ever used her. He could only stare at the human woman's corpse in disbelief, unable to understand how she still persisted. The answer was that she had sustained herself with healing and potions long enough to finish the spell. Even while dying, she mocked him and promised he would not get another easy kill. The chief tried to reclaim the moral high ground, insisting he had been protecting her. She rejected that lie and told him he had only preserved her because she was useful. Yet, she also admitted she had exploited him and everything around her in return. In the end, she saw the entire tribe and even the dragon myth as tools in a brutal struggle for power. Everything had been used as a stepping stone for someone else's rise. That was the true law ruling the nest. Only those at the top mattered. The chief embraced that cruelty, and told her she should feel honored to help create a dragon. He declared that her death would still serve his grand design. But even as he boasted, her lingering will burned with disgust at his shameless confession. She realized he thought he had already won and tried to secretly call for help through a private system message. She planned to contact Zig and stall until he arrived. Instead, the system reminded her she had never even registered him as a friend, leaving her completely stranded. Faced with that absurd mistake, she accepted that she was doomed. The chief raised his weapon to finish the human at last. She braced for death, unable to escape in time. A sudden blast of force crashed into the battlefield and stopped the killing blow. The impact tore through the chamber in a storm of fire and debris. 3 figures emerged through the explosion. Their arrival announced itself with quiet confidence. The rescue party had finally reached her. The human man called out to the con artist, only to realize too late that she was already dead. The system confirmed Legis's death, turning his attempted rescue into a bitter joke. He immediately looked for Zig. Then he recognized him among the arrivals. Relieved that the death had not counted as player killing, he tried to laugh off the situation. But the others cut through the joke and focused on the real threat still standing before them. The chief answered their arrival by hurling up the earth itself. He burst from the ground to confront them head-on. Instead of panicking, he greeted Zig almost politely and asked whether the nest had already been secured. Zig replied that the assault had succeeded and the nest was theirs again. The chief welcomed that news and urged everyone to return quickly. He repeated the old lie that a sacrifice was still needed before sunset to prevent an eruption, but Zig finally told him to stop. The chief turned, unsettled by that defiance. Zig answered with open contempt, making it clear the chief no longer held authority over him. He addressed him simply as chief, without reverence. Then he pointed out the most devastating fact of all. The day had already ended. Hon had not become angry. The volcano had not erupted. That proved there had never been any need for sacrifices or for protecting the so-called legacy. The human archer pressed the point and demanded the chief surrender now that his lies were exposed. The human man exploded in frustration at how much effort had gone into preparing for a disaster built on fraud. The chief only laughed. Then he attacked without warning, trying to break the confrontation by force. The sudden shift left the others baffled by his behavior. He abandoned the mask of a holy leader and revealed himself as what he truly was, a warrior using domination as a weapon. Activating the necklace again, he ordered his servant to kill the humans. The command took hold instantly. The human man froze as the red warrior moved. The warrior's eyes hardened with murderous intent. He launched himself at the chief with his axe raised. The blow crashed down before the chief could react. The human man peeked through the chaos in disbelief. He saw that the warrior had struck the chief instead of them. The chief screamed in confusion and demanded to know why his servant had turned on him. Even then he kept shouting for the warrior to attack the humans instead. The human man relaxed just enough to joke, while the warrior calmly made clear that Zig was not his enemy. The chief tried to reassert control through the necklace. He barked a direct order for the warrior to kill the human brats. The warrior answered by smashing him again. The second strike drove the chief into the ground. He lay there stunned and bloodied, unable to understand why the command still failed. The humans checked the warrior in disbelief, but he remained perfectly steady. Remembering the shaman's last act, the human man realized she had left behind a way to resist the chief's control. The chief finally understood that the brainwashing was not failing at random. The answer was not a broken necklace. The mark the shaman placed on his neck was blocking the brainwashing, proving her final magic had succeeded after all. With that truth exposed, the chief found himself at sore point. The human man offered him one last chance to speak before judgment fell. He pressed the chief for any final words. The chief trembled, not in remorse but in calculation. Instead of surrendering, he crushed a stone in his hand and prepared another trick. He suddenly hurled rocks toward the human man to create an opening. The human man blocked the barrage and mocked the attack as a pathetic rock-throwing skill. He kept taunting the chief, inviting him to try something better. Then he realized too late that the attack had been a feint. Using the distraction, the chief fled at full speed, and the human man shouted after him in outrage. The chase carried them toward Flame Mount itself. At the heart of the volcano, the chief reached the sacrificial pit one last time. He cast himself toward the blazing core, choosing the lava over capture and setting up whatever desperate end he still intended. Zig steps onto the molten surface, trusting newly equipped gear to carry him through the volcano. His dragon-scale cape and boots prove their worth, shielding him from fire and even letting him walk across liquid lava. He forces himself onward, determined to endure the heat long enough to recover the dragon heart. Even though the heart never fully ripened into the ideal purple form, he believes decades of absorbed life force have made it powerful enough. He convinces himself that consuming the imperfect heart will still grant overwhelming strength. With revenge in mind, the lizard man chief imagines using that power against the humans and the warrior he hates. He savors the thought of making them suffer for what he sees as betrayal. But when he finally lifts the container, something immediately feels wrong. The chief searches the volcanic chamber in mounting confusion, realizing the treasure is no longer where he left it. He cannot accept it, certain he personally hid the dragon heart there. His panic turns violent as he demands to know who stole it. The loss enrages him even more because he had poured nearly a century of sacrifice into creating that heart. A calm voice interrupts his breakdown and reveals that someone else has it. Zig appears above him holding the dragon heart, casually admitting he picked it up earlier inside the volcano. He also reveals how he managed it, using Galley's gauntlet, and its heat-resistant wire mechanism to retrieve the heart safely. Pleased with his own foresight, Zig notes that grabbing the gauntlet just in case turned out to be a perfect decision. The chief is stunned that a human outplayed him in his own lair. Desperate, he lunges at Zig and demands the heart back as his rightful property. Zig evades him while keeping hold of the heart and refuses to yield. Instead of backing down, Zig mockingly asks what proof the chief has that the heart truly belongs to him. The chief points to the heart's faint purple tint and explains that only a heart slowly fed with life force changes color that way. He insists that even its incomplete shift toward purple proves it is the very heart he nurtured through generations of sacrifice. Zig realizes the chief has just confessed exactly what the heart is and how it was made. He spells it out to be sure, confirming that the chief filled the dragon heart by sacrificing both his own tribe and humans. The chief shamelessly admits it and demands the heart again, exposing his guilt in front of witnesses. Zig quietly turns that confession into a trap. He reveals that this was precisely the statement he wanted the chief to make, and hidden listeners are already moving. The chief finally senses that the situation has shifted against him. Armed lizardmen soldiers emerge and surround the scene while Zig stands holding the evidence. The chief tries to flee before his own people can judge him. But the soldiers have heard enough and declare that their chief deceived them and built their legacy on lies. As their loyalty collapses, the chief desperately orders them to stop and tries to reassert control. He scrambles to blame everything on Zig, calling it a human fabrication. The soldiers reject that excuse, denouncing the sacrifices and the false legacy, while the chief pleads that he too was somehow tricked. Cornered by his own people, he can only retreat as judgment closes in. Then the warrior he once invoked in hatred appears behind him, and the chief immediately seeks his support. He tries one last lie, claiming this exposure is all part of Zig's scheme. The warrior answers with action, striking down the chief's claim and severing the last symbol of his authority. He addresses the chief directly, making clear that the old bond between them is over. By declaring the chief no comrade of his, the warrior casts him out before the tribe and leaves him defenseless. Zig watches the aftermath and wonders if he imagined the heart reacting to the moment. He checks himself, unsure whether anything actually changed. Then he notices the dragon heart has darkened further toward purple, as if the revelation itself fed it. Sia rushes over to check on him, relieved that he seems unharmed. Her concern is cut short when Zig coughs blood and a system warning reveals he has been poisoned by volcanic gas and is losing stamina fast. Sia panics and demands to know what is happening to him. Still joking through the crisis, Zig starts rambling out a ridiculous list of inheritance instructions as if he is about to die. He even points to a falling leaf and melodramatically claims his life will end when it lands. Sia snaps and physically interrupts his theatrics before he can continue. For a moment he still acts as though this is his tragic final scene. She shuts that down with another hit. The warrior steps in, tells Zig to focus, and feeds him a local herb that can cure the volcano's sickness. The herb is identified as a volcano herb, a plant specifically effective against gas poisoning. The warrior forces the medicine into Zig despite the chaos. Zig protests while being stuffed with herbs, but the treatment continues anyway. The cure works immediately, clearing the gas poisoning and restoring him. With the crisis over, the warrior offers Sia a red necklace as a reward. The system confirms that Sia has completed the aerial fortress restoration quest and obtained the necklace of spirit and soul. Sia accepts it with heartfelt gratitude. At the same time, the warrior's own heart begins to fail, signaling that his borrowed life is ending. He faces death calmly, with no regret left in him. Before fading, he declares Sia comrade, which leaves Zig baffled by how quickly former enemies have become allies. More lizardmen gather around, waiting for what comes next now that the truth is out. They present Zig with something they made themselves. Zig examines the crude object and can barely believe they are calling it a weapon. The lizardmen explain that they were inspired by watching him forge and tried to imitate him. He laughs at first, mistaking their creation for a lump of coal. The lizardmen defend their effort with earnest pride, insisting they truly did their best. Seeing their sincerity, Zig relents and jokingly declares it a dangerous weapon after all, which delights them. They also hand over Galley's training journal, another valuable gift from their side. Zig accepts the presents, amused and touched, even while wondering how these once hostile lizardmen became endearing. The lizardmen thank him with complete sincerity for what he has done for them. Later, their new leader visits a grave marker in the volcanic homeland, honoring the dead chief's passing. He kneels in silence, reflecting on the cost of the tribe's old path. Another lizardman calls for him, pulling him back to the living responsibilities ahead. The tribe reports that everyone is prepared, and the leader decides it is time to move on. He accepts the moment, and rises to lead them. The lizardmen abandon the old nest and begin their departure as a people starting over. Meanwhile, Zig and Sia travel away across the desert by balloon. As departure time nears, Zig wonders where Legis is and half-jokes about leaving her behind. A sudden realization hits him before he can finish the thought. Legis comes charging in at the last second, dragging an overloaded cart, and demanding they wait for her. Zig stares in disbelief at whatever enormous burden she has decided to bring. When she reaches them, he asks what exactly she is hauling. Legis proudly explains that she found a desert rose vein near the revive point the day before. She is thrilled by the unexpected windfall and already thinking about how much each piece will sell for. The scale of her greed leaves her briefly stunned even by her own luck. As the balloon lifts, she screams after it in panic, refusing to be left behind with her treasure. Zig bluntly tells her there is no room for the cargo and that she must either store it or walk. Legis protests that her inventory is full and begs for help as she is left dangling below the rising balloon. Rather than help, Zig stomps on her hand and forces her to let go. She lands inside the basket furious and shaken. Sia and even the lizardmen condemn Zig for going too far, while Legis rages and wishes death on him. The lizardmen insist he apologize, but Sia instead introduces herself politely to Legis, trying to calm the situation. Legis immediately warms to her, introducing herself in return and deciding that any friend of Zig is also her friend. Sia happily accepts the friendship, and Zig can only watch as the two women get along instantly. He is left speechless by how quickly he has been sidelined. Then something below catches all three of their attention. One of the lizard men has leapt up and grabbed the balloon's line. Zig looks down in surprise as the unexpected farewell continues. Below them, the tribe stands assembled in full formation with weapons raised. The balloon climbs higher while the lizard men salute from the desert floor. They call out Zig's name as one. Zig, Sia, and even Legis answer with gratitude from above. The farewell becomes mutual, with promises that they will meet again. Back in the snowy North Arc rampart, the group arrives at the city gate. Zig suggests this is where they part for now and reminds Sia about preparing for the upcoming Mycenia quest. Legis immediately tries to stay attached by telling Sia to contact her, only for Zig to cut in. She openly admits she plans to keep following them after selling her desert roses, which horrifies Zig. Their argument escalates as Zig claims all the credit for the volcano quest and Legis fires back that he mostly just died repeatedly. Sia cheerfully misreads the bickering as a sign that they get along well. Both of them instantly deny that with perfect unity, leaving Sia awkwardly backing off. Later, Zig walks alone through North Arc, still carrying the dragon heart and thinking about what to do with it. A familiar voice stops him before he can decide. He turns to find an old man who already knows exactly what he is holding. Zig briefly considers selling the dragon heart for a fortune, but the thought of his unfinished goals pulls him back. He rejects the easy money because he still needs to complete his quest and obtain the dwarves' sacred technique. With renewed determination, he raises the dragon heart and vows to claim that knowledge. He charges ahead toward his next objective, only to be interrupted by the mysterious elder. The dragon heart pulses in his hand as the old man studies him. The elder quietly acknowledges Zig's answer and interest. He says that choice may suit Zig, hinting that he has been testing him. Rather than oppose him, the elder decides to respect Zig's resolve. As townspeople mock the old man for talking to himself, it becomes clear no one else can perceive the exchange. The elder remains alone in public, still speaking as if to an unseen partner. The moment shifts away from the crowd and back to Zig's path. Zig returns to the dwarf Galley, who is impressed that he truly managed to bring back the dragon heart. As promised, Galley hands over a scroll containing the sacred technique of the dwarves. Zig is overjoyed to finally receive the reward he has been chasing. He eagerly opens the scroll, expecting a legendary forging secret. His excitement falters almost immediately. Instead of a sacred smithing method, the scroll turns out to be Galley's personal plea for asylum and employment in another country. Galley casually admits he gave Zig the wrong scroll and replaces it with the real one. Zig explodes at the near betrayal, but Galley shrugs it off as a precaution in case things went badly. Galley reminds him that he never expected Zig's personality to improve overnight, and claims he already compensated him enough. At last, the real technique is revealed to be a recipe for ultra-heat coal. Zig realizes the dwarves' sacred secret is not a weapon art at all, but a superior fuel for forging. Galley explains that the true gap between human and dwarven armor comes from the metal itself, not just craftsmanship. The difference lies in the composition of dwarven steel and the methods used to refine it. He reveals that dwarven iron is vastly lighter and harder than ordinary iron, and that smelting it requires extraordinary heat. That missing key is ultra-heat coal, capable of producing temperatures beyond 2,000 degrees. Galley explains that this recipe was guarded by dwarves for centuries, but he believes the time has come to share it. He decides to abandon the old secrecy and open dwarven technology to the wider world. By entrusting the method to Zig, he urges him to become the first human master craftsman of ultra-heat coal and spread those skills globally. When the speech ends, Galley is suddenly gone, leaving Zig wondering where he disappeared to. The system immediately rewards Zig with major gains in quarrying, alloying, assembly, smelting, production, and repair, confirming the technique's value. Seeing his smithing skills rise, Zig realizes this knowledge could transform his entire future as a blacksmith. He imagines surpassing ordinary craftsmen, and even competing with dwarves if he can produce high-quality gear at the right price. His thoughts race toward a business strategy, especially in a city like North Arc where rare item repair is in constant demand. By the end, he settles on a new plan, convinced this path will also help him track down Bartz's missing items. A guild executive finally catches up with Mr. Zig in North Arc and tries to get his attention. Zig admits he was ignoring him, and their meeting immediately turns into a petty argument. The executive presents the iron ore Zig ordered and has been waiting to deliver. He vents his frustration over Zig vanishing, dodging messages, and leaving work piled up while he waited. Zig brushes it off as being busy, but the executive insists this is simply breaking promises and basic etiquette. To calm him down, Zig promises he will stay in North Ark until preparations for the Mycenia quest are finished. He then reveals his real plan. He intends to establish a forge in North Ark. The announcement is so absurd that the executive is left stunned. His disbelief spills out in a full shout of shock. He argues that a player opening a forge in North Ark is impossible, especially when Zig even bought half the ore on credit. Zig remains confident and says he is only moving ahead because he knows it will work. He boasts that everything will follow his plan unless some natural disaster interferes. That careless joke instantly feels ominous. Before he can finish laughing it off, something massive appears overhead. A mechanical dragon crashes into North Ark like the disaster he had just joked about. The executive bitterly notes the absurd coincidence of being crushed by a dragon in the same place twice. The chaos claims another victim, and the game announces Dylan's death. Zig realizes this catastrophe traces back to Galley and curses him. He remembers being promised success, and now sees the whole forge scheme as another scam by that dwarf. A sudden realization hits him as the dragon continues moving. The mechanical dragon prowls through the ruined square while townspeople scatter in panic. Zig briefly hopes the beast did not notice him. The dragon lowers its head directly in front of him anyway. Its eyes flare as it locks onto him. Zig can only wonder if it really did hear him. At the same time, another player named Sion Sedong Hanso he's too wanders and looking for entertainment. Zig bolts past him, still trying to escape the disaster he accidentally attracted. The dragon's attention shifts when that player carelessly lifts the newcomer's skirt. The beast kills the offending player instantly, and Zig points out the death to draw attention away from himself. Nearby adventurers mistake the situation for a divine chance at dragon loot and rush to attack. They convince themselves that if this is a real dragon, the rewards will be worth the risk. A barrage of attacks slams into the mechanical dragon. Zig dares to hope the crowd might actually solve his problem for him. He watches the smoke and wonders whether the dragon is dead. Instead, a far larger silhouette rises through the dust. The dragon emerges completely unharmed, shattering that hope. Its eyes blaze brighter as it prepares to retaliate. Zig realizes too late that the next target is still him. The dragon lunges, and he flees screaming. Its charge tears through the battlefield and sends everyone flying aside. While running for his life, Zig cannot understand why the monster is fixated only on him. He finally admits he is in serious trouble. His escape route ends at the North Ark rampart, trapping him in a dead end. With the dragon looming behind him, he concludes he is finished. He considers breaking through the wall with his mining skill, but knows his rank is far too low to damage the fortress. As panic peaks, he catches himself hesitating and starts questioning his own fear. He rejects the idea that he should be running from a dragon at all. Instead, he decides the dragon should be the one afraid of him. He grips his pickaxe and commits to fighting back. Calling himself a former dragon slayer, he charges the mechanical dragon head-on. He throws everything he has into a reckless attack. The strike lands with a dramatic burst, but the damage is almost non-existent, proving how hopeless the matchup really is. Even while cursing Galley for building such a durable monster, Zig keeps swinging. He is forced to admit the dragon is far sturdier than he expected. He regrets not trying the wall instead, even as he keeps moving. Then the dragon suddenly starts crying instead of attacking. It collapses into a sobbing, childlike form, leaving Zig staring in disbelief. The once terrifying machine now wails like a hurt baby. Zig can only ask what on earth is happening. A mysterious white-haired man appears and explains that the newborn cannot control itself because it was given too much strength and too powerful a body. Zig is startled by the stranger's sudden appearance and demands to know who he is. But the man ignores the question and focuses on the crying dragon instead. He raises a vast spell as if soothing a frightened child. The game identifies him as Anduras, an ancient dragon and ruler of the northeastern mountains of North Ark. Zig is stunned to realize he is standing before the real Anduras. Anduras unleashes overwhelming magic to subdue the situation. The blast floods the area with power and forces Zig to shield himself. Elsewhere, unseen observers watching the story are shocked by this impossible turn. They protest that the scenario was never supposed to unfold like this. One explains that Anduras should have become enraged by the mecha dragon and destroyed North Ark, not intervene peacefully. Another suspects the abnormal purple dragon heart changed everything. They conclude that because a real dragon was born from that heart, Anduras responded with pity instead of anger. The furious executive can only watch another carefully planned event collapse. He blames the same troublesome player once again for ruining everything. A calmer observer agrees, but finds the unpredictability more exciting than frustrating. He becomes curious about how Arpedia Online's story will diverge from here. Back in North Ark, the smoke clears as Anduras approaches the exhausted Zig. His quiet footsteps make the moment feel even more ominous. Anduras lifts the tiny dragon and orders Zig to take responsibility. Zig is too stunned to respond at first. Anduras bluntly declares that the newborn is Zig's baby. Zig can only stare in total confusion. The tiny dragon happily chirps, as if confirming the claim. Zig repeats the idea in disbelief, while Anduras insists he should already understand. Zig explodes, arguing that none of this makes sense because they are different species. Anduras dismisses that objection and begins explaining how dragons are born. He says ordinary dragons take a long time to form from the life force and mana poured into a dragon heart. Since only a dragon can usually provide that much life force, the dragon who does so naturally becomes the mother. Zig starts to realize where this logic is heading. Endurance confirms that Zig was present at the exact moment the child was born. He points to that birth itself as the decisive fact. By his reasoning, that makes the child Zig's responsibility. Zig refuses to accept this and argues that mere presence at birth cannot make him a parent. He insists the creature is too dangerous to become his problem, and calls it a ticking time bomb. Endurance responds by gathering magic again. He asks whether Zig is truly refusing, while threatening him with a deadly spell. Faced with instant annihilation, Zig hurriedly agrees to take responsibility after all. Satisfied, Endurance says he is glad to have found such a responsible human, and leaves the child to him. Zig clings to the baby while internally swearing revenge on Gally for ruining his life. Soon after, armed townspeople arrive still searching for the dragon and demanding it show itself. Zig realizes the crowd is now the next problem, and Endurance notices the people as well. When Zig looks for Endurance's help, the ancient dragon has already vanished. The scene shifts to a nearby tent where Zig hurriedly improvises a plan. He finishes writing a letter to dump the problem back onto Gally. In the note, he leaves the tiny mecha dragon for Gally, says it is only fair for its creator to take responsibility, and wishes never to meet him again. He settles the baby into a box as a temporary home, though the creature's innocence makes him waver. Even so, he reminds himself that people are hunting the mecha dragon and that taking it along will only bring trouble. He insists he wants no part in any more complications and tries to walk away cleanly. But the moment he says it aloud, he realizes he sounds exactly like the villain he claims not to be. Before he can decide, the search party closes in on the tent. They identify him as Zig, Gally's successor and accomplice. Then they arrest him for terrorism and attempting to overthrow North Ark. The crowd rushes to seize him while he protests that they have the wrong man. His denial changes nothing as the misunderstanding spirals out of control. Elsewhere in the ruined city, another player in red is still searching through the aftermath. She fumes that Zig keeps ignoring her messages and decides she must find him quickly before resentment kills her. She suddenly spots him and dashes after him at full speed. Calling his name confirms she has found the right target. She demands to know where he is going as she chases him down. She quickly realizes he is slipping away again. To break through the crowd, she resorts to a bizarre distraction that leaves everyone stunned. The searchers lose track of Zig for a moment, buying him time. Hidden nearby, Zig watches the mob run off in the wrong direction. He breathes out in relief and hopes they are finally gone. The woman pops out of the bushes beside him and nearly gives him a heart attack. He demands to know when she got there, while she only laughs at his reaction. The baby dragon suddenly appears too, proving it has followed him anyway. Its cheerful chirping suggests it never intended to leave him in the first place. The woman instantly falls for the tiny dragon and smothers it with affection. She names the baby Popo on the spot and reveals she is also looking for Zig. Zig privately resigns himself to being stuck with these new parasites. He decides there is no point resisting, since both of them will follow him regardless. So he grudgingly tells the stalker and the lizard to keep up, because they need to move before the dwarves return. She corrects him that her name is Legis, and proudly insists the baby's name is Popo. As they travel together, she asks where they are headed now that North Ark is no longer workable. Zig says his original plan was to open a blacksmith shop in North Ark, but now he intends to move to the Aberran Kingdom instead. He chooses the neutral zone market of Nambaran as the place to start over. There, he immediately runs into a customer furious over a 1,200 gold repair fee. The blacksmith coldly replies that 1,200 is the cheapest rate in the area and tells the complainer to leave if he dislikes it. The customer points out that every shop charges the same, making the claim of being cheapest meaningless. The argument escalates until the customer calls the blacksmith a jackass for playing word games. Before it turns violent, a fighter from Blue Dawn intervenes and stops the customer with a single strike. He warns that the blacksmith belongs to Blue Dawn and asks whether anyone wants trouble with the guild. The customer immediately backs down and tries to call it a misunderstanding. The guild enforcer still punishes him with a heavy blow. He says he is glad the man did not actually mean to challenge them. Then he politely hopes there will be no more misunderstandings, making the threat unmistakable. Afterward, bystanders bitterly note that prices became unbearable once Blue Dawn took control of the market. The market settles into a tense calm, leaving the guild's quiet extortion hanging over the city. A young blacksmith dreams of finding a cheap forge and sets out to make one for himself near the mountains. With a final strike, he commits to opening for business. Zig proudly unveils Zig's blacksmith shop, determined to start fresh with Popo at his side. Word quickly spreads through town that a new blacksmith has opened near the mountain range. People are shocked because that area is known for monsters and should be too dangerous for a shop. The rumor grows stranger when people say monsters never come near the place at all. That impossible safety makes the story even more unbelievable, and draws more attention to the blacksmith. The gossip peaks when people hear his prices are absurdly low, making the shop sound too good to be true. Even as customers gather, Zig worries his storefront looks ridiculous rather than impressive. A business-savvy woman named Legis scolds him and insists he needs to attract customers properly. She tries to seize control of his distribution network as well, but Zig refuses because he already signed with Gold Rush. Legis realizes she moved too late and missed a profitable opening. Instead of giving up, she immediately starts looking for another way to make money off the shop. Inside, Zig fires up his forge with special ultra-heat coals. He begins forging a blade at remarkable speed. The weapon takes shape cleanly under his hammer. He finishes and tempers the long sword with practiced precision. Zig proudly completes the sword and realizes the ultra-heat coals dramatically improve his work. He admires the blade's quality so much that he even judges it by biting it, satisfied with every detail. Legis snaps him out of it and reminds him that customers are waiting, so he cannot waste time admiring his own craftsmanship. Outside, customers confirm the rumors about cheap, high-grade gear and repairs, and the line keeps growing. Pressed by the demand, Zig protests that he is already working as fast as he can. Legis effectively takes over the front of the business, leaving Zig grumbling while she spots a new opportunity. She abruptly offers a customer an iron bar instead of ordinary merchandise. The customer is baffled because an iron bar seems useless. The answer comes when Popo happily starts eating the metal. The tiny creature's adorable reaction instantly turns the iron into a novelty item. The waiting customers become obsessed with Popo on sight. Legis capitalizes immediately by selling Popo's favorite food for an outrageous price. The crowd is so charmed that they treat feeding Popo like a privilege. Customers rush to buy huge quantities, and Legis creates a second revenue stream on the spot. Watching from inside, Zig realizes exactly what kind of scam she is running. He fumes that she is charging a fortune for tiny scraps of iron and has no shame at all. Before he can dwell on it, an ominous visitor arrives at the shop. Zig barely reacts before he is struck and seized. A group of armed men restrains him while he struggles to break free. Their leader accuses him of opening a shop without informing them. As punishment, they demand that he repair all of their equipment for free, revealing themselves as the Red Tiger Company. Zig refuses and insists that repairs cost money, while privately wondering how they tracked him down. The Red Tigers answer his defiance with violence instead of negotiation. Their leader frames Zig's refusal as disobedience toward his mentor and prepares to beat another lesson into him. One of the men explains the real reason for the leader's rage: jealousy over Charon. That only confuses Zig further, since the anger still has nothing to do with him. The accusation triggers a memory of Charon refusing to spend time with her father. The leader's fury erupts as that rejection resurfaces in his mind. His unstable emotions boil over so badly that even his own men realize he has lost control. Zig braces himself, sensing the situation has turned truly dangerous. At the last moment, Loki arrives and steps between Zig and the attack. Loki coolly points out that the leader was also trying to force Charon, exposing his hypocrisy. The leader explodes with possessive rage and declares that if he cannot have her, no one can. Loki tries to calm him by reminding him that Jaehoon has an upcoming match, but the man is beyond reason. That intervention reminds Zig of an earlier moment when Loki came to deliver something important. Loki had given him a guardian blueprint, one half of a design tied to the black iron Deborah once tried to create. Zig immediately recognized it as the missing half of the blueprint he had already found. Grateful and stunned, he asked Loki why he would hand over something so valuable. The memory shifts to Loki fighting a monstrous enemy while carrying a massive shield. He pushed through a deadly battlefield with relentless focus. That struggle led him into a hidden chamber marked by a magic circle and old records. Back in the present memory, Loki dismisses the discovery as something he simply happened to come across. Zig presses him and correctly guesses he found it during a quest involving Deborah's whereabouts, and Loki confirms it without elaborating. Zig concludes that Loki is the kind of man who says little and acts instead. The memory ends when the waiting customers drag Zig back to the present and demand he get back to work. Resigned, he tells the crowd to proceed while he keeps the shop moving. Elsewhere, at Nambarin's castle, officials report that tax revenues have fallen. The cause is traced to the cheap, high-quality blacksmith shop near the mountains, which is undercutting local business. The Lord's response is simple greed. If the shop is hurting revenue, then it should be taxed too. An aide hesitates because the shop stands in a neutral zone outside their normal authority. The Lord summons Fox to handle the problem anyway. Fox is magically bound and compelled to obey. The chains tighten as the order becomes absolute. The Lord of Nambarin, Kaige, a powerful magic swordsman, demands answers and control. Back at the shop, Zig hangs up a closed sign after exhausting himself with non-stop work. He finally believes the rush is over and is relieved to stop for a moment. The Red Tiger leader immediately rejects that idea and insists Zig still owes them repairs. When Zig protests that he is worn out, the man coldly says he can see that. He proves his lack of sympathy by stomping on Zig's leg. Then he drags Zig around and calls the abuse training rather than cruelty. Inside the shop, Loki and Legis notice Popo noisily devouring more metal. Popo lets out a ridiculous burp after overeating. Loki, usually expressionless, quietly admits the creature is cute. Legis catches him in that vulnerable moment and shrieks with delight. She lunges in and smothers Popo possessively, demanding to know what Loki thinks he is doing. Loki calmly warns her not to touch Popo without permission because Popo disliked being grabbed. Seeing blood on his hand, Loki realizes Popo's bite really can injure people. Instead of getting angry, he asks for all the remaining iron bars and offers payment. Outside, the Red Tiger leader keeps bullying Zig while his men laugh along. The others treat the abuse like entertainment. Their laughter stops when someone new approaches. A stranger greets them with unsettling confidence. The Red Tigers are thrown off by the interruption. The newcomer introduces himself as Fox, the official in charge of Nambarin's finances. At his arrival, the red tigers instinctively back away. One of them rushes to Loki, alarmed by the blood covering him and asking what happened. Loki remains calm despite the gore on his face. He simply says he is satisfied, as if something important has been confirmed. When someone calls Popo a lizard, Loki sharply corrects them and insists Popo is a child named Popo. He then launches into an intense explanation of Popo's species, habits, and irresistible charm, leaving everyone bewildered. The red tiger leader awkwardly explains that Loki has a weakness for cute things. Fox seizes the moment and loudly demands everyone's attention. He formally announces that he has come to collect taxes from the blacksmith who opened without permission in Nambaran territory. He orders the blacksmith to come out and submit to the Lord's command. Zig immediately dismisses the claim as nonsense. He argues that the shop stands in a neutral zone, not in Nambaran territory. He tells Fox to check the official rules before making up laws. Fox counters by invoking a special Nambaran law that supposedly makes the area an indirect territory under their control. He insists that any blacksmith doing business there must pay taxes, though Zig can barely believe the absurdity. Fox escalates the threat by declaring that refusal will have consequences. He raises the Blue Dawn Guild's banner and warns that non-payment will make Zig an enemy of the guild. That name catches Zig off guard. The surrounding men react with alarm because Blue Dawn is no ordinary group. It is explained that Blue Dawn is a satellite guild backed by the top-ranked Iron Cross Guild. With that prestige and capital behind them, they have been aggressively expanding their territory. Their wealth and manpower make them powerful enough to dominate through force and influence. Worse, their violent reputation makes them a guild most people avoid provoking. Zig realizes the local lord has effectively been replaced by Blue Dawn's authority. He understands that openly opposing such a guild could create serious trouble for his own side. Even so, he decides to hear the price before choosing his response. Fox names a ruinous list of fees, taxes, protection payments, and forced equipment supply demands that amount to extortion. Zig answers by smashing the ground in outrage and calling the demand insane. He judges the scheme so greedy that it goes beyond ordinary theft. His anger hardens into open contempt for the people trying to bleed him dry. Fox drops the pretense of civility and asks whether Zig truly intends to fight Blue Dawn's mad dog. Zig says yes without hesitation and would rather close his shop than hand over that money. Fox promises to make him regret that decision. Yet when the fight begins, Fox is quickly beaten down and stripped of his confidence. Humiliated, he accuses the others of ganging up on him even though no one had actually joined in. He panics because returning empty-handed will bring Kage's wrath down on him. Desperate, he searches for some way to salvage the mission. At that moment, the Red Tiger leader notices Zig has grown stronger, apparently thanks to the dojo's training. Legis gets clipped in the chaos and screams in protest. Fox suddenly grabs Popo and uses the creature as leverage, again calling it a lizard. He threatens that if the taxes are not paid peacefully, Popo will suffer for it. That threat shocks everyone into silence. Fox goes further and declares he will kill Popo if necessary. Loki moves before anyone else can react and crushes Fox with a single brutal strike. The system immediately records that Fox has died. A second notice brands Loki a murderer, and his fury spills out in a vicious stream of threats. Zig is almost impressed by how ferociously Loki can curse, until another notice reveals the political cost. Blue Dawn can now demand a guild battle against Red Tiger. The scene shifts back to the castle after the failed mission. Kage coldly asks for an explanation. Fox returns empty-handed and faces his lord's displeasure. He defends himself by claiming he had no choice against multiple opponents, and emphasizes that a Red Tiger member killed him. Kage focuses immediately on that detail. Fox confirms that Red Tiger appeared to be protecting the blacksmith shop and acting friendly with it. That connection intrigues Kage rather than calming him. He dismisses Fox, already thinking ahead. Once alone, he begins to reconsider the situation. Kage decides the blacksmith and Red Tiger's involvement have made the matter far more interesting. Elsewhere, a new fighter in blue is struck as another confrontation begins. The clash escalates immediately, signaling that the fallout from the blacksmith's defiance is only just beginning. Yuhan opens the spar by trapping his opponent's leg before the man can settle in. He twists the hold hard enough to force the older fighter off balance. Using that opening, Yuhan slams him down decisively. The man takes the hit, scratches his head, and admits Yuhan is better than expected. Instead of getting angry, he praises Yuhan's talent and immediately tries to recruit him into bootcamp training. Yuhan is baffled by the suggestion and rejects it outright. The instructor cheerfully pretends that refusal means Yuhan just needs more time, then changes the subject when Yuhan asks where everyone went. He explains that the others went to the capsule cafe out front to make IDs, which only confuses Yuhan more. When Yuhan hears it is for a guild battle gathering next week, he starts to realize something serious is happening. That revelation hits him hard, and he demands to know what exactly is going on. The story shifts to the political side of the conflict as the coming guild battle becomes the topic of a high-level meeting. Iron Cross executive Moon Yantek angrily reminds Blue Dawn that they still have not repaid the money borrowed for the last territory war, so asking for help again is outrageous. Blue Dawn insists there is a strategic reason this time. Their opponent is Red Tiger. Even their listeners are surprised Red Tiger agreed, until Blue Dawn explains one of Red Tiger's members piked their subordinate first, making a guild battle unavoidable under the rules. Blue Dawn adds that Red Tiger even accepted a destruction match, raising the stakes to total ruin. They appealed directly to Iron Cross Guild Master Behemoth, reminding him of their shared grudge. Blue Dawn recalls how every attempt to seize the Central Territory was blocked by the Central Guild Alliance. Because Red Tiger is one of that alliance's key forces, Blue Dawn argues that crushing them would make taking the Central Territory far easier. Behemoth considers the proposal in silence. He finally agrees to hear them out and take the gamble. Behemoth offers a deal. If Blue Dawn destroys Red Tiger, he will erase all of Blue Dawn's debts and fund the guild battle. The offer sounds generous at first, and Blue Dawn eagerly leans in. Behemoth immediately makes the real power dynamic clear by warning that failure will bring consequences. That threat wipes the confidence off Blue Dawn's face. Elsewhere, the scene moves to Tishal Plain. At the Wanderer's Tavern, another thread of the story begins to connect to the battle. A flamboyant merchant named Dylan arrives late to meet Zig and apologizes for keeping him waiting. He explains that business took longer than expected, sounding casual despite the delay. Zig brushes it off and pushes him to get to the information he asked for. Dylan starts rambling about trade routes and political changes in the Duchy of Kiev, testing Zig's patience. He hints that a major incident began in the far west, but Zig snaps and demands the specific information he came for. Dylan teases him for being impatient while still enjoying how desperate Zig is. At last, he hands over the document Zig wanted. When Dylan asks why he needs information on Blue Dawn, Zig answers that a guild battle is coming. Dylan is startled that Zig is tied to a guild battle at all. He immediately suspects Zig secretly joined a guild without telling them. That accusation makes Zig freeze for a moment. Dylan presses the contradiction, asking how someone outside a guild could be participating in a guild battle. Before Zig can answer, Dylan launches into one of his smug lectures, clearly enjoying the upper hand. He starts describing the two things he hates most, but Zig's attention drifts away from the words. Dylan notices Zig has gone silent and checks on him. Reading the document, Zig becomes furious as he recognizes the man behind Blue Dawn's side of the conflict. His anger triggers a flash of a brutal past beating. The memory sharpens into the image of a thug humiliating him at close range. Another memory reveals the face of the man he never expected to see involved again. The document confirms it is Kage, a magic swordsman ranked 78th and affiliated with Blue Dawn as the guild master of Nambaran. Back in the present, Yuhan is still reeling from the idea of a destruction match and demands to know who Blue Dawn is fighting and why. The instructor casually explains that Loki killed a man from the other side, which forced the guild battle under PK rules. Yuhan immediately asks why they agreed to a destruction match when they could choose a safer format, warning that Blue Dawn is backed by Iron Cross and should be impossible to beat. The instructor insists they researched everything and believes Blue Dawn will be weak because its debt means Iron Cross cannot support them much. Yuhan rejects that optimism, sensing the situation is far more dangerous than they think. The instructor then casually asks Yuhan to come along too, as if his participation is obvious. Yuhan reacts in shock at being dragged into this. The instructor reveals he already put Yuhan's name on Red Tiger's mercenary list because he assumed a dojo member would help. Yuhan explodes at the idea that his consent was never needed. Meanwhile, Zig finishes explaining to Dylan how he got tied to the coming battle. Dylan sums it up as Red Tiger versus Blue Dawn, and immediately recognizes how ugly the matchup is. He explains that even if Blue Dawn owes Iron Cross money, a destruction match changes everything because Iron Cross would never miss a chance to wipe out Red Tiger completely. Hearing that, Zig grips the document in anger and tension. Dylan notices Zig's reaction and realizes he has found the pressure point. He addresses Zig more seriously now that he has his full attention. Dylan proposes a way out by inviting Zig to become an official member of his guild. He argues that Zig is not directly involved in the battle, and if he joins Dylan's guild officially, they can legally block Red Tiger from using him as a mercenary. That offer makes Zig stop and think. Dylan sweetens it by framing the choice as protecting Zig from being forced into the fight. Zig remains silent, weighing the trap hidden inside the kindness. Instead of answering the offer, he asks about Kage. Dylan confirms Kage will definitely be in the guild battle because he is Blue Dawn's guild master. That confirmation hardens Zig's expression. At the dojo, Yuhan's daughter arrives looking for her father. She only meant to return his forgotten lunch, but finds the place empty. Following the trail, she notices the capsule cafe nearby. Inside, Red Tiger's side is already fired up, celebrating that the day of the destruction match has finally come. Their leader tries to rally everyone by insisting there is no way they can lose if they just fight as usual and come back alive. The crowd answers his call with loud unity and pride in being Red Tiger. Their confidence spills out into the rented capsule cafe where the team has gathered. At the front desk, Moon Yangtaek arrives with another man and asks to rent a capsule for 2 hours. The clerk turns him away because Red Tiger has rented the entire cafe for the day. The battlefield itself is set in Belfast Square of the Aberran Kingdom. Spectators begin gathering, already treating the match as a public spectacle. The crowd keeps growing as word spreads that a destruction match is about to happen. The arena systems power up for the broadcast. A streamer named Nam Guanhyuk enthusiastically introduces himself as the official broadcaster for the guild battle. He hypes the event as a clash between two major guild divisions, Red Tiger and Blue Dawn. Red Tiger enters first in force, with over 100 members and mercenaries showing up under their banner. The broadcaster turns to Blue Dawn, expecting a proper response. Instead, he is stunned by what he sees. Blue Dawn arrives with an army of roughly 1,200 people, turning the match into a massacre on paper. The broadcaster realizes that means around 1,000 of them are hired mercenaries, far beyond normal expectations. Kage dismisses the mercenary count as unimportant and boasts that the real difference is the myth-grade armor Behemoth lent him. He proudly reveals he is wearing the aggressive horse chest plate, one of the server's rare myth-grade items. Kage believes that armor alone boosts him enough to leap roughly 30 ranks and erase the humiliation of his past defeat. Certain this battle will secure his future, he vows to destroy Red Tiger completely. As the countdown nears, the broadcaster asks whether Red Tiger's undefeated history can survive this impossible matchup. Red Tiger's captain refuses to be intimidated, scorning anyone who relies on numbers. One of his men quietly admits that bravado only works for monsters like the captain or Kage, and fears they are doomed against so many enemies. The captain shuts down that weakness and reframes the battle as a matter of Red Tiger's honor, while Loki silently remembers the accusation that they were kidnappers was false. They realize Zig still has not shown up, even though he sent equipment ahead. When he also stops responding to messages, the captain assumes Zig got scared and decides to discipline him later. With only seconds left, Red Tiger is ordered to prepare for battle. The final countdown begins on Red Tiger's side. Blue Dawn waits with smug confidence as the timer drops towards 0. The countdown hits its final second. At the signal, Red Tiger charges first without hesitation. One cloaked spectator watches their reckless opening from the stands. That spectator is Zig's white-haired companion, clutching her cat and worrying about him. She reaches the place where Zig should have been and realizes he has vanished. Inside the abandoned shop, she finds the gear he prepared but no sign of him. A crumpled note on the floor catches her attention. She picks it up, already fearing what it means. The note confirms Zig left on his own. All it says is an apology from Zig. Back at the arena, the broadcast keeps running as the battle begins. A betting booth opens its final calls, turning the destruction match into a gambling frenzy. Almost all the money pours onto Blue Dawn. The bookmaker points out that hardly anyone is betting on Red Tiger, even with the payout multiplied tenfold. That silence says more than words about how hopeless the crowd thinks Red Tiger's chances are. Even Millions, the guild master of the third-ranked merchant guild Money Dance, sees no value in betting on such a lopsided fight. From the crowd's perspective, Red Tiger has already lost before the first exchange is finished. People openly talk as if they are watching Red Tiger's funeral. Zig's companion hears that contempt and lashes out at the spectators for writing Red Tiger off before the battle has even unfolded. She insists the result cannot be decided until the fight is actually over. The bookmaker notices her reaction and offers her the chance to put money behind her conviction. He directly asks if she wants to bet on Red Tiger. He opens the box, showing how little support Red Tiger has received so far. She hesitates, clearly torn between fear and loyalty. Trying to retreat, she mutters that gambling is bad, but the doubt in her voice reveals she wants to believe in them. Then she makes a reckless decision and pulls out a huge stake. She bets 1 million gold on Red Tiger, choosing faith over caution. The crowd is stunned, especially when they recognize Dylan of Gold Rush standing beside her, and realize this is no random wager. Dylan confirms the bet stands and reminds her there are no refunds. He mocks another gambler for losing his nerve, while making it clear he expects the result to prove him right. He then turns to Zig's companion, forcing her to own the choice publicly. She awkwardly accepts the situation, though she still looks deeply uneasy. Left alone with her thoughts again, she can only think of Zig. She quietly begs him to come back. Her panic spikes when she realizes Red Tiger's defeat would also destroy her own livelihood. On the battlefield, the captain enters berserk mode and turns himself into a living shockwave. He carves a blazing path straight through Blue Dawn's front line, scattering bodies in every direction. The first clash becomes a one-sided slaughter in Red Tiger's favor. The captain's lieutenant follows up with explosive attacks, and Red Tiger's morale surges as they realize they can actually break the enemy formation. A Blue Dawn fighter tries to counterattack with flaming martial arts. Red Tiger answers immediately, smashing him down before he can seize momentum. As the dust rises, the martial artist recognizes the man in front of him from a week earlier. He reveals he has been waiting for this rematch and has a personal score to settle. He makes it clear that his target is the Red Tiger fighter standing before him. He introduces himself as the man who handles Nambaran's finances in peace but becomes Blue Dawn's mad dog in war. He boasts that he is Fox, Arpedia's strongest martial artist. Before he can even finish his introduction, Loki kills him with a thrown strike, and the system announces Fox's death. Red Tiger instantly celebrates Loki's clean kill as the battle opens with a shocking upset. As the guild battle unfolds, spectators notice Red Tiger starting to gain ground against Blue Dawn. Some observers dismiss the idea that this is merely a contest of elite quality, arguing that Blue Dawn's own powerhouse, Kage, is just as formidable. They remind each other that Kage's high ranking was earned, not decorative. Kage proves it by unleashing Purgatory Slash, a devastating attack meant to wipe out Red Tiger's side in one stroke. He chains that into a tenfold barrage of crosscuts to finish the job before anyone can recover. The explosions tear through Red Tiger's forces, and Guilford is forced to brace himself amid the destruction. Guilford quickly locates Kage and realizes the real threat is bearing down on him directly. Kage dives in with murderous confidence, treating the slaughter as a game and aiming to kill everyone in his path. He fires another lethal strike straight at Guilford, expecting the duel to end there. For a moment, even Kage seems certain the hit connected. Instead, Guilford's armor flares to life and nullifies the killing blow. Guilford immediately counters upward, forcing Kage back into a direct clash. Their powers collide violently, shaking the battlefield. The impact leaves the ground scarred and both men still standing. Guilford is stunned that Kage could react to him at all, given the apparent gap between them. Kage realizes the answer is Guilford's equipment, and identifies the aggressive horse chestplate, whose special ability automatically protects its wearer from lethal attacks at the cost of mana. Knowing brute force will not work cleanly, Kage decides to change how he approaches the fight. He presses harder anyway, planning to tie Guilford down long enough for the rest of Red Tiger to be crushed elsewhere. Guilford notices that wider danger and curses the situation. He realizes that if he keeps focusing only on Kage, Blue Dawn's superior numbers may wipe out his guild. At that critical moment, reinforcements finally arrive. A red-haired young man appears and reveals they are on Tashal Plain, the formal guild battlefield. He declares that it is time to turn the entire battle around. The story jumps back 1 week earlier to explain how that reversal was prepared. At the Wanderer's Tavern, Yuhan studies the upcoming guild battle while sitting with Dylan. Yuhan's attention fixes on Kage, surprising Dylan. He confirms that Kage, the Blue Dawn guild master, will personally participate in the battle. That confirmation revives Yuhan's grudge against Kim Piljing, the bully who tormented him in real life and now exists in the game as Kage. Yuhan is furious that even inside the game he is still being hounded by the same enemy. Dylan tries to get his attention, worried by how intense Yuhan's reaction has become. Yuhan thanks Dylan because this battle gives him a chance to finally take revenge. He vows that he is no longer the helpless victim he used to be and intends to repay everything done to him with interest. But after that burst of emotion, he forces himself to stop. Yuhan decides revenge will fail if he acts emotionally instead of rationally. He recognizes that guild battles are not duels, and that if Kage brings overwhelming mercenary numbers, Red Tiger has no path to victory. Unable to see a solution yet, Yuhan grows frustrated. He first thinks he cannot possibly ask Dylan for help. Then a sudden idea strikes him. He turns to Dylan and addresses him formally, ready to make a request. What catches his eye is Dylan's unusual earring, and he asks where it came from. Back in the present battle, Guilford keeps holding the line against Kage's relentless attacks. Kage understands the chestplate's dilemma perfectly. Strong attacks trigger its protection, while weak attacks only prolong the fight. Even so, he feels cornered because Guilford is surviving longer than expected. Kage openly praises Guilford's toughness while continuing to pressure him. He admits Guilford is enduring far better than most would against that armor-assisted assault. But Kage reveals that this stalemate is exactly what he wanted. His plan is simple. If Guilford stays occupied with him, Blue Dawn's numerical advantage will overwhelm the rest of Red Tiger. A noble spectator triumphantly declares that Blue Dawn is now certain to win. The same man celebrates his correct prediction and mocks Dylan for losing a huge wager. He keeps gloating that Dylan's arrogance has finally cost him dearly. Dylan stays calm and replies that this is why the man's guild, Money Dance, always finishes behind the truly strong players. When challenged, Dylan points to the battlefield itself as proof that raw ranking is not the whole story. He notes that Red Tiger's only hope, Guilford, is indeed struggling against Kage, and that normal reinforcements cannot legally enter because unregistered players would be treated as unlawful killers. The noble tries to resume boasting, convinced the rules guarantee Blue Dawn's win. Before he can finish, a massive disturbance interrupts the entire arena. The deafening shock reaches even Kage and Guilford, forcing both to pause. Others wonder if the battlefield itself is shaking apart. Then Yuhan appears on a ridge, casually greeting everyone and apologizing for arriving late. He adds that he left a letter beforehand, as if that should explain everything. Guilford is relieved to see him, while Kage dismisses the newcomer as an irrelevant novice. Yuhan grandly announces himself as Red Tiger's ace, which only confuses Kage further. Guilford immediately rejects that claim, embarrassed that Yuhan is overselling himself. Kage orders his side to ignore the nonsense and kill Yuhan at once. Yuhan still acts as though he is in complete control and prepares to begin his own move. Then even he is briefly startled by what appears overhead. A brilliant light descends, and something crashes into the battlefield behind him. The flash leads back to Dylan's explanation about the earring. He reveals that after the Duchy of Kiev fell in war, power there passed to the Lizardmen, and the earring is a souvenir from that territory. The memory shifts to the Lizardman ruler who had once apologized to Yuhan. That ruler had refused direct help at the time, saying his people first needed to rebuild what war had destroyed. Yuhan had silently accepted that answer, even if it disappointed him. Still, he had clearly not forgotten it. The present catches up as the promised support finally arrives, about 1,000 warriors. Those warriors are revealed to be a full Lizardman force standing behind Yuhan. Yuhan immediately orders them to attack. He directs that army straight at Blue Dawn and turns the battlefield into chaos. The commentators are stunned and identify the newcomers as Lizardmen. They quickly grasp the real question is not what they are, but why the rulers of the fallen duchy are fighting here at all. As Yuhan cuts into Blue Dawn's line, the broadcast wonders who this unknown commander is, noting that he looks more like a blacksmith than a war leader. The answer comes at once. The mysterious player is Zig. That revelation shocks the audience, because Zig is already famous as the Sia family blacksmith who discovered the aerial fortress. The commentators announce that Blacksmith Zig has entered the guild battle with an incredible lizardman army, and that the entire momentum of the war has reversed. Spectators realize Blue Dawn's near-certain victory is slipping away. Even the live broadcast admits that the real battle is only beginning now. Kage's chestplate suddenly shatters under a heavy impact elsewhere, jolting the scene. In the real world, Yahello is shown in a VIP room after some violent incident, with others asking if he is alright. Blood and broken glass reveal that something serious has happened around him. Yahello brushes it off with a smile, pretending he merely drank too much. He excuses himself for a restroom break, clearly hiding his true intentions. Outside the room, he answers a phone call in secret. When Behemoth contacts him, Yahello immediately orders Plan B to begin at once. Back on the battlefield, the commentators marvel that the lizard men are openly fighting for Red Tiger. They also realize that because the lizard men count as monsters rather than players, they suffer no PK penalties for entering the guild battle. The crowd is amazed and starts speculating whether Zig is some kind of tamer or has used a hidden skill. Dylan quietly enjoys being proven right while his rival can only stew in frustration. Meanwhile, another spectator is less impressed and more enraged, demanding to know why the lizard men are here at all. She also fumes over Yuhan's badly written letter, realizing his warning about being late had been almost impossible to understand. On the field, Yuhan checks on Yuhan's ally and asks why he did not flee as expected. The ally demands an explanation for both Yuhan's return and the sudden monster army fighting beside them. Yuhan tells him explanations can wait until after they survive and win the war. The ally starts to agree, only to be blindsided by a new attack from Blue Dawn. A lizard man intercepts the strike before it can land. That same lizard man immediately counterattacks, driving the enemy back. The rescued ally watches in disbelief as the lizardman's body begins to pixelate from damage. He awkwardly thanks the monster for saving him. The lizard man answers with simple loyalty, saying a comrade's comrade is also his comrade. Then he rushes off again to continue fighting for Red Tiger. The ally is left speechless by how naturally the monster behaved like a teammate. A beat later, admiration replaces confusion. Guilford, for his part, does not care how Yuhan pulled this off and only celebrates that the battlefield has finally turned in Red Tiger's favor. Kage refuses to concede, insisting the reversal has only made the fight worth taking seriously. He and Guilford resume their duel at full speed. Elsewhere, Blue Dawn's troops are now being cut down by lizardmen in the darkened chaos of the larger battle. Kage realizes too late that his own side is being mauled and demands to know why the lizardmen are targeting Blue Dawn. He concludes that if this continues, he must finish Guilford quickly and rejoin his collapsing forces. At the same time, Yuhan decides he must defeat Kage fast enough to support the others. Kage suddenly senses Yuhan closing in on him from behind. Yuhan slams into him and forces himself directly into Kage's duel, making Kage recognize him as the same blacksmith from before. The hit lands hard enough to make Kage cough blood, yet the system immediately announces that the aggressive horse chestplate has been repaired and its durability has increased, restoring part of Kage's defense. Kage is confused by the sudden repair notice. Then he sees Yuhan repeatedly striking the armor with a hammer, each blow adding more durability instead of dealing normal damage. Yuhan keeps hammering with calm precision while the repair notifications stack. Kage explodes in anger, unable to understand why his enemy is fixing his equipment mid-fight. Guilford instantly senses that Yuhan is setting something up. He seizes the opening and launches a massive finishing strike at Kage. Kage finally realizes Yuhan may have been distracting him on purpose. Guilford brings down a catastrophic blow from above, aiming to end the duel in one decisive hit. Kage laughs at what he thinks is Guilford's stupidity, convinced the chestplate will simply counter any strong attack again. Yuhan reveals the trap. The armor will not counter while it is in the middle of being repaired. He explains that the aggressive horse chestplate is absurdly overpowered because it combines indestructibility with protection of the aggressive horse. Normally, an opponent would have to either chip away with weak attacks or wait for its mana to run dry. But Yuhan knows a hidden tactic that exploits the item's repair state, and Kage panics when the skill fails to activate. That tactic is simple. Keep the armor under active repair so its protection bug never triggers. A system explanation confirms the bug, and Kage can only scream in disbelief as the trap closes. Guilford's finishing blow crashes down without being countered. Yuhan reveals he had already warned Guilford through a direct message to attack during the repair window. He also explains how he knew the exploit in the first place. Bartz once used the same item before fighting the Rage Dragon. Kage erupts in fury, declaring that the chestplate belongs to him and vowing to interrogate Yuhan after the battle about where he got such knowledge. Yuhan answers with a threat of his own, promising to make Kage reveal where he obtained that armor. Before either can continue, the system announces that Guilford has logged out. Both Yuhan and Kage are stunned by the sudden disappearance. Moments later, more system notices appear as Blue Dawn players begin logging out across the battlefield in large numbers. The two fighters can only watch the mass disappearance in confusion. Kage is left trying to understand why Guilford and the others are vanishing instead of finishing the fight. Then he receives a private message from Ladino stating that this is his final chance, granted by Behemoth, and that he must not make any mistakes. Kage immediately understands that outside interference has changed the game again, and he thanks Yahello for it. The narration reveals that what happened was no accident. While Red Tiger's members were gathered at Moon's capsule, the owner's absence created an opening for an unexpected incident. A message confirms that Plan B succeeded exactly as Behemoth intended, leaving the Red Tigers unable to log back in for a while. The mastermind behind that setup is revealed to be Moon Yangtaek, the son who replaced the previous owner, and now serves as an executive of the Iron Cross Guild. A chain of coincidences converges into a desperate backup plan. Zig is caught in a lethal grip and realizes he is moments from death. His attacker mocks him for daring to challenge someone far stronger. Observers conclude that Red Tiger is actually the side in danger despite its numbers. Blue Dawn's advantage lies in Kage, a ranker powerful enough to overwhelm ordinary forces. Without Guilford to counter Kage, Red Tiger has no real answer, and the match ends once one side is wiped out. Since every officially registered Red Tiger member is gone except the blacksmith Zig, the entire guild now rests on him. That means Zig's death would instantly end Red Tiger's chances. The spectators are stunned that Red Tiger's members all logged out at once and can barely believe it happened. Zig finally understands the full consequence of his situation. If he dies here, Red Tiger loses, so he forces himself to keep fighting no matter what. His enemy's killing skill shuts down from lack of mana, sparing him for the moment. Kage clicks his tongue and admits his battle with Guilford drained most of his mana. Still, Kage decides he does not need special skills to finish someone as weak as Zig. He closes in to execute Zig by hand. But something about Zig suddenly makes him hesitate. A voice from his memory stops him cold. Kage recognizes the same frail build and defeated expression from someone he once knew. He blurts out the name Kang Yuhan in shock. Elsewhere in the real world, the backup plan begins at a capsule gaming center. A scout reports that every capsule there is occupied, which should have ruined their attempt to log in quickly. Their captain worries that Zig cannot hold up much longer. He refuses to give up and orders everyone to get home and log in immediately. The group points out that weekend traffic will make that impossible. The captain instantly rejects that excuse. He spots a solution and orders everyone to grab bicycles instead. To motivate them, he threatens the last one to arrive with non-stop sparring for the rest of the weekend. The whole group launches into a frantic race back home. Back in the game, Zig remains cornered while the battlefield rages around him. Kage sneers that Yuhan is a loser in real life and even in the game, reduced to being a blacksmith. Zig fires back that fools never bother to think. Kage prepares to end him anyway. He commits fully to the kill. Zig suddenly counters with a brutal strike that shatters Kage's arm. Kage is left stunned that the helpless prey hit back so hard. Zig uses the opening to break away and flee. His first priority becomes survival, not revenge. He decides escaping matters more than landing one satisfying blow. He reminds himself again that dying now would betray Red Tiger. He also refuses to waste the sacrifices of the lizard men who fought for him. Kage erupts in fury and orders everyone to capture Zig immediately. Blue Dawn's attacks begin sweeping across the field to cut off his escape. The commentators excitedly announce that Zig has started running. What follows turns into a full-scale chase across the battlefield. Zig slips through close-range attacks by staying just ahead of the mob. He keeps evading with surprising agility, knocking pursuers aside when needed. Even Kage is forced to admit how frustratingly nimble Zig is. Realizing melee pursuit is failing, Kage orders long-range attacks instead. While running, Zig wonders whether retreat is really his only option if Red Tiger never returns. Then he realizes there may still be another way. A concrete idea finally forms, and he resolves to use it. His expression hardens as he commits to the plan. A storm of projectiles begins raining down toward him. The barrage closes in from above. Zig realizes he is about to be overwhelmed. At that instant, a powerful earth wall rises between him and the attack. The wall blocks the arrow's storm while holy protection reinforces the defense. Zig stares in disbelief at the sudden rescue. Kage is equally shocked to see magic intervene. A new force has entered the battle from outside the chase. The earth barrier continues expanding and cracking the ground apart. Someone lands behind the wall to shield Zig. A cheerful voice reveals that Sia's family has arrived. Sia, her father, and Loki present themselves as reinforcements at Zig's side. Zig can barely process that they made it here in time. Sia explains that the live stream drew so many viewers that they rushed over the moment they saw what was happening. She immediately checks on Zig in a panic. Then she angrily demands to know why no one told her there was a guild battle. The commentators announce that new players have suddenly entered the battlefield. They clarify that while this is unusual, it is not actually forbidden, because outside PK players can still interfere. Even so, the rules remain unchanged. Sia's family and the lizard men are not official participants, but Zig's death would still end Red Tiger's match. Kage seizes on that fact and orders Blue Dawn to ignore the newcomers and finish Zig before Red Tiger can return. Blue Dawn's fighters surge towards Zig from every direction. At the same time, Guilford finally logs back in. Loki immediately unleashes a powerful blast to thin the attackers. His spell kills one of Blue Dawn's players outright. The system brands Loki as a murderer for killing outside the guild battle rules. Even with that penalty, Sia's family keeps pressing the attack to protect Zig. Loki continues channeling more magic through his staff. Sia follows with a devastating wind spear. Her strike kills another enemy player. She too is immediately marked as a murderer. Sia's family summons holy armor and holy weapons for the lizard men, turning them into a glowing defensive line. Their only order is to protect Zig at all costs. Kage rages as his forces keep failing to reach the one target that matters. Blue Dawn's fighters answer and throw themselves into another coordinated rush. Sia personally intercepts them and refuses to let them pass. She carves open an escape route and tells Zig to run. Zig gratefully accepts the chance and keeps moving. As he runs, he reveals that he now has a plan of his own. He only worries whether he can survive long enough to use it, because one strong ally returning would turn everything around. Then another presence finally enters the field. The captain arrives dramatically and announces that there is no need to worry anymore. Guilford throws himself at Blue Dawn with reckless confidence, daring them to come at him. But he materializes in the wrong place, far from the battle. The system informs him that by leaving the designated guild battle area, he has automatically disqualified himself. Guilford is left screaming in disbelief at his own disastrous mistake. Zig can only grit his teeth and keep running despite the setback. He tells himself he just has to endure a little longer. Blue Dawn's pursuit closes in again as he pushes for a few more seconds. He braces himself for the moment to act. At last, he makes his move. Guilford, though disqualified, still crashes into the battlefield as an outside PK force and blasts Blue Dawn's pursuers away from Zig. The Lizard King also arrives to help Zig directly. Zig starts to greet him as the lizard warrior he knew. But he is corrected and learns this ally is the Lizard King himself. The king does not waste time on introductions and orders Zig to run. Zig obeys immediately and leaves the king to hold the line. Blue Dawn keeps chasing, refusing to let him escape. One attacker leaps ahead to cut him off from above. A sudden magical impact interrupts the attack midair. Legis arrives explosively, knocking enemies aside and startling everyone, including Zig. Zig cannot believe even Legis has come to help. Another ally warns him not to stop and stare. In the real world, the spectators roar as the rescue effort keeps growing. Master joins the frenzy as well, shouting himself hoarse. Meanwhile, Red Tiger's members pedal desperately through the city to get back online. Even Guilford is still charging ahead in the real world, determined to make up for his blunder. Zig keeps sprinting with everything he has left. The onlookers realize all he needs to do is survive until Red Tiger returns. But Kage senses something is changing and becomes wary. He laughs darkly as he prepares to stop Zig himself. Kage catches up and taunts him for thinking he could run forever. He corners Zig at the edge of a sheer cliff and declares the game over. Kage boasts that even a weakling like Zig managed to inconvenience him. He insists Blue Dawn will still win and steps forward to finish it. Zig answers with a cold, unreadable calm. He suddenly materializes the object his whole plan depended on. Kage is caught off guard by the unexpected weapon. Zig raises a massive hammer, revealing that the blacksmith has armed himself at last. With new confidence, he rejects Kage's assumption that the fight is over. Kage realizes too late that he has misread the situation. Zig activates the hammer's mine ability and slams it into the ground. The trap erupts beneath Kage's feet before he can escape. A violent explosion tears through the cliffside. The blast continues ripping the rock apart. At the same time, Zig's allies keep Blue Dawn occupied so no one can interfere. Enemy players begin dropping across the field as the counterattack spreads. Sia briefly thinks the crisis may finally be ending. She wonders whether Zig managed to get away safely. Instead, Legis suddenly screams her name in alarm. Sia turns to find another threat rushing in. Legis grabs her and urgently points her towards Zig's danger. She immediately understands that Zig is still in trouble. The standoff at the cliff remains unresolved as Kage's earlier confidence hangs in the air. He had been certain Blue Dawn would win no matter what. Zig's answer is simple and defiant. He declares that whatever Kan Yuhan used to be, the person he is now will never give up. With that resolve, he commits fully to the final strike. The mine detonates in full, turning Zig's desperate plan into a direct challenge to Kage's certainty. Zig suddenly smashes the battlefield apart beneath everyone. The ground ruptures so violently that huge chunks of earth are blasted upward. Blue Dawn's pursuers realize too late that he has destroyed the footing itself. As they rush after him, one of them demands to know what scheme he is trying now. Another catches Zig's calm grin and senses that this is not panic at all. Kage mocks him for running again and insists he is still the same coward as before. He keeps taunting Zig, claiming struggle is pointless and nothing will ever change. Driven by that contempt, Blue Dawn throws itself after Zig instead of stopping. Zig reveals the trap outright. Beneath them lies the swamp of despair. As everyone drops toward the swamp, Kage celebrates, convinced the fall will cripple Zig and secure Blue Dawn's win. Kage starts to declare victory, certain the match is over. Then doubt hits him as he reconsiders what Zig just said. While falling through the darkness, he realizes Zig meant to drag all of them down together. The full intent becomes clear. Zig was trying to force every pursuer out of bounds at once. Kage urgently tries to stop the others, but he is already too late. Before he can recover, Zig slams into him midair and seizes the initiative. Zig drives him downward and makes it clear he never intended to flee in the first place. Using his mechanical arm, Zig catches himself on a floating rock while letting Kage continue falling. He secures his hold and stabilizes himself above the swamp. Then he unleashes a giant grasping construct that snatches the rest of Blue Dawn and drags them into the swamp as well. The trap closes with crushing force. Hanging safely above the hazard, Zig admits the whole thing was bait. He spits one last insult at Kage as the plan succeeds. Kage splashes into the swamp and is immediately notified that leaving the battle area means automatic disqualification. The system confirms his removal, while the others sink after him. One by one, Blue Dawn members are flagged for leaving the designated battlefield. The mass disqualification is finalized as the swamp swallows them. Still clinging to the cliff, Zig realizes he has eliminated every enemy who chased him. He concludes that if Red Tiger removes the few Blue Dawn members still on land, the guild battle will be theirs. But Kage refuses to accept defeat and activates a hidden skill. A system message announces Death Hand, and his power surges back to life. The skill propels him upward from the swamp instead of letting him sink out. Zig is caught off guard by Kage's sudden return. A spectral hand shoots up toward Zig's perch. Kage rises after him, swearing he will never lose. Consumed by obsession, he reaches for Zig with murderous determination. He screams that he will never lose to anyone. As Zig is forced off balance near the cliff, he wonders whether both of them falling would make the result a draw. He immediately rejects that thought because if even one Blue Dawn member remains above, Red Tiger still loses. Accepting the cost, Zig realizes that if he falls now, the defeat will be his guild's. From the rim above, distant figures notice the crisis unfolding below. Zig understands he is out of options and curses the situation. Kage roars in triumph, believing he has forced Zig into a final losing fall. Zig's grip slips and his body drops away from the cliff. His mechanical hand opens as he loses his last hold. Elsewhere, spectators watch the near-fatal turn on a large display. Sia sees what is happening and launches herself toward the cliff without hesitation. She dives headfirst after Zig, ignoring the danger. Zig continues falling, unable to stop himself. At the last moment, Sia catches his mechanical arm. Zig stares up in shock at the hand that saved him. He recognizes Sia and can barely believe she came for him. She tells him to hold on as she commits fully to the rescue. Another ally grabs on behind her, turning the rescue into a chain. A second hand locks onto the line to help bear Zig's weight. Then a third joins, reinforcing the pull. More hands stack in, each person adding strength to keep Zig from falling. Sia orders everyone to pull together, and the whole team strains as one. Zig is left speechless, as he feels all of them holding on to him. With combined effort, they haul him back up over the cliff. Even Popo cries out as the rescue succeeds. The others shout with the same desperate effort until Zig is safe. For a moment, all of them hang suspended between disaster and relief. Then the entire group collapses onto solid ground together, exhausted but intact. Watching from nearby, Blue Dawn's remaining members are stunned by what they just saw. Even the nobles and onlookers who had expected a different outcome are left speechless. The system updates the count. Blue Dawn has no survivors left, while Red Tiger still has one, meaning Blue Dawn is fully disqualified. The battlefield board declares Red Tiger the winner. An announcer struggles to process the upset before naming the victor. The result is finally shouted aloud: Red Tiger has won. A gambler can only stare in despair as his money disappears with the upset. Another spectator laughs it off and admits Zig has a gift for overturning expectations. The victory display confirms that Red Tiger pulled off the impossible. Zig, still catching his breath, can hardly believe they truly won. The mood turns playful when the cattered woman immediately claims all the credit. The others call her out for joining the celebration late, and she fires back that she and Popo helped keep Zig alive. As the bickering continues, someone pokes Zig to bring him back into the moment. Sia addresses him directly, grounding him after the chaos. She gently asks him to tell the team when something like this is about to happen next time. Flustered by her closeness and concern, Zig awkwardly agrees. Before he can recover, another hand yanks at his clothes from behind. The silent mass teammate menacingly demands to know why he said nothing at all. Terrified, Zig promises he will explain everything next time. The blue-haired strategist laughs and remarks that youth has its charms while the others simmer in the background. With the battle over, he suggests they should be on their way. A sudden voice cuts in and orders everyone to stop, mocking their happy ending. Kage crawls back up from the swamp, furious and sneering at them for celebrating too soon. He complains that he meant to end things cleanly, but they kept crossing the line. Sia and the others immediately turn on him for trying to ruin the guild battle after it was already decided. Kage calls out Zig by another name, Kan Yuhan, making him visibly flinch. He taunts that Yuhan still has not learned his lesson. Kage orders him to come over so he can beat him again and remind him of the past. The others are confused by the name, the reference to old days, and Kage's familiarity with Zig. Someone asks Zig directly whether he knows who Kage really is. Kage answers for him, boasting that they used to be close and twisting their history into something ugly. Zig coldly asks whether that is really how Kage wants to describe it. Kage smirks and points out that the others clearly do not know who Zig is. The team turns toward Zig, waiting for an explanation he does not give. Kage reveals that the blacksmith called Zig is actually Kan Yuhan, and sneers that he used to be his toy. He drags up a cruel childhood game in which Yuhan was treated like a punching bag. The memory exposes years of abuse, with Kage mocking how much effort it took just to set up those humiliations and inviting another round. Kage laughs at the pain he caused, but someone cuts him off with a firm refusal. He still tries to frame it as a game and offers to fight Yuhan personally, as if granting a favor. Zig accepts the confrontation on one condition: If Kage loses, he must reveal where he got that armor. Kage scoffs at the idea that Zig could ever beat him. Sia watches closely, reading the tension beneath Zig's calm. The others remain silent, unsure how much of this history is real. Even the loudest members fall quiet as the situation turns serious. Zig's expression hardens as he decides how to face this. He thinks the people around him must be disappointed by what they have learned, and believes they have every reason to be. He remembers all the titles and glory he earned in the game, and how none of them changed his reality outside it. He tells himself that his real self does not matter and pretends he does not care. He admits inwardly that he never wanted friends in the game because attachments would only become burdens. What matters to him now is catching the hacker, beating that bastard, and finding clues. He steels himself around that goal and tries to shut out everything else. Then he steps forward to begin the fight. Zig swings first, but Kage counters with a charged strike. The clash explodes at close range. Before Kage can press the advantage, Sia cuts in and smashes him across the face. Her intervention sends him tumbling hard across the ground. Kage crashes down in pain, stunned by the hit. As he recovers, he realizes the Yuhan he knew was once kind and open, and that the person before him changed because of what was done to him. Sia bluntly accuses Kage of being the one who made Yuhan into this. Kage tries to protest and demand a proper duel, but he is no longer in control. The white-haired woman silences him with a slap and rejects his attempt to dictate the rules. She openly condemns him for bragging about bullying someone. The blue-haired strategist agrees and says Kage should be ashamed of himself. The whole group closes in, deciding he deserves punishment, while the lizard knight simply concludes that this human should die. They tell Zig to stay back because they will handle Kage themselves. Pinned and panicking, Kage complains that he was supposed to fight Yuhan alone, and cannot understand why everyone is turning on him. At that moment, Red Tiger's reinforcements finally arrive after the battle has already ended. Sia immediately points out Kage to her father. She identifies him as the one who bullied Yuhan throughout his school years. Her father's mood turns dangerous as he realizes what kind of person Kage is. He steps forward and claims Yuhan as his disciple, making clear that Kage has targeted someone under his protection. Surrounded by armed opponents, Kage suddenly realizes how badly the situation has turned against him. In desperation, he calls for Blue Dawn to help him, forgetting they are already finished. Instead, a direct message arrives from Ladnell stating that Behemoth has ordered Blue Dawn to disband. Kage can only stare in disbelief as even his own side abandons him. The next blow lands before he can recover. Then the entire group piles on him in a chaotic beating. As they thrash him, they warn him never to bully Zig again and demand to know who he is and where he lives. The system finally announces Kage's death, ending his last resistance. Sia dismisses him as someone ordinary who only pretended to be special. With the threat gone, the others turn back toward Zig with relief and warmth. Still dazed by everything, Zig is gently asked whether he is alright. That concern stirs a memory of an older mentor asking why he insists on carrying everything alone. Zig is left quiet, unable to answer even now. He remembers Sia's smile, a simple kindness that reaches him more deeply than he expected, and the white-haired woman beams in the aftermath, as the scene settles into an uneasy but genuine sense of found companionship. A bound young man is dragged before armed figures and threatened with fire, establishing a brutal power imbalance. That grim scene gives way to the same red-haired man being tossed in celebration, revealing the danger is over and his side has won. He can only answer the sudden praise with an awkward, uncertain smile. Even those around him admit they cannot fully explain how he changed the battle. As the victorious group gathers around him, he quietly wonders the same thing himself. The cheering leaves him dazed as he lies back and tries to process what just happened. His allies keep celebrating him as the hero of the moment. A week after the guild battle, the excitement still has not faded. Instead of dying down, public discussion keeps growing because the clash between Red Tiger and Blue Dawn became a sensation. The reason is Zig, the blacksmith whose presence turned the war by leading lizard men and securing victory. Because players already knew his name, the battle pushes him from being known to being famous. He is suddenly treated like a celebrity and shoved in front of interviews. People pile grand titles onto him, turning him into a legend overnight. A host enthusiastically presents him to the public, while Zig can barely introduce himself. The interviewer skips pleasantries and demands to know how he controlled the lizard men. Zig casually explains that he did not control them at all and merely asked for their help, which shocks the audience even more. The public immediately mythologizes him as a genius blacksmith who can speak with monsters. Back in the real world, his friends tease Yuhan over the absurd fame surrounding his in-game identity. They keep laughing and filming while he chases after them in embarrassment. The group then heads to the capsule cafe tied to the earlier sabotage incident. They confirm this is the place where Blue Dawn cut the power, and learn the owner apologized and replaced his son with a new employee. They enter to see who is running the place now. A worker starts to greet them, but the moment stalls as everyone recognizes something unexpected. The whole group freezes in surprise. The new employee turns out to be the stylish woman they knew before, now looking completely different. Yuhan stares, trying to reconcile her new appearance with the person he remembers. She immediately snaps back, making clear that where she works is none of their business. When they comment on how different she looks, she proudly insists the makeover costs money and effort. She reminds Zig that time is money too and orders him back to making more armor instead of chatting. He obediently retreats, showing she now runs him hard at the forge. Meanwhile, Legis and Dylan strike a deal to split distribution of Zig's equipment evenly. With Zig's fame and Legis's business sense combined, demand for his gear explodes beyond what they can supply. For a moment, everything appears to have settled into a profitable peace. But that calm is suddenly interrupted. A damaged piece of armor begins speaking, denying responsibility and revealing that someone is communicating through it. The group realizes the armor itself is acting as a mouthpiece, and the unseen speaker mocks the culprit for making excuses instead of apologizing. The trapped voice admits to bullying someone but still tries to dodge true responsibility. The speaker contemptuously calls out that cowardice and self-preservation. Pressed for the mastermind's identity, the armor blurts out the name Behemoth. The group is stunned to hear that the 4th-ranked Iron Cross Guild Master is supposedly behind everything. The armor prepares to explain why that name matters. It reveals that Behemoth is actually Jong Hayono, someone from Yuhan's real-life past. Yuhan is shaken to realize this is the same former student president from his school. The armor adds that Hayono is the grandson of the Hakram Foundation's chief director, tying him to real-world power as well. It explains that Hayono first approached the culprit by wanting revenge on Yuhan for reporting the school to the police. The armor further reveals that Hayono supplied the gear and has been orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Before the confession can continue, the speaker tries to insist he did nothing wrong. Zig silences him by smashing the armor apart. Holding a fragment marked Bart's, Zig realizes Hayono somehow possessed Bart's armor. He first considers whether Hayono might simply have bought it on the market. But another possibility immediately troubles him more. He recalls the suspicious bug that delayed his master's return during a fight in another location. That memory confirms the delay really did happen at a critical moment. He remembers his master being caught in a chokehold because of that interruption. The enemy had even bragged that without the bug he would have reached Blue Dawn in time to destroy them. That boast now makes Zig question whether the bug was deliberate sabotage. The more he thinks about it, the less the pieces feel accidental. He remembers the desperate pleas as his master was nearly killed because of the delay. Zig begins to suspect Jong Hayono may also be the hacker behind the interference. If Hayono is both the hacker and the one with Bart's armor, then the whole chain of events suddenly fits together. But Zig still cannot understand why Hayono would target him unless Hayono somehow knows he is Bart's. As he struggles with that impossible thought, someone arrives at the forge. A stranger asks whether this is Zig's blacksmith shop. Zig absent-mindedly says the shop next door is Zig's, trying to brush the visitor away. He keeps refusing service because the shop is not even opened yet. Then he senses something dangerous from the visitor. His expression hardens as he realizes the man came for him. The stranger confirms that he has indeed found the right place. He greets Zig like an old acquaintance, immediately making the encounter personal. Zig is caught off guard by the familiarity. The man addresses him directly as Bart's, proving he knows the hidden identity. He mocks the idea that Bart's would be hiding as a mere blacksmith. The visitor boasts that no wonder he could not find Bart's before, since Bart's was concealed in plain sight. He repeats the name Bart's with unmistakable certainty. Zig is rattled that a complete stranger knows him by that name. He also notices the man is carrying a weapon that should belong to Bart's. The intruder immediately attacks and dares Bart's to block with the shield. Zig barely raises the armor piece in time and is horrified by the attacker's monstrous force. The blow detonates against the shield with overwhelming power. Zig is blasted backward across his own workshop. He scrambles up, injured and confused, while his health drops. Then he realizes the attack has wrecked his forge, which enrages him even more. He demands to know who this lunatic is and why he is destroying someone else's shop. The attacker ignores the complaint and praises Bart's for surviving the strike. Zig realizes the man is not listening to anything except his own obsession. The intruder launches another attack, eager to test Bart's again. He channels a skill through his weapon with practiced precision. Zig recognizes that the man is not reckless at all but highly trained, which makes him more dangerous. The attacker keeps up a relentless assault, forcing Zig to defend with the armor fragment. A heavy strike nearly breaks through Zig's guard. The man taunts him, convinced Bart's cannot keep blocking forever. Zig studies the pattern and realizes every movement is efficient and disciplined. From the weight and control behind the attacks, he judges the man to be at least level 100 and likely a ranker. That only deepens the mystery, because someone this strong should already be famous. Zig keeps circling back to the same question of how this unknown ranker knows he is Bart's. Looking at the shield again, he suspects the information may have leaked through Kage. The broken talking armor reminds him how exposed his secret may already be. He wonders if Kage sold out his identity to the Iron Cross Guild. Even while thinking, he has to keep parrying the attacker's relentless blows. A powerful clash sends both of them airborne for an instant. The attacker laughs and declares Bart's to be on a completely different level from everyone else. Zig is unnerved by how personally the man speaks and asks what connection he has to Bart's. The man treats the question like a joke, as if the answer should be obvious. He declares that he has never forgotten Bart's since the day they first met. He rushes in again, driven by that long-held fixation. His face shows manic excitement rather than simple hostility. Before he can land the next blow, a red-armored figure cuts in and intercepts him. The newcomer dismisses him as another weak challenger, while the attacker finally names himself Jens and vows to defeat Bartz. Jens is amazed by the Red Knight's reaction speed even as his strike is stopped. He keeps attacking anyway, thrilled by the resistance. Then he unveils another technique, raising a glowing barrier to press the fight further. The Red Knight answers by drawing a sinister crimson blade. One devastating counterattack blows Jens away and shatters his momentum. Jens is stunned by the overwhelming gap in power. That shock takes him back to the first time he ever faced Bartz and felt utterly outclassed. From that day on, his ambition changed from becoming the top player to defeating Bartz specifically. Even now, that obsession still defines him. He openly declares that his new life goal is to beat Bartz. Zig finally realizes Jens is not acting on behalf of Yahello or Iron Cross at all, but out of a personal fixation. Jens insists that today will be the day he finally defeats Bartz. He even imagines the fame he will gain as the man who beat Berserker Bartz. Zig tries once more to explain that he is not Bartz and is only a production-class blacksmith, not a real fighter. Jens rejects the explanation outright, convinced Bartz is merely hiding his true self. Zig gives up on reasoning with him and admits to himself that he does not even remember who Jens is. Jens charges again, still intoxicated by his fantasy of rivalry. Zig decides the only way to stop him is to break the weapon Jens is using. Jens activates a lightning charge skill through the sword he obtained from the elf village. Zig steels himself, determined to subdue the reckless maniac by force. He counters with a precise strike aimed not at Jens, but at the weapon itself. The blade cracks under the impact. Jens stares in disbelief as his treasured weapon shatters. Zig remains calm, having found the one opening that mattered. Jens is too shocked to understand what just happened. The realization finally hits him that Bartz broke the weapon in a single exchange. Zig apologizes to the heavy sword as if it were a damaged creation and promises to repair it later. Jens drops to his knees, crushed by another defeat. Even in defeat, he admires Bartz and concludes that a rancor remains a rancor regardless of class. Zig stubbornly repeats that he is not Bartz, though Jens still refuses to accept it. Jens cheerfully calls Bartz his rival and promises to win next time. He casually tells Zig to stay alive until their next match and starts to leave, leaving Zig baffled. Before Jens can go, Zig stops him to ask where he got that broken weapon. Jens says he received it in an elf village as a quest reward from an NPC named Arsene. The name Arsene catches Zig's attention, especially when Jens adds that the NPC was an elf blacksmith. Zig immediately recognizes the elven blacksmith as the clue he has been missing. He decides on the spot to head for the elf village and pursue the hacker through that lead. The story shifts to the hidden forest where that village lies. A man arrives at an entrance formed by intertwined vines and realizes he has found the elf village. He steps forward into the concealed area. At that same moment, two ornate spears cross to block the way. The intruder halts in surprise as the village's guardians challenge his approach. The elves make their hatred clear and warn that humans like him are forbidden from entering their forest. Back in the aftermath of another clash, Zig decides to leave since his weapon is broken, but someone stops him. Zig presses for a reason, unwilling to be delayed without explanation. The other man points out Zig's damaged weapon as the real issue. He unexpectedly offers to repair the weapon for Zig. Zig distrusts the offer and reminds him that the damage happened during their fight. The man admits fault and frames the repair as taking responsibility, while pretending he will not force the matter. Zig reluctantly hands over the weapon, deciding to trust him once as long as it is fixed properly. The man agrees cheerfully, then reveals he only promised to repair the weapon, not return it. He flees with the weapon and leaves Zig fuming that the next encounter will become another fight. Once the thief is gone, Zig is relieved but bitterly notes how much chaos that lunatic caused. He looks over the wrecked area and realizes he is now stuck cleaning up the larger mess as well. Even so, Zig quickly recovers his mood. He decides the trip was still worthwhile because he obtained Bartz's old weapon and a clue tied to it. He promises his own ruined weapon he will remake it once his repair ability reaches full mastery. From the clue, Zig concludes he needs to find a blacksmith named Arsene in the elf village. He reasons that the hacker must have sold his stolen weapon to that NPC. With that possibility in mind, Zig resolves to head to the elf village himself. He arrives at the strange, hidden forest surrounding the village. The entrance impresses him, and he realizes he has finally found the elves' domain. A player-made guide explains that many people have trouble locating the elf village and offers directions. Following the guide, Zig understands why the village stayed hidden so long and senses that this forest is unlike any other. After all that effort, he hopes Arsene will provide a real lead, and he grows eager to meet the elves. His imagination immediately fills with idealized visions of graceful, beautiful elves. He steps forward expecting that fantasy to begin. Instead, he is abruptly ordered to stop. An elf ambushes him from behind, pins him, and repeats that a filthy human will go no farther. Zig is stunned by how violently the elf reacts. He tries to explain himself while being forced along. The elf drags him into a trap zone and keeps him under control at knife point. Zig realizes the village entrance is protected by hidden traps as well as hostile guards. One archer threatens to shoot him if he moves again, making it clear this is an execution-ready standoff. Remembering the guide's warning, Zig deduces there must be some hidden condition for entering the village. Still trapped, he desperately wonders what that condition could be. The guards simply order him to leave the forest and reject him as a human. Zig points out the absurdity that they are the ones physically preventing him from leaving. Before the situation can worsen, a new voice interrupts the guards. A woman descends dramatically into the scene. She lands with the confidence of someone the elves recognize. Sia intervenes and demands that Zig be released, declaring him her friend. She insists he is trustworthy, though the guards remain reluctant because he is still human. Zig is shocked to find Sia here, and she happily explains that a quest led her to stay in the elf village long enough to befriend the elves. Her sudden rescue leaves Zig openly emotional with relief. Sia takes charge and prepares to prove Zig's worth to the suspicious elves. She summons fire spirits to serve as a test of his purity. Sia explains that these salamanders will judge whether Zig is acceptable. Zig stares at the floating flames, unsure what he is even looking at. One of the flames reveals itself as a salamander, a tiny fire spirit. More salamanders gather around Zig instead of attacking him. Sia explains that salamanders are low-rank fire spirits, and that winning the spirit's approval is the fastest way to win the elves' approval. The spirits immediately take a liking to Zig, and Sia realizes his work as a blacksmith is probably why. Because Zig constantly works with fire, his affinity with fire spirits is naturally high, which surprises even him. The guards grudgingly admit the salamander's judgment means Zig handles pure fire often, even as Zig hears them insulting him. Once the spirits accept him, the elves finally agree to welcome him into the village. With Sia leading and the guards escorting, Zig is finally allowed inside. After the tense entry, Zig wonders if he has finally reached the place he came for. He reflects that without Sia he would have been in serious trouble, and now he can finally ask about the hacker. He approaches Arsane, the elf blacksmith, and politely asks for his attention. Arsane turns to him with a cold, wary stare and asks what he wants. Zig is momentarily distracted by how striking Arsane looks, even while feeling intimidated. He presents the weapon and asks if Arsane is the one who made it. Arsane studies the weapon closely. Recognition hardens his expression. He confirms it is his work and demands to know who Zig is, prompting Zig to snap that he is the weapon's rightful owner. Even while talking back, Zig can feel Arsane's hostility and thinks the elves here are all unnervingly severe. He carefully explains that someone who possessed the weapon claimed to have gotten it here, so he wants to know how Arsane acquired it. Arsane first claims ignorance, which immediately alarms Zig. Then Arsane admits the weapon was left behind by a client who could not pay. Zig urgently demands every detail he can get about that client. Arsane begins to answer, but he suddenly falters mid-thought, as if something is interfering with him. His speech breaks apart unnaturally while Zig presses him to continue. Arsane's entire body glitches, and his words are replaced by corrupted nonsense. Zig recoils in shock as the blacksmith starts breaking apart like a bugged NPC. The corruption spreads through Arsane while fragmented system-like noise overwhelms the scene. The glitch intensifies until Arsane barely resembles a stable character anymore. The broken dialogue and visual distortion make it clear that something in the game is forcibly censoring this information. Zig realizes he may be witnessing an impossible bug in a game famous for having none. That realization hits him as a major threat to everything he thought he knew about the game. Arsane remains frozen in a corrupted state, while Zig stands helplessly before him. Sia returns just as Zig is still trying to process what happened. She sees the distorted figure too and confirms this is not just Zig's imagination. Zig asks if she can see the glitch as well, desperate for confirmation that it is real. Sia suggests reporting the bug, while Zig admits he has no idea what triggered it beyond asking a question. She tells him to repeat the exact same question so they can test the cause. Zig steels himself and prepares to try again. When he repeats the question, Arsane immediately glitches again, proving the topic itself triggers the corruption. The blacksmith's response is once more swallowed by static and unreadable fragments. After the second attempt, Zig is exhausted by the strain of witnessing it. Sia admits she has never seen or even heard of a bug like this, and Zig agrees it is deeply unsettling. They decide to report the incident to customer service, and Zig accepts that he will have to return once Arsane is normal again. Leaving the blacksmith behind, they head deeper into the village. As they walk, Zig asks if Sia is taking the correct route, and she assures him this path is part of her quest. The forest opens toward a sacred inner area. A towering world tree comes into view, dominating the heart of the village. Sia points ahead and explains that she only needs to meet the elf high shaman to finish her quest. The world tree looms over them as they approach the ritual site. Sia explains that her Mycenia quest required visiting the elf village to obtain the Wings of the Wind, and she asks whether Zig finished the Aerial Fortress Restoration quest. Zig proudly says he already completed it, even showing off his Assembly Level 6 achievement. Sia is impressed but notes that several other players have already finished or nearly finished their own related quests. She proposes that once her quest is done, they should head to Mycenia together, and Zig asks if she can leave her current quest so quickly. Zig agrees because his lead on the hacker has been cut off for now anyway. They decide to wrap up Sia's quest first and contact the others afterward. Sia smiles, energized by how close she is to finishing. The sacred tree seems to respond as they near the ritual platform. Sia's confidence grows as if she already senses success. She suddenly turns it into a race to the world tree, teasing Zig as she dashes ahead. Zig protests, caught off guard by her sudden sprint. He chases after her while accusing her of cheating with a head start. They arrive at the radiant sanctuary beneath the world tree. Together they step onto the ceremonial platform before the altar. Sia places a flower on the altar as an offering to begin the rite. Zig watches, confused by the simplicity of the ritual. The altar erupts with light, signaling that something far greater has answered. A divine figure descends in a blaze of holy radiance. The elf high shaman appears before them in full splendor. She looks directly at Sia and asks whether Sia is the one who called her. The high shaman addresses Sia warmly as a dear friend of the elves. Sia respectfully confirms her identity and status. A system message rewards Sia with the title Dear Friend of the Elves, confirming her bond with them. She accepts the title immediately. Sia formally states that she has helped 124 elves to earn this audience, a number that leaves Zig stunned. The high shaman thanks her and grants the elves gratitude and blessing. Even the world tree itself seems to acknowledge the moment. The high shaman says the world tree has recognized Sia as well. As proof of that recognition, she prepares to bestow a reward. She presents the Wings of the Wind, an epic treasure formed from the world tree's pure magic and tied to control over wind. Sia is overwhelmed that she has finally obtained the item she came for. She reaches out to receive it. Instead of a simple handoff, the high shaman moves with sudden force towards Sia. Both Sia and Zig are left wondering whether the gesture was some kind of trick. Before they can react further, the high shaman stops them and continues speaking. She reveals that she knows exactly who sent Sia on this quest. She identifies that person as Ivanius III, mage of the Mycenia kingdom, shocking both Sia and Zig. The high shaman says Sia herself is worthy to possess the item. But she immediately warns that the one who sent her may not be worthy at all. She asks how much Sia knows about Mycenia. Sia only knows it as an ancient kingdom destroyed long ago, and wonders if something is being hidden from them. The high shaman explains that Mycenia's people were extraordinary despite being human, but their brilliance was matched by arrogance. She says that when Ivanius first sought the Wings of the Wind, she believed it was for building the aerial fortress. Zig begins to suspect Ivanius may have misused the artifact somehow. The high shaman tells Sia to remember one crucial truth. She warns that good intentions do not always lead to good outcomes. Even so, she insists Sia should take the item. Sia hesitates, unsure how to respond to such a grave warning. The high shaman resolves the dilemma by giving Sia 2 Wings of the Wind and instructing her to keep one while delivering the other. Sia is left speechless by the unexpected trust placed in her. The high shaman adds one final warning and invokes a darker memory. She declares that Ivanius is far from good, even as the quest updates, and orders Sia to deliver the item to him for her reward. Elsewhere, the blacksmith's shop is abruptly closed for maintenance, suggesting the strange corruption around Arsane is still unresolved. The party regathers in person after spending time apart on separate quests. Ofen remarks that it has been a long time since all 5 of them met together like this. Erin proudly shows off a rare new staff she bought while Loki remains characteristically quiet. The others praise the purchase and note that the whole party has grown stronger through new levels and gear. Erin shifts from bragging about her upgrade to asking about the missing leader who summoned them. She complains that Zig called everyone together and still has not arrived. The group waits by the door, irritated that he is late. Zig finally rushes in, apologizing and claiming he had to pick something up first. Erin scolds him for being the last to arrive to his own gathering, and he brushes it off. Without further delay, Zig announces their destination, the newly opened aerial fortress map. They head to the new region north of North Arc, where the aerial fortress has appeared as a major new map. The fortress city is already crowded with players and merchants taking advantage of the excitement around the new area. At the royal palace entrance, players are being blocked by beastfolk guards. The crowd protests because the map is open, so they expect unrestricted access to the palace. The guards firmly state that humans cannot enter the palace without permission. Frustration spreads as players realize there is a hidden quest inside and no one knows how to trigger it. Zig confidently leads his party through the crowd, marked by the title of Discoverers of the Aerial Fortress. The waiting players recognize him as the blacksmith tied to the lizard army, and wonder why he is here. A reptilian guard immediately recognizes Sia and her companions and addresses them as expected guests. Sia awkwardly greets the guard, realizing they are not late at all but specifically awaited. The guards open the way and invite the party inside, stunning everyone outside. The rejected players erupt in outrage and scramble to record proof that someone has been granted special access. As the party enters, onlookers hurriedly capture images of the moment. The palace doors close behind them, cutting off the crowd. Inside, they are welcomed by the spectral King Ivanius III, who hails them as the heroes he has been waiting for. The party reports that they completed every preparation he requested. Sia and Erin present 2 of the required components, the Wings of the Wind and the Holy Water. Zig and the others confirm the remaining requirements are also ready, including floating magic, Deborah's clues, and the necessary assembly skill. Satisfied, the king declares that the restoration can finally begin. He grants an interim reward of 30,000 gold for finishing the first phase, which Zig happily accepts. Before they can relax, new quest windows appear in front of the party. The next phase orders them to pour holy water, install floating magic in the basement, build the control system in the forge, and activate the Wings of the Wind. A cat-like palace guard is assigned to guide them to each required location. The party follows the guide, assuming this restoration quest is nearing its end. Meanwhile, the king's expression darkens, hinting that his intentions are not as noble as he appears. His hidden malice becomes more apparent as he watches the party proceed. At the first sight, Eren confirms where to pour the holy water while asking what to do with the wings of the wind. The guide tells Sia to hand over the wings of the wind directly instead of activating them herself. A remembered warning resurfaces that the king is far from benevolent. Even so, Sia decides to entrust the item to the guide so it can be delivered to the king. The party moves on to the lower levels to continue the restoration. In the Mycenia basement, Olfen is surprised by how vast the hidden facility is. He begins preparing the floating magic, warning that drawing the magic circle will take time. At the Mycenia forge, Zig reaches the workshop where his part of the quest must be completed. Using Deborah's notes, he studies the design and realizes he first needs to make 2 large cogwheels. He starts forging the first component with confidence. His first attempt fails completely, and the system bluntly informs him that he failed to create the large cogwheel. Zig admits the task is much harder than he expected. He regroups and decides to push through the difficulty for the sake of the next reward. Motivated by greed and pride, he throws himself back into the work. He carefully compares the blueprint to the part in his hand and adjusts his process. After repeated forging and fine-tuning, he finally gets the shape right. The system confirms his success in creating a large cogwheel and raises his skill proficiency. With the first major piece done, he moves on to the detailed control system. Zig spends a long stretch assembling delicate mechanisms across the workbench. He successfully completes the detailed control system as well and gains another large proficiency increase. Pleased with himself, he prepares to install the finished device. He works through the final assembly with intense concentration. The completed mechanism is presented before the king along with the gem-like component tied to the restoration. Ivanius is ecstatic, convinced that his fading kingdom can now truly be revived. His attendants verify that the floating magic and holy water are functioning exactly as required. The king inserts the key component into the mechanism and praises the result. He unleashes a surge of dark power into the restored system. The device absorbs the energy and begins to activate. A brilliant reaction erupts as the mechanism fully powers up. The king channels even more sinister magic through the awakened apparatus. The restoration circle expands, linking the device to the entire fortress. Outside, the palace and city begin glowing with ominous purple light. The party notices the disturbance but cannot yet tell what has changed. Ivanius declares the restoration a success and promises them a generous final reward. The party celebrates, relieved that the long quest seems finished at last. Zig eagerly opens the reward window, expecting something extraordinary. Instead, the completed quest rewards them with only a Mycenia Kingdom official robe and a small amount of experience. The underwhelming prize leaves them baffled and disappointed. Ivanius coldly reframes the robe as an honor, because it marks entry into the Mycenia Kingdom. He reveals that his true reward is the chance to become wizards and rule the skies with him. His ambition is laid bare as he proclaims that all who live below will kneel to Mycenia's wizards. Sia and Eren recoil in shock, realizing they have been deceived into helping a tyrant. The beast folk attendant sees Sia and Eren before the party can react. More attendants force the others down and demand immediate loyalty to the king, which Zig angrily refuses. Ivanius threatens to turn them into sacrifices for the aerial fortress if they will not submit. Outside the palace, ordinary players in the city continue shopping, unaware of the danger building beneath them. One bystander notices something strange as the ground begins to shift. Cracks race across the city streets. A violent burst erupts from the ground, signaling a massive change in the map. Players across the area are suddenly hit by system effects and forced into emergency transitions. The entire city shakes as the aerial fortress begins to rise. Players are abruptly expelled from the map by administrator authority, with no warning or choice. The ejected crowd is left confused and furious, unable to understand why they were all kicked out. Someone spots the true cause and shouts for everyone to look up. A huge cluster of purple crystals emerges as the power source lifting the fortress. The aerial fortress tears free and ascends into the sky, wrapped in dark magic. The expelled players can only stare as the floating map and the corrupted ground beneath it defy all expectations. Back inside, a magic circle forms beneath Zig's party. A glowing cage of magical bars traps all 5 of them together. A new linked quest appears, revealing the truth, the revival of the cursed ancient nation Mycenia and Ivanius III's abnormal ambitions. The quest forces a choice between pledging allegiance to Ivanius or stopping Mycenia's revival by eliminating the threat. The trapped party protests that the quest is already complete and demands to be released, but Ivanius only laughs. He promises freedom only after they swear loyalty to him. The crystal power source continues feeding the fortress and the king's ritual. Olfen and Eren suddenly collapse as the cage begins draining their mana. The party realizes Ivanius has layered a mana-draining spell over the prison, rapidly weakening them. Ivanius revels in their suffering, convinced the ritual is proceeding exactly as he planned. His attendants report that the fortress is functioning and that the humans' mana is flowing into the kingdom. Ivanius declares that the age of wizards has finally returned, while his followers pledge absolute obedience. The palace seals itself further as the ritual intensifies. The party complains that the hidden quest is absurdly difficult and realizes Ivanius may be an even greater schemer than Deborah. They debate choosing the route to stop him, but first they need a way out of the cage, and logging out clearly will not save them. Sia blames herself for not following the earlier warning and for handing over the wings of the wind. Zig tells her not to regret finishing the quest, because at least they gained the experience and information from it. He quietly reassures her that he already has a plan. At that moment, the cage and the chamber begin shaking violently. Cracks spread through the ceiling as the fortress strains under the ascent. The party braces themselves and tries to stay upright despite the mana drain and the turbulence. Sia lunges toward Eren as the shaking throws them off balance. She loses her footing and is flung sideways by the motion. Zig catches her before she crashes, and she thanks him in shock. He decides they first need to understand what is happening outside the chamber. Zig asks Ophin whether he can break the prison magic. The bars begin to crack under strain, giving them a narrow chance. Ophin resolves to spend all his remaining mana on one desperate attempt to dissolve the cage. Eren urges him to hurry even as he struggles to keep casting under the drain. Ivanius, meanwhile, exults that the long-awaited day of revival has finally arrived. The fortress climbs higher, wrapped in runes and crystal energy. He proclaims that the world will once again lie beneath the feet of wizards. Outside, expelled players feel their bodies grow heavy as the fortress's influence starts affecting the wider area. Ivanius's followers congratulate him as the ritual spreads beyond the palace. Rather than kill the trapped humans immediately, Ivanius decides they should be persuaded into service. He is confident they cannot break Mycenia's magic and will eventually have no choice but to submit. Pleased with that logic, he decides to use them later against Deborah, whom he considers a traitor. Suddenly, something unexpected interrupts his confidence. The party realizes the entire aerial fortress is truly flying, and the absurdity of the situation briefly cuts through the panic. Ivanius learns that the fortress's rise disrupted the binding circle, which explains why the prisoners are no longer fully contained where he expected. Now free enough to confront him directly, the party openly denounces his deception and refuses loyalty. Ivanius orders his chimera soldiers to capture the humans before they can escape. The party finds itself surrounded by even more beast-like enemies than before. At the same time, a portal opens behind Ivanius as reinforcements, or another force begins to arrive. Zig immediately recognizes the old man's scheme and taunts him. Ivanius is enraged by the insult and turns his fury on Zig. Zig asks the crucial question of whether the floating fortress is being controlled by the detailed control system he built. Ivanius proudly confirms it, boasting that Mycenia's true power comes from combining machinery with magic. He explains that the aerial fortress is the ultimate product of that fusion and the source of limitless wizard power. Zig pretends to follow the explanation, but he is really confirming that his own handiwork is the fortress's weak point. He reaches into his gear with sudden purpose. Zig pulls out a small remote device he prepared earlier. He presses the button without hesitation. A massive explosion erupts from within the fortress's mechanism. The floating island lurches violently as its balance and lift begin to fail. Ivanius realizes too late that Zig sabotaged the system and demands to know what he has done. The crystal engine fractures under the blast, threatening to bring the entire aerial fortress crashing down. Zig reveals he anticipated this crisis and secretly altered the fortress control system so he could sabotage it from within. He proudly unveils his latest custom explosive, convinced his special mini-bomb will finish the job. His allies are stunned by how far he prepared in advance, though they immediately mock his naming sense, and he snaps back defensively. Before they can dwell on it, panic spreads through Mycenia as word reaches the king that the aerial fortress is collapsing, and its backup mana has failed. The king realizes the fortress is dropping so fast that it will soon crash into the sea. Furious and desperate, he unleashes his power in a last attempt to stop the disaster. A massive surge of magic erupts from him as he tries to force the fortress back under control. Zig's sabotage pays off when the blast destroys a key magic stone instead of stabilizing the fortress. The resulting chain reaction tears through the system and sends more destructive energy across the crumbling stronghold. Seeing the chaos intensify, the party huddles behind a shield while their mage admits his mana is nearly exhausted and can only protect them briefly. The shield barely holds as the collapsing fortress keeps raining destruction around them. Their mage realizes his mana still has not recovered enough to solve the larger problem. As the defense falters, everyone notices a new blast veering toward Zig. Zig is thrown off the broken fortress, and suddenly finds himself falling into open air. He loses his footing completely and drops away from the others. The fall becomes a free plunge, and panic finally breaks through his bravado. Zig tries to save himself with his wire, but he immediately realizes he is falling too fast for it to catch him. At the last moment, a wind-powered hand reaches him from above. The wind wraps around Zig and slows his fall before he can be lost. The rescue steadies him just enough for a brief moment of relief. Sia dives after him and catches him herself, refusing to let him fall alone. Held safely in her arms, Zig realizes Sia has saved his life. They land back near the others, who confess they feared Sia had fallen too, while Zig brushes off the scare with forced lightness. When Zig asks how she managed that rescue, Sia explains she learned to use the wings of the wind thanks to the High Shaman. At the same time, the sabotage's effects spread through the fortress floor as the magic network continues breaking apart. A report reaches the king that the magic circle and magic stone are destroyed. Mana is no longer being absorbed, and he realizes the intruders truly crippled his plan. The ruined system disintegrates further, confirming that the fortress can no longer sustain itself. With the drain gone, the party's mana suddenly returns in full, turning the tide in their favor. Zig openly admits he expected this and detonated his hidden weapon for exactly that result, earning admiration for having planned everything ahead. But before they can celebrate, the entire aerial fortress lurches downward again, and the survivors realize they are still trapped on a falling island. Chunks of the fortress break away beneath them, and the group can do little but panic as they plunge together. At first they try to reassure themselves that falling into the ocean might be survivable, until Zig warns that this sea is anything but normal. He identifies it as the Polar Ice Sea, a mana-charged ocean so cold that anyone who falls in will freeze almost instantly. That revelation turns their fear into urgency, and Zig curses himself for not expecting the fortress to descend this far or this fast. Elsewhere on the collapsing fortress, the king's followers report that the floating magic circle is broken, but he still orders them to gather every scrap of mana they can. The party's mage admits he cannot cast properly while shaking and that levitating everyone without a magic circle is impossible. Zig asks Sia to carry them with her wind technique, but she confesses she still cannot control it well enough for the whole group. With no safe answer left, Zig forces himself to think through one last option. Before he can act, Iron loses her footing and slips off the fragment they are riding. Sia immediately lunges after her while the others shout in alarm. Sia catches Iron with wind, but the falling speed makes it hard for her to keep balance, and Loki is left stranded on the fragment above. Loki dives after them on his own, refusing to let the group split apart. Zig realizes that even if he uses his wire, he cannot haul all three of them back by himself. Just as the situation becomes impossible, a new voice calls out to them. Iron braces for another fall, only to find herself suddenly caught by someone unexpected. Zig recognizes the newcomer in disbelief. Legis appears in person, cradles Iron to safety, and completely derails the panic with his dramatic entrance. Zig can barely process why Legis is there at all. Legis explains he came because he was worried Zig would make money without him, and he is still furious that the blacksmith shop was destroyed in Zig's absence. He reveals he came straight from the wreckage of their ruined business, still holding Zig responsible for leaving him to deal with it. Even so, Legis orders everyone aboard his hot air balloon first and promises to scold Zig properly only after they survive. Zig starts organizing who aboard, but a warning shout cuts him off when danger appears behind him. A stray attack strikes the rock beneath the mage, knocking Zig off again just as rescue seems secured. He plummets past the balloon, and Sia can only cry out while Legis curses his stupidity. Zig finally crashes into the balloon basket, battered but alive. As he catches his breath, Legis stands over him and reminds him this is not a place to lounge around. Zig then notices the fortress fragments still falling toward the sea below. The remains of the aerial fortress slam into the polar ice sea and begin sinking into its lethal waters. Watching from above, the party reasons that the trapped Mycenians should die in that cursed sea, and Zig openly hopes the kingdom's people are finally finished. Legis immediately punishes him for erasing an entire map and ruining the chance to profit from it properly. But his anger gives way to concern as he checks whether Zig was hurt, especially whether his arms are still usable. When Zig questions the sudden concern, Legis bluntly explains that Zig is his investor and his blacksmith shop is Legis's source of income. The others start lamenting the disappointing reward for such a dangerous quest, while Legis keeps fussing over Zig's condition for practical reasons. Sia reminds everyone that surviving and avoiding enslavement by Mycenia matters more than the payout they expected. That perspective shifts when the group is told to check the actual quest result before complaining. The hidden quest is declared complete, awarding a massive 1 million gold in 3 levels, instantly transforming disappointment into shock. The reward leaves the party ecstatic, with both the money and the rare level gains far beyond what they imagined. Even the usually stoic Tank is visibly satisfied once he sees his share. Zig realizes the hidden quest was worth everything and starts dreaming about rebuilding his destroyed blacksmith shop. Legis quickly reminds everyone that their survival was largely thanks to him and begins angling for his cut, while Iron is already planning what to buy. As the balloon drifts over the ice sea, the party excitedly spends the reward in their heads until the mage has to stop them from rocking the basket. Far below, the wreckage of Mycenia disappears beneath the freezing water. The sea grows quiet again, leaving only drifting ice and the aftermath of the kingdom's fall. On one ice floe, a black cat calmly walks across the frozen surface, hinting that something from Mycenia endured. The cat moves alone among the floating ice as the cursed sea settles. Then a clawed hand suddenly grips the edge of an ice floe from below. The king drags himself out of the polar ice sea, somehow surviving what should have killed everyone else. His followers gather around him in shock, and he answers their concern with bitter rage rather than relief. With the aerial fortress destroyed, the barrier sealing this region is now gone as well. From the open sky, the king calls out Zig's name with murderous intent. He swears that the next time they meet, he will crush Zig personally. His vow echoes over the empty sea, turning their victory into the promise of a future rematch. The survivors of Mycenia are left stranded on the ice, alive but broken. The story then shifts to DreamHack's real-world offices, where the developers sit in tense silence after the disaster Zig caused the game. A quiet image of the sea underscores how much of the game world has been altered by one player's actions. The vice president struggles to contain his frustration over the ruined project. He demands to know whether the map really crashed exactly as feared. The development lead answers with unsettling calm, treating the catastrophe as exactly the kind of thing Zig would do. The vice president explodes, furious that months of preparation were destroyed by a single player and insisting someone must answer for it. Instead of apologizing, the lead casually asks whether he should simply file an explanation and take a few more days off. That flippancy nearly pushes the executive over the edge as he imagines the entire game collapsing with the failed project. But the lead reveals he already anticipated that reaction and insists the Mycenia episode can still be salvaged. The vice president argues that without the map itself, there is no way to continue the content they plan to exploit. The lead counters that one crucial element still remains. He argues it may be better to focus players on that surviving hook instead of letting a new map distract them. The vice president seizes on the idea as a way to recover control of the situation. He convinces himself that with that remaining feature, they no longer have to be at the mercy of one disruptive player. DreamMax pivots immediately and announces a major new season update called Ancestral Call. The company's headquarters stands calm outside, hiding the scramble behind the scenes. Inside, the exhausted development floor looks drained after the emergency effort. The lead rallies the team by declaring that the grand update day has finally arrived. The staff barely react, too worn out to share his enthusiasm. He tries to motivate them by promising a bonus once the update is finished. That single word instantly revives the room's attention. The team surges back to work with desperate energy the moment money is mentioned. Their systems roar back to life as the final rollout begins. The lead watches the update progress with quiet satisfaction. Among the new content, he highlights a production class update that directly affects crafting professions. Thinking of Zig, he looks forward to seeing what chaos that player will cause with the new systems. A system notice announces that the game will automatically shut down at 10 o'clock for the update. The game world fades out as the maintenance begins. Meanwhile, Yuhan wakes in real life from his capsule and decides to kill time at the dojo while the servers are down. He heads to a martial arts gym to wait out the maintenance. The dojo is active around him, but he keeps mostly to himself. After training, he feels refreshed and checks his phone. A message from Charon catches his attention. She invites him to join the others at a cafe while they wait for the update to finish. He meets the group at the cafe, where they gather around the update news together. Everyone crowds in with intense interest, ready to dissect every detail of the new season. They launch the update page and prepare to dive back into Arpedia Online the moment they can. The promotional reveal teases a terrifying new ancient boss creature waiting in the new content. It also hints that support and production roles will gain major new importance. Another reveal confirms a production job line update that introduces class grades for crafters. The update further promises expanded naval combat and sea-based mechanics. The promotional material frames the new season as a chance for players to unlock new potential on the ocean. The Forgotten Sea, Ancestral Call is presented as DreamX's next major frontier. The group is blown away by how large and ambitious the update looks. They immediately start speculating about how much there will be to do, from new content grinds to possible martial arts events. Then one of them spots a detail that matters to Zig more than anything else. The patch notes reveal that ironworks and smelters can now be built, effectively expanding forge progression and opening huge opportunities for Zig's production path. That possibility makes Yuhan instantly imagine Zig becoming absurdly rich through crafting. The group decides to head to the capsule cafe as soon as the servers reopen so they can jump in together. But time drags on as they wait for the maintenance to end. The delay stretches longer and longer, wearing down their excitement. Eventually they give up on waiting there when DreamMax announces all 4 levels of maintenance at once, signaling a major delay. Later that night, Yuhan walks Charon home through the city after the failed wait. She tells him he did not need to escort her, but he insists it was natural since it was dark and they were already headed the same way. Charon hesitates, clearly working up the courage to say something more personal. Yuhan, meanwhile, is still distracted by how long he has been unable to play and jokes about getting withdrawal symptoms. His fixation on the game makes Charon falter for a moment as she realizes how hard it is to compete with his obsession. Still, she stops him and asks for his attention directly. Using their old race bet as an excuse, she reminds him that she won and is therefore owed something. Gathering her courage, she asks if he would buy her dinner that night. Yuhan is caught completely off guard by the invitation. Before he can answer, a party group chat message announces that the servers are finally back online. The moment she hears that, Charon's romantic nerve collapses and she bolts toward the game instead. She hurriedly postpones the dinner idea and runs off, leaving Yuhan bewildered. From a distance, she awkwardly tells him to at least eat before logging in. Yuhan immediately sprints home as well, abandoning everything else for the reopened server. Back in his room, he rushes to his capsule in a frenzy, ready to dive into the new update at once. A futuristic capsule activates as a new login sequence begins. The system verifies the user's identity and completes a full biometric scan. With authentication finished, the game starts establishing a connection. Zig is welcomed into the system and materializes inside a strange digital space. He is immediately confused, because he remembers logging out in front of the blacksmith shop, not here. A new update prompt appears and offers him rewards tied to his job class if he claims them now. Curious about what a blacksmith class reward might be, he eagerly decides to take it. He confirms the claim without hesitation. The reward interface erupts with light and begins transporting him somewhere else. Zig is caught off guard as the transfer suddenly engulfs him. Before he can understand what is happening, the digital world collapses around him. He is violently dropped into darkness with a painful crash. Bruised and disoriented, he struggles to figure out where he has been sent. A radiant message identifies the place as Heaven's Gate. The empty darkness starts assembling itself into a grand heavenly structure. As the temple-like hall finishes forming, Zig realizes this bizarre update has taken him somewhere sacred. A new presence arrives with theatrical confidence. Zig senses something powerful and unfamiliar approaching. A massive hammer-like object comes into view, hinting at a figure tied to smithing or judgment. The heavenly hall reveals strange mechanisms and ornaments, making the place feel both divine and artificial. A winged man lounges above him and begins addressing him with amused interest. The man grandly announces that the lamb has arrived, treating Zig like someone summoned for inspection. After confirming Zig's name, the stranger leaves Zig demanding to know who he is. The figure treats the question like an invitation to show off. He rises in full splendor and introduces himself as a messenger of Thor. Then he proudly declares that he is an angel. Zig immediately doubts both the title and the man's behavior. The angel reads that doubt on his face and calls him out for it. When Zig tries to deny it, the angel threatens punishment for lying to an angel and brandishes his hammer as proof he can enforce it. Dropping the threat just as quickly, the angel explains that he opened Heaven's Gate for Zig because Zig does in fact have a class. Zig can only stare back, still not understanding what any of this means. His confusion turns into wary annoyance as the angel keeps judging him. The angel finally decides Zig is not qualified yet and tells him to come back later, which infuriates Zig because he never asked to be brought here. The angel adds that once Zig becomes fully qualified and reopens Heaven's Gate, he will be able to challenge someone important. He reveals the prize behind that path. If the right person acknowledges Zig, he could become the world's one true Iron Master. The title shocks Zig and instantly grabs his attention. But the angel undercuts the promise by admitting nothing is guaranteed and that it all depends on Zig's own effort. That evasiveness only irritates Zig more. Having said his piece, the angel decides the audience is over. He orders Zig back to the world below and warns him not to return unqualified. Zig desperately tries to stop him and ask what qualifications he actually needs. The angel ignores the plea and sends him away before answering. Zig is hurled out of Heaven's Gate with no useful explanation. He reappears back in the game world near the damaged blacksmith shop. The heavenly portal spits him out hard enough to send him tumbling through the air. As the portal closes, Zig curses the absurd update and the self-absorbed angel who explained nothing. Before he can recover, someone arrives and calls him out for finally showing up. Legis scolds him for logging in so late when the server has already been open and money should already be flowing. Zig tries to explain that something bizarre happened the moment he logged in, including a meeting with a grotesque angel. Legis is baffled and dismisses the story, because she has no idea why an angel would appear in Arpedia Online. That makes Zig realize the event may have been unique to him, which only deepens the mystery. Legis cuts off the speculation and demands that he repair her ruined shop before she files a damage claim. Zig grumbles about her terrible temper but knows he has no choice. He opens a chat window to contact someone who can handle the repairs. He sends a message asking for a full estimate and promises cost will not be an issue, even while Legis continues raging behind him. He submits the request immediately. After sending it, he tries to calm Legis by saying help is already on the way. Legis notices him staring and demands to know what his problem is. Before he can answer, something large sweeps overhead and interrupts them. A blonde contractor arrives almost instantly riding a giant eagle, surprising Zig with how fast the response was. The contractor cheerfully explains that a pet update was added, then immediately tries to sell Zig one for an outrageous price. Zig refuses the distraction and brings the conversation back to rebuilding the shop. He lays out a bigger ambition than simple repairs. He wants to renovate the current shop and build a separate forge and personal workshop beside it. As the contractor starts calculating costs, Zig also asks about building an ironworks, thinking he might as well expand fully. While waiting for the estimate, Zig starts imagining how a larger operation could transform his business. He pictures more customers, more commissions, more money, and faster growth in both skill and reputation. The dream is so vivid that he can almost feel himself leveling up already. In his mind, even the angel eventually recognizes him as the Iron Master. That fantasy quickly turns practical when he remembers an ironworks would also make collecting Bartza's materials much easier. The contractor interrupts his daydream by asking whether he even meets the requirements to build an ironworks. Zig is blindsided because he never considered that there might be prerequisites. The contractor explains that only blacksmiths with enough reputation and specific qualifications can build one, and he is amazed Zig never checked the update details. He is not surprised at all that Zig overlooked something so basic. When Zig protests that the server only opened today, the contractor mocks him for being slower than the players who already studied everything. Then he warns that Zig still is not qualified and mentions that only one blacksmith is currently building an ironworks. That blacksmith is Bullion, the second-ranked blacksmith, already far ahead of everyone else. The contractor adds that a successful ironworks also needs a unique signature product, and Zig has no idea what his would be. Even so, the contractor finishes the estimate for repairing the shop and presents a total of 500,000 gold. Zig accepts the price surprisingly easily and asks for the work to begin at once. The contractor is stunned until Legis explains that Zig is rich from a rare quest reward and was already doing well before the guild battle. Realizing he could have charged more, the contractor momentarily regrets being honest before scrambling to flatter Zig instead. He recovers by praising Zig as a treasured customer, and Zig lets the awkward mistake pass. The contract is finalized and the repair job officially begins. Just as he is about to leave, the contractor remembers one more crucial detail. He casually informs Zig that building an ironworks costs around 10 million gold, assuming Zig can handle it. The number hits Zig like a physical blow. He instantly starts spiraling through all the extra expenses that would follow repairs, expansion, staffing, and operations. Meanwhile, the contractor departs, satisfied with the deal and already thinking about his next job. Left behind, Zig can only repeat the impossible price to himself in disbelief. Legis mocks him for collapsing over numbers and bluntly says the answer is obvious. He just needs to make more money. Before the argument can continue, something rustles in the bushes nearby. Legis turns toward the sound and spots a small familiar shape hiding there. It is Popo, and he suddenly spits out a strange lump of ore while crying dramatically. Legis panics over what he coughed up, but Popo quickly insists it is nothing important. She examines the lump and realizes it is some kind of ore. The moment she analyzes it, she understands it is far more valuable than it looks. Her mood flips instantly as she recognizes a massive windfall. She excitedly shoves the ore at Zig and demands that he look at it too. Still dazed, he barely processes her excitement at first. She forces the ore into his hands so he cannot ignore it. Holding it himself, Zig starts to suspect it might be something extraordinary. He asks if it is really what he thinks it is, and Legis eagerly confirms it. She boasts that her analyzed skill is high enough to trust her judgment completely. That confirmation leaves Zig speechless for a moment. Then joy overwhelms him as he realizes this could solve everything. The system identifies the find as A-rank chrome ore, which can be refined into the rare S-rank metal chrome. The story shifts from the ruined shop to the nearby mountains where the ore must have come from. Following Popo's lead, Zig and Legis head deeper into the rocky area to find the source. Popo clings to Zig's head and urgently directs him onward. Zig chases after the little creature even while complaining that Popo is going to rip his hair out. At the rock face, Popo excitedly points out a spot, and Zig assumes the small amount of chrome there is all they are getting. Popo rejects that assumption immediately and signals that Zig still has not understood. He demands that they watch closely. Then Popo slams into the ground with shocking force and starts breaking open the earth. The rock splits apart under the impact. Popo bursts back up through the debris with ore crammed in his mouth. Zig is stunned that Popo has a digging ability at all and begins to realize what that means. Popo keeps going, repeatedly diving and resurfacing until chunks of chrome ore start piling up everywhere. A hidden deposit is exposed, and Zig realizes the entire vein is chrome. He is instantly intoxicated by the thought of endless profit from selling it. Legis snaps him back to reality by warning that Popo has pushed himself too far and collapsed. Zig tells her to stay with Popo and let him rest while he handles the next step. As he walks off, Zig admits he completely underestimated Popo, who turned out to be far more useful than anyone expected. He considers breaking the ore himself with his hammer to speed things up. He swings with full force, trying to crack the deposit open manually. The strike barely changes anything, proving brute force is not enough. For a second he tries to stay optimistic and tell himself this is still enough to build the ironworks. But the reality sinks in immediately. Having ore means nothing if he cannot properly extract it. He realizes the real bottleneck is labor, because he has no miners to work the deposit. Expanding the forge would already require more staff, and now mining creates another impossible burden. He bitterly regrets spending so much on repairs when he should have prioritized a way to exploit the mine. The system reminds him that mining is a unique skill tied to blacksmiths and miners, which only makes him panic over where he is supposed to find qualified workers. For a moment he considers going back to his master for help. He immediately rejects that idea, convinced his master would just throw him out again. Meanwhile Legis dotes on Popo, praising him for finding valuable food all on his own. When Zig tells her to stop fussing over Popo and leave, she hesitates instead of following. She asks the obvious question: if he has found a mine, why is he not mining it right now? Zig answers that something this important has to be handled correctly from the beginning. He decides the next move is to go to the kingdom, by land, and think through a proper plan for the ironworks. The scene shifts to the kingdom city where he intends to secure that future. Zig heads straight to the land office to see what property he can acquire. While waiting, he overhears other customers noting that taxes have become cheaper since the Blue Dawn Guild lost control of the area. When his turn comes, he is surprised to find the office staffed by lizardmen. They greet him warmly and ask what brings him there, leaving him confused about why they are the ones handling land sales. The lizardmen explain that Bartz won the land and handed management of it to them. Because overseeing the territory was too troublesome, Bartz subcontracted the whole domain to the Red Tiger Guild. In exchange, the guild spars with Bartz's men as part of the arrangement. That is why the lizardmen are now running the office in his place. Zig quickly pieces it together. Bartz controls the Aberran territory but outsourced the work because it was a hassle. The absurdity of Bart's dumping territorial management on the lizardmen hits someone nearby hard enough to make them collapse. A battered man suddenly senses that someone, somewhere, is talking about him. That odd feeling passes while he remains sprawled on the floor, too dazed to do anything about it. Elsewhere, Zig visits a reptilian land broker and reveals that he has come to buy property. He points out a stretch of mountain land and asks for the price of that whole section. The brokers are stunned that the frugal Zig is suddenly making such a large purchase. They quote him 1 million gold and add that he will also need citizenship in Aberron to own it. Zig had expected the citizenship requirement, but the price is far beyond what he can afford. Still, he nervously tries to haggle for a discount. The brokers take offense at the idea that he would treat them like ordinary merchants to bargain down. Zig hurriedly tries to explain that he did not mean to insult them. Before he can finish, they call his name with sudden intensity. Instead of getting angry, they declare him their savior and offer him an enormous 90% discount. They insist that helping him is only natural, leaving Zig too shocked to respond properly. The praise sends him into a ridiculous burst of joy as he realizes the land is suddenly within reach. In his excitement, both sides practically celebrate the deal together over the map. The story then shifts to a mountain as a cane strikes the ground. An old man surveys the area and decides that this mountain is the one he wants. He confirms his choice with quiet confidence, as if he has found exactly what he came for. Back in town, Zig bursts out in triumph after securing his own mountain. He marvels that simple kindness has somehow turned into a life-changing windfall. Now owning land, he starts dreaming about getting rich from it. He immediately turns to the next problem and heads off to recruit workers. His first attempt goes badly, and he is literally thrown out before he can make his pitch. A furious smith drives him away, accusing him of trying to steal workers from an already understaffed forge. Another workshop rejects him just as harshly and tells him to leave unless he is placing an order. The same answer follows from every forge. No one has spare labor, and Zig is chased off again and again. One blacksmith at least explains the situation politely, telling him that every forge is overwhelmed and workers are scarce. That smith even mistakes Zig for a job seeker and offers him work instead. Zig leaves discouraged, realizing the labor shortage is real and widespread. He checks the player notice board and recalls hearing that more people had taken production jobs after a recent update. But the listings are full of inexperienced newcomers demanding money to be taught, convincing him that searching there is pointless. With no workers found, he returns to his land empty-handed. When he arrives, he finds construction already underway on his property. Zig is baffled to hear someone confidently directing the work, as if the place belongs to them. A silver-haired woman is openly managing materials and asking about delayed lumber deliveries. Zig protests that this is his forge site and demands to know what she is doing there. She coolly answers that it is her shop too, leaving him speechless at her audacity. A worker nearby says the building should be finished in about a week. Since he still has no blacksmith, Zig decides that timeline actually works in his favor. He changes focus and decides to find a miner first, reasoning that he can at least inspect the vein himself with his own mining-related skills. He calls for Popo, inviting the little companion to come do something fun. Popo happily leaps onto his head, ready to tag along. The silver-haired woman instantly guesses that Zig is heading to develop the mine. Realizing she has seen through him again, Zig gives up hiding it and lets her come along if she wants. She joins him enthusiastically, already fantasizing about turning the mountain's chrome into immense wealth. The three of them head down the road together toward the mountain. Their greed turns into a silly marching song about building everything out of chrome. That mood is cut short when a heavy staff slams down in front of them. A voice stops them cold. The old man from the mountain path stands waiting for them. Neither Zig nor his companion recognizes him at first. The old man says he heard the entire Cape Mountain range had been sold. He asks whether Zig knows who now owns it. Zig instantly senses that getting involved with this stranger will become a major headache, so he pretends ignorance even though he himself is the owner. Popo and the woman are stunned by how shamelessly he lies to the man's face. Zig tries to brush the encounter aside and leave before it gets worse. But the old man repeats his name, making it clear he already knows exactly who he is. In a flash, the old man moves. He swings his pickaxe with explosive force and confirms that Zig is the mountain's owner. Zig barely evades the strike. The old man launches himself straight at him and openly identifies Zig as the owner he has been seeking. The attack crashes into the ground where Zig had been standing. Zig demands an explanation, shocked that the old man both attacked him and somehow dodged his own countermeasure. The old man answers with another devastating downward strike. He names the technique blasting as he drives the pickaxe into the earth. The impact erupts in a violent explosion. Zig survives only by pulling out a silver shield from his inventory and bracing behind it. When the dust clears, the old man is crouched in the center of a crater while Zig and the woman stare in disbelief. Zig realizes this is no ordinary miner. The old man scolds him for trying to slip away after being addressed. He accuses Zig of lying and says he checked every land record in Aberron before coming here. Zig understands that this troublesome stranger has done his homework. The old man grumbles that young people have no respect and lie without hesitation. He also finds it suspicious that a blacksmith would suddenly buy mountain land, while Zig wonders who this man really is and why he was searching for him. The old man plants his staff and finally gets to the point. He offers 2 million gold to buy the mountain from Zig at once. The woman is stunned because that offer is far above the local market value. Zig is momentarily dazzled by the absurd profit, realizing he could flip the land for 20 times what he paid. But he reins himself in before greed makes the decision for him. He remembers a lesson from his father that abandoning a business just because it seems to be doing well is the fastest way to ruin it. So he refuses to sell despite the tempting offer. His partner nearly strangles him in disbelief at turning down that much money. Zig tries to calm her and silently remind her that the chrome vein could be worth far more than a cash offer. His attempt at silent communication fails completely, and she only looks more disturbed. He is left regretting his choice of business partner. The old man notes Zig's refusal and presses further. He argues that the mountain is remote and harsh, and offers to raise the price if money is the issue. Zig starts to refuse again, but the old man cuts in with a new number. The sudden increase leaves both Zig and the woman blank with shock. Zig insists again that money is not the problem. He explains that his blacksmith shop is already operating here, and he has no intention of relocating, especially now that business is going well. The old man immediately asks whether he would sell the forge too for the right price. Zig, now half testing the old man's obsession, asks for the first offer. The old man answers with 300. Zig pushes him higher to 500. The old man actually considers it instead of walking away. Zig blurts out that the man is absurdly money-crazed, while insisting he never truly meant to sell and was only probing him. The old man decides he has no choice left. He slams his staff down again, signaling that negotiation is over. For a moment Zig thinks the old man may finally be backing off. Instead, the old man declares that if Zig will not change his mind, he will use force. Zig protests that the mountain is legally his and the old man has no right to seize it. The old man introduces himself as Gaston and emphasizes that he is, above all else, a miner. The woman suddenly recognizes the name and asks if he is truly that Gaston. When Zig admits he has no idea who this is, she is horrified by his ignorance. She reveals that Gaston owns 5 mines in the Duchy of Kazan. He is none other than the famed mine king Gaston. Gaston confirms the title, though Zig cannot understand why a man with 5 mines wants this mountain so badly. Gaston answers with action, swearing he will not give up on this mountain. Zig acknowledges that Gaston must have his own reasons, but refuses to surrender the land anyway. Gaston responds by unleashing another blasting strike, this time with the confidence of long experience behind it. He drives the pickaxe down with even greater force. The resulting explosion tears across the ground and forces Zig to evade again. Zig realizes Gaston's mining skill is far more troublesome than it first appeared. Gaston remains unfazed and prepares to continue. Zig suddenly closes the distance with a hammer in hand, choosing to fight at close range. Gaston assumes the young blacksmith is making a foolish mistake by stepping into a miner's reach. Zig calmly rejects that assumption. He commits to the gamble and lands a dirty close-range kick instead of a straightforward clash. At the same time, he activates Grain. His pickaxe appears restored and flawless, revealing that he can repair or refine equipment rather than merely break it. Zig decides that if Gaston's weapon has no weakness, he will create one himself. He channels Grain through his hammer and targets the pickaxe's structure directly. Gaston roars that he will not let Zig do as he pleases with what he considers his mine. Their tools collide in a violent burst of blue and gold energy. A fracture finally appears at the joint of Gaston's pickaxe. Gaston notices the damage instantly. Zig follows through with a blue shockwave that blasts Gaston backward. He lands in a crouch, having seized the momentum of the fight. Gaston skids back as well, forced to defend instead of press forward. The two men reset at a distance, both still ready to continue. Gaston admits that it has been a long time since he met a production class player this skilled. For the moment, he decides to stop escalating. Zig taunts him lightly, saying the old man nearly convinced him to abandon the land. From the woman's point of view, the two fighters suddenly seem to be treating each other with mutual respect. She cannot understand why they are acting so composed after trying to kill each other. Gaston sighs that he had hoped this mountain would be his fresh start, because settling in a new region has been harder than expected. The woman asks why he needs this place at all when he already owns 5 mines elsewhere. That question makes Gaston pause. He recalls the mines he left behind, now sealed off like a crime scene. With bitterness, he reveals that all of those mines were taken away from him. The memory shifts to one of those lost mines, where workers are still present under new control. A gang claiming to represent the land manager barges in and demands extra taxes while ordering the workers to fetch their boss. Gaston, then still running the mine, steps forward to confront them himself. The thugs smugly tell him he now has to pay up because circumstances have changed. Gaston answers with blasting and violently drives them back. Looking back, he admits he treated those provocations as routine harassment and failed to see the larger danger. He remembers confronting another group and asking whether they were the ones who had been tormenting his workers. The flashback hangs on their mocking response, making it clear that the people who stole Gaston's mines were organized and far more dangerous than he first believed. A gang from the Iron Cross Guild flaunts its dominance as the threat over the mines is made explicit. An old miner named Gaston bitterly explains that he lost not only his 5 mines but even the surrounding land to those thugs. Zig realizes this kind of seizure is a familiar abuse of power, where authorities strip players of property without paying them. When Zig asks why Gaston's mines were targeted, Gaston reveals he investigated and heard traces of Deborah had been found on the eastern peninsula. That clue clicks for Zig when Gaston adds that a robot appeared in one of the mines, matching what Loki Hyungnim once said about Deborah's traces and a blueprint in that same region. Gaston erupts in anger, convinced the guild had been after that hidden discovery from the start. Even so, Gaston refuses to abandon the mountain because its mineral veins are the best in the area, prompting Zig to ask whether the old man can still locate or himself. Gaston proudly reminds him he was called the Mine King for a reason, though Zig still has no idea what that title really means. The old man lets the suspense hang for a beat before deciding to prove it. He tells them to follow and promises to show them something special. Gaston drives his staff into the ground to activate his skill. He unleashes mineral exploration, sending a magical survey through the land. A glowing map of the mountain rises before him as he reads the terrain like a veteran prospector. Gaston casually marks out multiple ore zones, leaving Zig and his companion scrambling to keep up with his vague directions. Pressed for specifics, he identifies the deposits clearly: chrome in one area, copper nearby, and iron farther off. To verify it, Zig orders Popo to dig. Popo burrows into the ground at the indicated spot. The little creature pops back up with copper ore, proving Gaston's scan was accurate. Their companion panics because Popo tries to eat the dirty ore instead of handing it over. Zig confirms for himself that a real mineral vein is there, and Gaston's reputation suddenly feels justified. When Zig asks how he learned such a skill, Gaston begins explaining his past. Gaston says he started as an ordinary miner after school, built a family through hard labor, and earned everything he had by digging rock. Zig awkwardly assumes Gaston's wife must have passed away after hearing that sentimental story. Instead, Gaston cheerfully reveals she is alive and thriving as a ranker in another game, where she enjoys a youthful avatar and freedom from old age. Zig and his companion realize they completely misread the mood. Gaston adds that his mining life is what gave him mineral exploration, then immediately tries to show off his son's photo collection until both of them shut him down. Zig finally steers the conversation back to the point and asks what Gaston actually wants now. Gaston answers with absolute certainty that he will never sell the mountain. He explains that he has no desire to become rich again and does not want to spend this game chasing wealth the way he did in real life. After a pause, he admits there is only one thing he truly wants. Gaston declares that he simply wants to keep mining until the day he dies. That answer gives Zig an idea. He respectfully addresses Gaston and says he wants to make an offer. Zig proposes a deal where Gaston keeps full freedom over the mine while Zig leases the land and handles everything except the actual mining. Gaston does not understand at first and asks what Zig means. Zig clarifies that he will pay all development costs, taxes, and every other nuisance that usually burdens a mine owner. In return, Gaston would only need to do what he loves and keep mining. Their companion jumps in to formalize the proposal. She activates a merchant skill to calculate and draft the terms on the spot. Using magical interfaces, she rapidly assembles the contract framework. The commission figures and conditions are computed in real time for Gaston to review. She presents the final commission from their side, leaving Gaston staring at the numbers in disbelief. The amount is high enough to make him hesitate despite his claim that money no longer matters. Zig quietly decides that even if Gaston says he does not care about profit, he still deserves to be paid properly. Gaston asks if the offer is truly real, and Zig assures him that a man should not break his word. Reassured, Gaston finally agrees. Zig treats the acceptance as a perfect win-win arrangement. Privately, he celebrates because securing this mountain means he no longer has to wander around searching for ore. Once the deal is settled, Zig asks the practical next question: whether Gaston has workers to run the mine. Gaston fumbles, revealing he has not actually prepared for development at all. He lectures Zig that a mine needs workers, speaking like an expert despite the obvious gap in his plan. Then he boasts that when he was the mine king, he had loyal subordinates who followed him everywhere. He admits they split up after his downfall, but insists they were excellent men he treated well, which makes Zig suddenly think of a new opportunity. Zig calls Gaston back before the old man can drift off into nostalgia. He asks to find those former subordinates too and excitedly suggests they go recruit them together. Their companion confirms that Gaston has chosen to contract with Zig. With that settled, she invokes the formal procedure for binding the agreement. A magical table of contract appears, complete with all the tools needed to seal the deal. She writes out the detailed terms, covering the work, payment, and every condition that matters. When the contract is ready, she hands it over for review. She explains that this contract drafting ability is a rare merchant-class skill only top-ranked merchants can obtain. Gaston takes that as proof that Zig's group must be trustworthy, while she teasingly reminds Zig of his own shady reputation. She tells both parties to read carefully and sign with the enchanted pen. Zig and Gaston examine the document side by side before committing. Once both signatures are placed, the contract becomes official and is stored in their inventories. Gaston is impressed by how instantly the agreement is notarized and accepts it as perfect. With the paperwork done, he suggests they move immediately. He offers to lead Zig to the place where the workers he needs can be found, the Duchy of Kazan. The scene shifts as they arrive at a massive gate. Zig and Gaston stand before the eastern peninsula stronghold known as the Duchy of Kazan. Zig braces himself as he takes in the scale of the place. He learns that Kazan is famed as the City of Iron, a center of metalwork and industry. The reputation alone is enough to make him tense with expectation. Gaston tells him they should split up and meet again after handling their separate business. When Zig asks why, Gaston explains he is going to track down his old men himself and will contact Zig later. Left on his own, Zig heads into the city. He passes smiths already hard at work in the streets, confirming the city's craft-centered culture. Elsewhere, the city is in festival mode, with music and crowds filling the plazas. Zig moves through the celebration, taking in the atmosphere while searching for an opening. He notes that Kazan's craftsmanship seems even more advanced than North Ark's, while Popo remains focused on food. Zig recalls that after Dwarven-made weapons, the next most expensive arms on the market usually come from Kazan. That convinces him to start with the city's biggest forge and see what opportunities it offers. He heads toward a large industrial workshop. Before entering, he notices a public notice posted outside and stops to read it. The poster announces the grand opening of the Steelers Festival and a blacksmith craftsmanship contest. Zig remembers that craftsmanship contests are a recent update in Ancestral Call, hosted by rulers in their own territories. They are designed for production-class players to compete for major rewards and fame. Zig instantly recognizes that this is exactly the kind of event he needs. He reasons that winning would give him both money and public recognition, which he could use to recruit the workers who come looking for him. Then he spots the first prize notice. The reward includes an ancient dwarf hammer and a rare mineral, and the hammer's crafting bonus is so strong that Zig is stunned. He decides on the spot that he cannot let this chance pass and vows to claim that prize. He rushes into the registration hall where contestants are signing up. Inside, the staff are idly chatting about how old someone's son has become, until Zig interrupts the routine. He makes a dramatic entrance that silences the room. Without hesitation, he announces himself. Zig declares that he is here to register for the Steelers City Craftsmanship Contest. The clerks are caught off guard and ask who he is. Zig slams his hand down to command attention. He introduces himself as Zig, a blacksmith from the Aberan Kingdom. The staff immediately whisper that he is an outsider and wonder why someone from another land would enter Kazan's contest. An older woman steps in, takes charge of the desk, and orders them to hand over the registration papers. Zig quickly bows and shifts into a more respectful tone once he realizes an elder is present. He confirms that the deadline is still today and pushes his application forward. The elder accepts the form and approves his registration. Before he leaves, she stops him with a warning. She tells him plainly that this contest will not be easy. In her view, trying to win in Kazan as a foreigner is almost suicidal. She even offers to cancel his application if he wants to back out before it is too late. Zig refuses, saying victory and regret are things only time can decide. His answer makes the elder look at him differently. He leaves the application in her care and jokingly warns her not to secretly throw it away. After he goes, the elder admits that although outsiders are unlikely to be allowed to win, the boy at least has nerve. One of the clerks mocks him further, suggesting he belongs in a combat contest instead of a forge. The next day, the contest begins in the Duchy of Kazan. Competitors and spectators gather as the event opens. A lively host takes the stage to whip up the crowd. She calls everyone to attention and prepares to start the show. The Steelers City Craftsmanship Contest is officially declared open. The crowd roars for local favorite Aaron and Loki's forge, making it clear who the public expects to win. Loki notices a disturbance in the crowd and looks over. He spots Zig among the contestants. Neither Loki nor the others recognize him, and they assume he must be some nobody from a nearby village. Another competitor dismisses him as a country bumpkin from Aberan. The surrounding smiths laugh that an outsider entering Kazan's contest can only end in humiliation. They are certain he cannot score well because he is not from the city's elite forging circles. Loki suddenly recognizes something familiar in the way the newcomer moves. A confident set of footsteps approaches the arena floor. The figure's presence alone shifts the mood. Then the undefeated champion Aaron appears, and the crowd erupts in certainty that he will win again. Even the other competitors are unsettled by Aaron's arrival and the overwhelming support behind him. Zig turns toward the cheers and sizes up the man everyone fears. The host finally signals for the actual forging to begin. The rules are announced. Each contestant has 90 minutes to craft the weapon they are most confident in. They are also warned that any extra materials beyond the provided stock must be approved in advance by the judges. With that, the contest starts under fireworks and applause. Zig immediately grabs one of the provided metal ingots. He decides to forge a sword, convinced it is the king of weapons. At the same time, he reveals to himself that he has brought a hidden advantage. He secretly drops special blue spheres into the forge with the metal. The fire reacts violently, turning into an unnatural blue blaze around the ingot. Zig boasts that he is about to demonstrate a master dwarf technique. He begins shaping the heated metal with practiced confidence. His hammering grows fierce as the blade starts to take form, but the strain on the process suddenly becomes visible. Zig keeps swinging, forcing the technique further despite the warning signs. The glowing blade warps under the pressure instead of stabilizing cleanly. A critical flaw flashes across the metal as the shape distorts. When he stops, the result is not the sword he expected but a malformed, shield-like lump of metal. Zig realizes at once that something has gone badly wrong with his plan. As the contest deadline closes in, Zig hurriedly pieces together a sword from damaged materials. He realizes he is about to run out of time and may not finish properly. The host abruptly ends the forging period and announces that time is up. All contestants are ordered to bring their completed weapons forward for judging, and Zig submits his sword with the rest. The participants gather tensely as the evaluation begins. The judging panel of Steelers City's craftsmanship contest arrives to inspect the entries. Their presence immediately puts everyone on edge as the decision nears. One judge examines a polished sword and notes that it is a straightforward strength-boosting weapon, impressive but ordinary. Another ornate polearm draws attention for its flashy craftsmanship and obvious quality. Zig watches nervously, unsure how his own rushed work will compare. Eren, confident and smug, assumes the outcome is already in his favor. The judges begin using analyze on the submitted weapons to inspect their properties. When the elder artisan analyzes Zig's sword, she is visibly startled by what she finds. She realizes the weapon should have been impossible, since Zig had been sabotaged with a broken hammer. The sword's quality shocks her so much that she questions whether a human smith could have made it at all. Shaken, she calls the other judges together for a private discussion. Eren notices the unusual reaction and starts to worry that something has gone wrong. Even so, he dismisses the delay and remains convinced he is the obvious winner. His confidence cracks when he demands an explanation for the judge's behavior. The panel splits, with some objecting to the elder artisan's conclusion, while others support her. The crowd senses that the judges are openly arguing over the result. The elder artisan insists the dispute should be settled by a clear standard rather than politics. She refuses to compromise beyond that point. Another judge reluctantly agrees to proceed with her method. The panel decides to finalize the results despite lingering doubts and pressure. Zig, hearing the crowd's confusion, realizes something serious happened during judging. At last, the host announces that scoring is complete. The elder artisan steps forward to declare the official result. She begins reading out the decision before the entire crowd. The audience braces as she names the champion of the contest. Instead of one winner, she declares a tie between Zig of Adbaran Kingdom and Eren of Steelers City. The crowd is stunned that there are two winners and that one of them is a foreigner. Outrage spreads as people insist it makes no sense for a foreign blacksmith to share first place. The judges who oppose the elder artisan fear the backlash they knew this decision would cause. The host tries to calm the crowd and move on to the award ceremony. Eren cuts her off and loudly objects to the result. He treats being ranked alongside Zig as an insult, belittling Zig as weak and unworthy. Eren flatly rejects the verdict and demands a re-evaluation. The elder artisan refuses, saying the result was finalized after full discussion and will not be reopened. To everyone's surprise, Zig also rejects the tie, arguing that first place should belong to the single best blacksmith. Eren realizes Zig is not accepting second-hand recognition and is aiming to settle the matter directly. Zig openly mocks Eren's flashy weapon as useless decoration that could never truly beat his own. Eren is caught off guard by Zig's sudden challenge. Zig proposes a simple test. If Eren doubts him, they should prove whose weapon is truly superior. Provoked, Eren grips his polearm in fury. He launches a full-force attack, convinced Zig's ugly sword will fail to block it. Zig activates Grain, the special technique that lets him restore and reinforce broken objects. The skill surges through Eren's weapon as Zig targets its structure. Zig immediately recognizes the weakness he expected to find. He recalls that Eren wasted too much metal on an oversized, showy blade, leaving the weapon structurally fragile. He also remembers dismissing the decorative additions as pointless excess. For Zig, a weapon's real value lies in performance, not appearance. That belief hardens into his resolve as the clash peaks. With Grain, he breaks the weapon at its weak point and shatters Eren's armament mid-attack. The impact sends fragments flying across the arena. Eren is left staring in disbelief as his prized polearm comes apart in his hands. Broken pieces scatter to the ground around him. He cannot understand why his supposedly superior weapon failed so completely. Zig calmly asks who the winner is now. The judges are stunned that Zig's sword destroyed Eren's polearm in a single strike. One judge tries to condemn Zig for causing a scene as a foreigner rather than accept what just happened. Another immediately demands that Zig's victory be cancelled for violating the sanctity of the contest. The elder artisan shuts them down before they can twist the outcome again. She rebukes them for refusing to acknowledge the obvious and disgracing Steelers City with their bias. She states the principle plainly. A weapon exists for combat, not display. If a weapon cannot withstand even a blacksmith's attack, she declares, it never deserved to win. With that standard established, she moves to correct the result. She names Zig the sole winner of the Steelers City craftsmanship contest. Before the crowd, she personally presents the trophy to him. Zig accepts the award with gratitude. He also receives a powerful reward item, an ancient dwarf hammer that greatly boosts crafting and repair. On top of that, he gains Erzanala, a rare magical metal far more valuable and useful than ordinary steel. Zig is thrilled to finally replace his basic equipment. The rewards trigger a hidden quest completion, revealing that he has exposed a conspiracy by corrupt officials who tried to stop a foreigner from winning. The system confirms that by winning fairly, Zig has become a hero of Steelers City and raised his reputation in the Duchy of Kazan. Zig reflects that the city's corruption must run deeper than he realized if the system treats this as such a major achievement. The elder artisan then addresses him directly. She praises his sword and asks how he managed to forge something so extraordinary. Zig credits a dwarf master and a secret technique, but refuses to reveal the details. He downplays the sabotage and broken hammer as a minor inconvenience, leaving the elder artisan awkwardly pretending not to hear too much. Privately, Zig admits that without grain he never would have finished in time. The elder artisan laughs and tells him that regardless of the method, he pushed through and won. Other blacksmiths begin openly admiring Zig after seeing him defeat Eren. Their attention shifts as Zig prepares to speak to the gathered craftsmen. He calls for the respected blacksmiths of Steelers City to listen to him. Then he boldly advertises that his own blacksmith shop is hiring and boasts that it is run by the contest winner himself. He tempts them with the chance to learn the secrets behind his victory and the unique methods of his forge. By promising growth and powerful techniques, he makes the offer hard to ignore. He finishes by inviting anyone interested to come find him in Aberron. The local blacksmiths are left seriously considering whether to follow him there. Zig, meanwhile, wonders if traveling to Aberron might also let others learn the winner's technique from him. Night falls over the city after the contest ends. Elsewhere, Elder Gaston walks alone, weighed down by worry. He slams down a container in frustration, clearly under pressure. His workers tell him to leave because they can no longer stay with him. One after another, his subordinates abandon him. Zig notices the situation and senses that something serious is happening around Gaston. He approaches and asks whether Gaston managed to settle things with his men. Before Gaston can answer, armed thugs appear and corner Zig. They accuse him of stealing Eren's victory and declare themselves Eren's allies. At that moment, a follow-up quest appears, revealing that Steelers City's corruption is still active and asking Zig to clean up what remains. Zig decides he might as well test his new weapon on them. He charges in immediately, treating the ambush as a convenient chance to complete the quest. The thugs are overwhelmed before they can even explain themselves. As panic spreads, they realize a blacksmith should not be hitting this hard and try to flee. Zig cuts them down with brutal efficiency as they run. He looms over the last survivor and demands any final words. Terrified, the thug blurts out that he knows where Rochelle's child is being held and begs for his life. Zig has no idea who Rochelle is, but the name hits Gaston hard. The revelation shocks Gaston into immediate alarm. Zig turns to him, confused by the sudden reaction. Gaston explains that Rochelle is his most trusted right-hand man, more dependable than any human despite being an NPC. Realizing Rochelle's family is in danger, Gaston urgently asks Zig to help. They head out under the night sky to rescue the hostage. The thug leads them to a secluded cabin where the child is being kept. Under threat, he is ordered to open the door. Inside, several men are startled by the sudden intrusion. One of them, Manson, is in the middle of a card game and is annoyed at being interrupted. The door opens fully as he demands to know who is bothering him. When he sees the battered thug, Manson is confused about why Eren is absent and what happened to his man. The thug tries to explain, but he is too terrified to get the words out. Before he can finish, Zig and Gaston burst in and attack. Manson freezes in shock as the rescue turns into a sudden assault. The kidnappers are thrown into chaos by the speed and force of the attack. One thug is smashed down instantly. Another is hurled aside before he can react. A third is struck just as brutally. Within moments, the room is full of unconscious bodies and only the hostage remains unharmed. Zig asks Gaston whether they found the child. The frightened boy runs into Gaston's arms, and the quest completes as the rescue succeeds. Relieved, Zig confirms the child is safe and thinks at least one problem has been solved. Then someone outside drives a shovel into the ground and arrives in a hurry. A large blacksmith named El appears with other men and is stunned to see Gaston there. He is even more confused to find the kidnappers already beaten. Gaston angrily calls them fools for letting things reach this point. He condemns them for sinking so low that they ended up dealing with loan sharks. El reveals that he found a bag of money and realizes this is what the thugs had been after. Ashamed, the men admit they lost their jobs so suddenly that they were cornered and desperate. El confesses that after his wife died, he was left alone trying to support his child. He explains that after being expelled from Gaston's mine, he came to Steelers City seeking work but found nothing. The locals refuse to hire foreigners, leaving him trapped and humiliated. His child tries to comfort him as he breaks down over his failure. El admits that in desperation he borrowed money from Eren's people and became trapped by the growing debt. Zig is exasperated that the game's system keeps turning every mess into another quest and responsibility. Gaston suddenly offers El a job if he is willing to follow him again. El is stunned by the unexpected forgiveness. The other former workers instantly try to take back their earlier rejection and beg to return as well. Their loyalty comes rushing back, and Gaston laughs that everyone has finally found their resolve again. He then introduces Zig as the man who will be their new boss and orders them to show him proper respect. The workers bow to Zig at once, leaving him awkwardly accepting his sudden promotion to boss. With the miners seemingly no longer an immediate issue, Zig thinks one problem has been settled. A sudden system alert interrupts that relief. Sia urgently contacts Zig, telling him to log out at once because she has major news. The scene shifts to a brightly lit real-world event space. A reception for Arpedia Online players is underway under Dream Max's banner. The event is clearly an official gathering tied to the game's developers. Fans and creators are already treating the reception like a major public spectacle. Sia and Yuhan arrive and are overwhelmed by how crowded the venue is. Unsure where they belong, they try to figure out how this reception is organized. Even with invitations in hand, Sia still worries they may not really belong there. Yuhan reassures her that their names are on the invitations, though he still has no idea what the event is really for. The sight of a buffet instantly distracts Sia from her anxiety. She grandly decides to turn the buffet into her own personal challenge while Yuhan humors her. Before she can fully indulge, the room darkens and the program begins. Yuhan notices the event is starting just as Sia has barely begun eating. An official host steps onto the stage and welcomes the players. He announces the special Arpedia online reception event. The crowd erupts because the speaker is Sun Sichun, a famous public face of the game. Yuhan is puzzled that everyone is acting as if seeing him in person is extraordinary. On stage, Sun Sichun calmly takes in the audience. Yuhan suddenly feels as if the man's attention has landed directly on him. That uneasy sense grows when it seems Sun Sichun is looking straight at him through the crowd. A faint smile from the stage makes the moment feel deliberate. Yuhan is rattled by the uncanny impression that he is being singled out. The event moves into a Q&A, with the company promising exciting future content. A player asks whether a previously discussed balance patch will be updated later. Sun Sichun gives a polished corporate answer, saying there is not enough data yet and the matter will be reviewed. He then opens the floor for one final question. Another attendee asks about the new class grade system and what conditions determine who earns it. Sun Sichun seems amused by the question. He explains that class grade is a rare achievement limited to a few players per job and tied to level, reputation, and hidden conditions. The audience immediately presses for hints about those hidden conditions. Sia laughs along with the crowd while Yuhan stays more reserved. Sun Sichun pretends to consider giving more away, but his expression sharpens for a moment, as if he is measuring someone in the room. Yuhan grows more uneasy as the host refuses to reveal anything further. Sun Sichun insists the hidden requirements are meant to be discovered through play, drawing playful complaints from the audience. He laughs off the protest without yielding. Yuhan keeps watching him closely, unable to shake his suspicion. When Sia checks on him, he brushes it off as fatigue, though internally he is fixated on the feeling that Sun Sichun keeps looking his way. As the Q&A winds down, Sun Sichun invites any last reports of issues with Arpedia Online. Yuhan abruptly raises his hand and claims he has a question. Sun Sichun accepts, though his reaction suggests he already knows what is coming. Yuhan commits himself to speaking up. He explains that he recently found what looked like a bug in Arpedia Online and submitted a report with video evidence. He adds that customer service never even acknowledged receiving it. The accusation lands heavily. Yuhan presses further, asking how a supposedly bug-free game could ignore such a report. Sun Sichun apologizes smoothly and claims he never received that report, promising to check whether it was overlooked. Without addressing the substance of the issue, he tries to end the Q&A. He formally closes the session and thanks everyone for attending. The audience is left dissatisfied, wondering whether there really was a bug after all. People quickly realize the questioner was Blacksmith Zig, and his identity starts spreading through the room. Sia and Yuhan are suddenly recognized together, confirming to others that they were the ones involved in the report. The crowd swarms them with excitement, asking about the bug and their in-game exploits. Attention shifts to Sia's party, and the rumors that they were inside the aerial fortress when it crashed. Sia is stunned that strangers know so much about them. The rumors are backed by eyewitness claims that Sia's party entered the aerial fortress map that day. People demand to know what really happened inside. Others jump to the wrong conclusion and assume the reported bug must have caused the fortress incident, while Yuhan tries to deny that connection. As the crowd closes in, someone begins forcing a path through them. Game reporter Yunbai arrives with the popular streamer and VTuber Sino, pushing straight toward Yuhan. They refuse to let the crowd monopolize the moment and assert control of the encounter. Yuhan is baffled that everyone is fixating on him when there is an entire event around them. Yunbai and Sino abruptly frame Yuhan as the center of a live broadcast. Sino reveals they are streaming live to a huge audience and puts Yuhan on camera. Yunbai teases the viewers by asking if they know who he is. She introduces him as Mr. Zig, the blacksmith who has become one of Arpedia Online's hottest topics. Then she excitedly asks him for a quick interview. Sia watches uneasily as Yunbai crowds close to Yuhan for the stream. She is even more unsettled that Yuhan is simply letting it happen. The attention spills onto Sia when someone asks what she values most in choosing party members. Her awkward answer only encourages a flood of overeager offers from players who want to friend her, party with her, or carry her through dungeons. Sino notices the chaos and decides to intervene. He distracts the crowd by falsely shouting that Director Sun is handing out special coupons. Yuhan is dragged along before he can question the lie. Sino quietly tells him to follow. The crowd instantly abandons them, though some fans still insist Sia matters more than any coupon. Sino leads them to an elevator and presses the button. He tells Yuhan that someone is waiting for him upstairs. Yuhan is confused and wary, especially with Yunbai still tagging along behind him. Upstairs, he finds a lone figure waiting in a private room. He cautiously announces himself. The man turns, and Yuhan is stunned. The person waiting is Sun Sichun himself, the head of the development team, who greets Zig like someone he has long wanted to meet. Yuhan is shaken that the developer already knows exactly who he is. Sun Sichun apologizes for his theatrics and admits he had been looking forward to meeting both Yuhan and Sia, though only Yuhan could be brought up. Yuhan demands to know why he was singled out. Sun Sichun praises him as the player who stopped the Mycenia Kingdom conspiracy, which only deepens Yuhan's suspicion about the real reason for this meeting. Yuhan bluntly asks whether this is about the bug he reported. Sun Sichin repeats the word bug as if challenging the premise itself. He treats the matter with unsettling amusement rather than concern. He confirms that a report about the issue did exist, but he reveals that after review, the developers concluded it was not a bug at all. Yuhan protests that the NPC had frozen and stopped responding exactly like a system failure. Sun Sichin calmly insists that it still was not a bug. He explains that the incident was actually part of the game's hidden scenario design and marvels that Yuhan keeps uncovering content no one was meant to find so easily. Yuhan realizes the strange silence around Bartz's item source was also deliberate scenario behavior, not broken programming. Sun Sichin tells him his playstyle exceeds the developer's expectations and that he now has very high hopes for him. That praise only makes Yuhan more uneasy. He cannot understand what Sun Sichin really wants, and then the developer pointedly asks whether he should stop calling him Zig. The implication is unmistakable. Sun Sichin suggests he could instead call him Bartz. Yuhan finally snaps and demands to know why this man is doing this to him. He accuses the company of abandoning him after his account was hacked and of now denying an obvious problem, but Sun Sichin coldly replies that he has never lied to him. The developer dismisses the hacking as Yuhan's own responsibility and says the matter has already been handled. Then, with eerie confidence, he asks whether Yuhan is planning to quit Arpedia Online. Yuhan refuses, insisting he cannot quit before he catches the hacker who ruined his account. Sun Sichin says that is exactly what he expected, because Yuhan is the one who will see Arpedia Online through to the very end. He clasps Yuhan's hands and says he will be watching closely for his next moves. Yuhan is left speechless by the intensity of that declaration. Sun Sichin ends the meeting by wishing him luck. As he leaves, he deliberately addresses Yuhan as Mr. Bartz. Back in the game, Zig's forge construction is finally completed. The workers from Steeler's City are impressed when they arrive and see the finished forge. Zig greets them and confirms they have come to learn champion-level blacksmithing skills there. They respectfully ask to work under him for a trial period, and he agrees to show them around. Though exhausted, Zig begins touring them through the yard, main forge, shop, and living quarters. The workers are impressed by the scale and quality of the facilities. Their tour is interrupted when Legis, the shop owner, appears. She warmly welcomes the newcomers and introduces herself with practiced charm. The workers are instantly captivated by her beauty. Behind that sweetness, however, her inner thoughts reveal she sees the new hires as labor to exploit, and Zig somehow hears the contrast. When one worker asks to see the shop, Legis smoothly refuses because it is supposedly still being cleaned, leaving Zig feeling guilty for misleading them. The tension breaks when a strange little creature suddenly launches itself into the scene. The startled workers have no idea what this bizarre animal is. Legis introduces it as Popo, the forge mascot, and claims it came because it was worried about her. She calms Popo and tells it these workers will now be part of their daily life. Popo immediately accepts food from the workers. Legis even invites them to feed it themselves, which only deepens their confusion and fascination. As the men bond with Popo, Legis watches with amused satisfaction. She then notices Zig looks troubled and demands to know what is wrong. Zig claims he is only tired from lack of sleep, but she does not fully buy it. Still, he pushes the concern aside and resumes the tour. Legis remains suspicious as she watches him. The group moves into the forge proper, where the workers will actually be stationed. They are amazed by the size of the workspace, and Zig offers to teach anyone who wants to learn casting. Their old foreman returns from surveying the mine and calls for Zig. He proudly reports that the mine survey is complete and presents a map of the area. He urges immediate construction and asks Zig to send the workers to the chrome mine as soon as they arrive, then reminds him about arranging a construction company. Zig agrees, already realizing he will have to contact Dylan and sacrifice even more rest. Then he casually asks whether the foreman can also handle the expenses. The foreman agrees without hesitation, until Zig sees the enormous total and nearly loses his composure. Even so, the workers enthusiastically throw themselves into the job, and Zig resigns himself to the burdens of being the boss. A few days later, operations have expanded to the Cape Mountains. A proper mining site is now active there, complete with workers, carts, and safety measures. Back at Zig's blacksmith shop, the forge is blazing at full capacity. Zig directs production like a real master, pushing his workers to turn out simple weapons quickly and safely. The forge begins mass-producing weapons at speed, and Zig is thrilled that his workshop is finally functioning the way he envisioned. As finished blades line up beside the adoring Popo, the forge's new era truly begins. At the reopened forge, Zig's weapons are selling so well that customers are being pushed toward immediate purchases with repair perks. The shop's revival is obvious from the crowds, its expansion, and the still endless repair line. The booming business leaves Zig with a satisfying pile of earnings. As he rests, he admits that production work feels far more rewarding now that he is creating instead of merely surviving. He remembers how, back when he was Bartz, everything felt like a desperate chase. That memory leaves him tense as he turns over the unresolved problems still hanging over him. He concludes that DreamX's vague talk about expectations was really just a refusal to help, meaning he has to solve the hacking mess himself. Accepting that, Zig steels himself to keep handling everything alone, just as he always has. His frustration hardens into a vow to personally catch the hacker who targeted him. Not long after, a familiar group heads back toward his forge after a long absence. Jackal and the others approach in high spirits, wondering whether Zig is inside. They laugh as if they are reuniting with an old comrade, fully expecting Zig to welcome them. They arrive at the now impressive forge and are struck by how successful it has become. When Zig appears, his cold indifference instantly crushes their confidence, and makes them doubt he will even meet them properly. Inside, the workshop is orderly and well equipped, reflecting how far Zig has come. While they arrive, Zig is still thinking through the hacking incident and realizes no one else is going to resolve it for him. Reviewing his status, he sees that casting is nearly level 5 while alloying lags behind as his weakest skill. He starts searching for a way to raise alloying quickly, knowing it is a difficult skill to train efficiently. A clue points him toward unlocking ironwork by raising all of his production skills past a hidden threshold. He is still baffled by the strange angel's earlier advice, but decides skill growth is the only clear path forward. He reasons that higher proficiency should open more varied quests and opportunities. Then he remembers a rare material he has been neglecting, Erzan alloy. Realizing he still has a stockpile of it, Zig brightens because it could rapidly raise his alloying skill. He starts planning what to craft from such a premium material, expecting anything made from it to reach legendary quality. Before he can settle on an idea, Jackal's group barges in and interrupts him. The visitors gawk at the workshop, treating it like Zig's private domain and admiring how luxurious it looks. Zig catches his material and answers their intrusion with visible annoyance. He drops the pretense and directly asks Jackal why they came. Jackal tries to act casual, but Zig immediately senses he wants something. Jackal finally reveals the request. He wants Zig to join battle, the King tournament. Zig's shock confirms that this visit was exactly the favor he suspected. Jackal presents the tournament as a major new event built around mounted combat and guild competition. The event is explained as a newly added battle tournament, a combat counterpart to the crafting contests, with formats that vary by job matchups. Some versions even require cooperation between different classes rather than pure same job competition. Jackal emphasizes that this particular tournament is a guild battle where a production class partner is essential. He presses the point further by saying a blacksmith is especially valuable in it. Zig is interested in the event, but his priority remains leveling his skills as fast as possible. So he refuses, saying he is too busy with forge work to join them. Jackal takes the rejection personally, but Zig stays firm and tells them to find another blacksmith. When Jackal accuses him of helping strangers like the lizard men while refusing his own side, Zig is left awkwardly trying to explain himself. The argument is interrupted when Loki steps in and mentions the tournament. Loki changes everything by quietly revealing that the rank 1 blacksmith, Girion, will be competing. That single name immediately catches Zig's full attention. He realizes the tournament would let him observe the top-ranked blacksmiths work up close and learn from it directly. He even starts imagining how studying elite equipment and techniques could help him grow, despite trying to pretend it is only for professional reasons. Now speaking much more carefully, Zig addresses Jackal again. After reconsidering, he decides the tournament is worth joining after all. With the decision made, the group sets out for the kingdom hosting the event. They travel together by wagon, carrying gear and supplies toward the tournament grounds. On the way, Zig studies the rules and learns that the event has strict equipment regulations and its own special rules set. As the Colosseum comes into view, the others point out where the tournament will be held. The sheer scale of the arena surprises Zig, who had not expected the event to be this grand. Their slow wagon is suddenly overtaken by a far more luxurious carriage whose driver rudely forces past them. The contrast leaves their group speechless as the flashy carriage speeds ahead. Jackal tries to rally morale by reminding everyone of the enormous prize waiting at the end. The promise of 10 million gold instantly electrifies the whole wagon. The Red Tiger Guild erupts into loud chants, turning greed into battle spirit. Zig, meanwhile, feels drained by their exhausting energy rather than inspired by it. While the others fantasize about crushing rich rivals and refilling their treasury, Zig remains focused on practical concerns. He asks Loki whether the Aberran Kingdom is really in such bad financial shape. Loki explains that because no one there knows how to manage land properly, they have failed to supply the lizard men with meat, creating a serious economic problem. Zig wonders why Captain Guilford is not here for something like this, only to learn he left on a bizarre bootcamp training trip. Since their captain ordered them not to return without prize money, Loki is under pressure to make this tournament count. Zig then asks what the first place reward is besides the gold. When Loki says it is some kind of relic key, Zig initially dismisses it as unimportant. He decides the real value of the trip is using the event to train alloying rather than chasing the prize itself. At the city gates, Zig is stunned by the scale of the capital they have reached. The crowds and traffic make him realize just how many competitors and spectators have gathered for the tournament. Elsewhere, in the Manos Empire, the Iron Cross Guild's headquarters looms over a far darker conversation. At the Iron Cross Guild Hall, a disgraced subordinate kneels before the guild master. The man before him is Behemoth, the Iron Cross Guild master, a ranker whose authority is overwhelming. The kneeling player begs for help, saying the tournament's grand prize is the key of Vank needed for the Thunder Emperor's quest. Behemoth responds with open contempt and asks why he should trust someone who already failed him. He reminds the subordinate that he was humiliated by the Red Tigers and nearly expelled, making this new request sound absurd. Desperate, the subordinate insists that winning the Thunder Emperor's legacy could restore the guild's lost strength and begs for one more chance. Behemoth considers the plea in silence. At last, he agrees to give him something. What he provides shocks the kneeling man the moment it materializes. Behemoth refuses to explain where it came from and orders him to use that gear to win. He makes clear that this is the subordinate's final opportunity to recover the Thunder Emperor's legacy. If he fails even after receiving this aid, Behemoth promises permanent expulsion from the guild. The subordinate accepts the threat with forced confidence, determined to stake everything on this chance. Back at the Coliseum, the stands begin filling as the tournament atmosphere builds. The crowd's excitement rises as banners wave and anticipation spreads through the arena. Jackal's group arrives at their section, impressed by how elaborate the venue is. The others marvel at the clear view and huge seating capacity while Zig struggles to squeeze through the crowd. Jackal points out that their own first match is tomorrow, so today should be used to study the other teams. Zig reviews the hastily modified tournament gear he prepared and worries whether it will be enough. As he wonders how strong the competition really is, another team enters the arena. At first glance, their equipment looks ordinary enough to him. Still, Zig decides the real value lies in observing their tactics rather than their appearance. He fixes his attention on the arena, ready to analyze the match. Then Jens spots him and loudly calls him Bartz again. Jens greets him like an old rival, delighted that Zig showed up. Zig immediately shuts him down and demands to be called by his real name. To enforce the point, he threatens to spread the story that Jens, the charging king, got beaten by a production class player. That threat works instantly, and Jens backs off while changing the subject. Jackal and the others are baffled by how casually Zig can intimidate someone like Jens. Jens fires back with a jab that Zig has fallen far if he is competing with such unimpressive teammates. Jackal explodes at the insult, furious that Jens mocked them outright. Jens brushes it off, saying this is a major new competition and they should have prepared more seriously. He tells Zig to look around and understand how important this event really is. Before the tension can go further, the flamboyant announcer from before appears to address the Empire's citizens. He launches into an absurdly long self-introduction, which Zig immediately loses patience with. The host finally gets to the point and declares himself the master of ceremonies for the event. He hypes the tournament as a gathering of extraordinary competitors and promises a thrilling spectacle. With theatrical flair, he officially opens the first match of battle, the king. A whistle signals the start. One team's king charges forward at once while ordering his allies to cover him. From the stands, Zig notes that both sides are rushing in immediately and using similar infantry-centered approaches. The clash begins with a violent impact at the center of the arena. Zig recognizes the attacking formation as a crane wing and realizes there is more structure here than he first thought. He quickly reads one side as defense-oriented, with reinforced armor and oversized shields. The opposing side, by contrast, seems to be relying on raw offensive force without shields. That offensive king leaps into a devastating strike. But the defensive side absorbs the blow cleanly behind their shield wall. The failed attack leaves the charging side exposed instead of breaking the line. Panic spreads through the attackers as they realize they need to scatter. Their king is abandoned in the middle of the field, furious that his own team fled instead of protecting him. A single counterattack flies toward him. The host gleefully announces that the king has fallen in one hit. The Hansando Guild is declared the winner almost immediately. Zig is struck by how quickly the match ended and realizes he still needs far more data on the field. He asks Jens whether he used to belong to the winning guild. Jens says no, but admits he joined them because the tournament looked like a perfect chance to humble arrogant powerhouse guilds. That makes Zig ask which major guilds are actually participating. When Jens mentions that the Iron Cross Guild is also competing, Zig's mood changes at once. The name alone is enough to put him on edge. He immediately wonders whether Zhang Haiyano or Kage might be here with them. He tries to reassure himself that the guild has more members than just those two and that someone else will probably appear. Jens notices Zig's reaction and confirms that the guild is indeed present. Jackal, unaware of Zig's deeper concern, boasts that they will just have to take this tournament more seriously than before. Loki points out that Jens must have watched their guild battle footage to know about the lizard army. Jens sheepishly claims the recommendation system pushed the video to him rather than him seeking it out. Trying to recover his dignity, he adds that the Iron Cross Guild supposedly prepared a hidden card for this tournament. Jackal immediately twists that rumor into blind faith that Zig will carry them to victory anyway, leaving Zig bewildered. Jens reminds him that a blacksmith's abilities can be crucial in this event, hinting that Zig may matter more than he thinks. The crowd suddenly erupts as the next major team enters, chanting for Iron Cross. Zig tenses the moment he hears their name announced. The host introduces them as one of the Empire's strongest title contenders. A small group enters the arena in a disciplined formation around their king. Then the Iron Cross warriors are revealed in striking black and red armor. Their entrance alone dominates the arena's attention. Zig stares in disbelief as something about the armor feels painfully familiar. The details hit him all at once, and he realizes he knows that equipment. He focuses on the armored figure, trying to confirm what he is seeing. The name etched into the armor leaves no doubt. Zig recognizes the set as his own creation and is stunned that it ended up here. The announcer formally presents the Iron Cross Guild's mysterious representative, heightening the shock. As the crowd starts identifying the armor as the red bone plate mail once used by Bartz, Zig realizes his past has just stepped into the arena in front of everyone. A legendary piece of gear is introduced, the red boneplate mail, an SS-grade armor with overwhelming defense and strong resistance to fire-based physical and magical attacks. Because it can only be obtained by slaying the Rage Red Dragon, the armor became inseparable from the name Bart's, and someone bitterly remembers how much effort it took to earn it. When that armor appears at the tournament, people immediately wonder if Bart himself has returned, and the Iron Cross Guild suddenly looks like the favorite to win. One observer is furious because the crowd is being fooled by the helmet and armor alone, even though he has no idea who the wearer really is. As suspicion spreads, even his companion jokes that the fake Barts must be using shadow clones, only to learn that no such trick is involved. The armored rider makes the deception official by boldly declaring himself Bart's the Berserker and announcing his return to Arpedia. That performance leaves at least one witness stunned and desperate to know who is really behind the mask. The tournament moves on as the announcer opens the second match, pitting the Iron Cross Guild against the Black Crescent Moon Guild. The supposed Bartz enters the arena in full red armor, fully embracing the role and drawing all eyes to himself. Black Crescent Moon's king, Kira, refuses to be intimidated and boasts that even the real Bartz would not be enough to bring him down. His confidence lasts only until the attack begins and he realizes too late that he is already in danger. A blinding strike erupts before anyone can react, ending the clash almost instantly. Even the announcer is caught off guard by how absurdly fast the result comes. The fake Bartz wins with a single blow that takes down the enemy king, handing victory to the Iron Cross Guild in one hit. The arena explodes with cheers as the crowd fully buys into Bartz's triumphant return. Watching from the stands, Zig realizes the Iron Cross infantry never even had to move and concludes that a monster like that makes strategy almost unnecessary. While the celebration continues, another team quietly enters the arena for the next match. The fake Bart stands in silence as the crowd showers him with admiration and nostalgia. He then leaves the arena, moving through the stands while the tournament carries on around him. As he passes spectators, he politely asks to get by, keeping his identity hidden behind the armor. Nearby viewers marvel at how heavy the armor must be and note that wearing something like that would demand enormous stamina. A red-haired armored woman arrives too late to watch the previous match and realizes she has already missed it. She had wanted to study the other teams firsthand, but the chance is already gone. Rather than being upset, she takes the missed match in stride and turns her attention to what comes next. The announcer introduces the next team as she enters the arena. The Gory Guild appears in full armor from head to toe, even protecting their horse, making their defensive concept obvious at a glance. They present themselves under a separate team name, the Ironclad Cavalry, emphasizing their specialized mounted strategy. Many spectators think the idea is excessive and doubt a horse can even move properly under that much armor. Zig disagrees and immediately recognizes that the design has tactical value, surprising the people around him. He explains that because only the king may ride a horse in this battle format, the horse is both a privilege and a fatal vulnerability. By armoring both rider and mount, the Ironclad Cavalry greatly improves the king's chances of surviving long enough to stay in the game. The red-haired woman points out the obvious flaw. If the enemy reaches them first, their heavy setup should make them too slow to evade. Zig answers that raw player skill still matters and urges her to watch what happens before judging. As expected, the enemy tries to exploit their apparent slowness and charges first, mocking the cavalry for barely being able to move. Zig reveals that the heaviness is only part of the story and that the real trick is still hidden. At the critical moment, the armored cavalry suddenly launches its counterattack with shocking speed. The attacking rider is caught completely off guard when the supposedly sluggish target moves first. The Ironclad Cavalry strikes the enemy horse directly, toppling rider and mount in an instant. The enemy king crashes to the ground, ending the match before he can recover. The announcer declares the Ironclad Cavalry victorious, and Zig points out that protecting their own horse also let them focus on destroying the opponents instead. He praises the tactic as a smart first match strategy, while noting that adapting as the tournament progresses will matter just as much. His sharp analysis makes the nearby spectators suspicious, and they start asking who he is and why he understands the tournament so well. His guildmates proudly expose him as Red Tiger's Blacksmith, Zig, and brag that no one is taking him away from them. The red-haired woman takes note that the Red Tiger Guild will fight tomorrow and quietly marks them as worth watching. Addressing Zig directly, she says she is eager to see what kind of equipment he will bring to that match. The day at the arena comes to an end as the sun sets over the city. People leave satisfied and already plan to return early the next morning for more tournament action. Outside the arena, a man runs up to the red-haired woman and scolds her for skipping work to watch the matches. She turns, and her in-game identity is revealed as Paulin, a level 115 warrior. Paulin reminds him to use that name while she is in character, but he urgently warns her that the Iron Cross Guild has brought Barts, and that their strategy must be revised. The narration reveals that Paulin is actually Girion, the top blacksmith of the Republic of Berecia and the #1 blacksmith in Arpedia Online. Despite that lofty status, Girion treats the summons casually and complains about yet another meeting, showing the contrast between her fame and her attitude. She agrees to attend later, and her companion notes that she spent a long time at the arena for someone who was supposed to be working. Girion admits she found someone interesting there, and when she names Zig, Her companion immediately recognizes the name. He explains that Zig is a blacksmith known for adventuring far beyond what most production-class players ever do, which has made him unexpectedly famous. Zig's reputation includes discovering the aerial fortress and commanding the lizard army, feats so unusual that some people doubt he even does real smithing. Girion flatly rejects that dismissal and insists that Zig is a genuine and highly talented blacksmith. When asked why she thinks so, she says he carried himself like a blacksmith with extensive combat experience rather than a mere crafter pretending to fight. She also suspects that his rapid rise may come from some hidden skill, and her companion wonders if he possesses a gift comparable to hers. Girion cannot say for certain yet. Still, she decides he probably does not have a skill on her level, revealing both confidence and curiosity. Even so, her real interest remains fixed on Zig rather than on the fake Barts drawing all the attention. She openly says the blacksmith interests her more than the supposed Barts from Iron Cross. Back at Red Tiger's workshop, Zig reviews the tournament and realizes the ironclad cavalry could become a serious problem if his guild has to face them. He asks who Red Tiger's first opponent will be so he can prepare accordingly. Jackal tells him their first match is against a rookie team with no blacksmith and only basic equipment, so the opening round should be manageable. Zig agrees the first match is safe, but notes that the real issue is that the ironclad cavalry likely awaits them after that. With that in mind, he decides it is time to inspect and improve Red Tiger's equipment. He reminds everyone that no amount of skill or strategy matters if the gear itself is garbage. Morning arrives, and the next day of the tournament begins. Zig immediately gets to work on the armor, modifying it with practiced precision. After examining the result, he wonders whether he should push the improvements even further. Before he can continue, someone bursts in calling for Barts. An enraged man grabs Zig and demands action against the imposter wearing Barts' identity, refusing to waste time arguing over whether Zig is really Barts or not. He declares the deception unforgivable and insists he cannot let anyone stain Barts' name after spending years chasing him. Zig counters that anyone capable of wearing the red bone plate mail must be at least level 200, and asks whether this hot-headed accuser could actually defeat someone like that. He then warns that causing a scene now would only get the man disqualified before he even competes, which finally forces him to back down. Once the anger cools, Zig points out the deeper mystery. If the imposter is truly that strong, why would he bother pretending to be Barts just to enter the tournament? He recalls that the fake Barts displayed impressive stats in the arena, suggesting there may be more to the trick than stolen equipment. Zig also becomes suspicious about how the imposter obtained armor that should have belonged to Barts in the first place. Linking that theft to the earlier guild battle incident, he starts to suspect the hacker may be connected to the Iron Cross guild. Rather than discouraging him, that possibility gives Zig an idea and even seems useful to him. He makes it clear that he has no intention of ignoring the imposter. Zig decides he will catch the fake Barts, but only after dealing with the tournament match in front of him. The arena fills again as the quarterfinals begin. The announcer enthusiastically welcomes everyone back and kicks off the next round of Battle the King. The first quarterfinal ends with Ashram Guild advancing to the semifinals. The second quarterfinal is announced as Red Tiger vs. Gori, and spectators immediately notice something odd. Red Tiger appears to have abandoned heavy armor entirely and enters in what looks like basic leather gear instead. The ironclad cavalry laughs at the sight, convinced Red Tiger cannot possibly face them with so little protection. Even Girion is caught off guard and wonders what Zig is trying to do. The answer comes when Red Tiger's weapons begin to move with unusual ease and speed. Their king charges forward confidently, refusing to reveal the plan until the fight itself proves it. The crowd realizes Red Tiger is moving far faster than expected, and begins to suspect the light gear is the point rather than a mistake. The ironclad cavalry scrambles to raise shields, but Red Tiger is already on top of them. The first impacts land before Gori can fully set its defense. Red Tiger's rapid assault breaks through the formation and throws the armored defenders into confusion. Girion watches closely as the attack heads straight for the enemy king. She tries to stop the strike, but Red Tiger has already committed to the decisive blow. The enemy king is caught completely exposed by the speed of the attack. Girion's allies can only shout a warning too late as the opening collapses around her. She realizes too late that Red Tiger's true target has slipped behind her defenses. The hit lands cleanly, and the shock on her face shows that she never imagined Red Tiger could overturn the matchup so quickly. Zig's strategy succeeds exactly because it attacked the one weakness Gori never expected anyone to exploit. The crowd erupts as the upset becomes undeniable. Spectators praise Red Tiger for completely overturning expectations and executing a plan that had clearly been prepared in advance. Other players quickly understand the logic. By reducing weight and trusting their base defense, Red Tiger traded excess protection for overwhelming speed. When people ask who could have designed such specialized equipment, the answer spreads through the arena. It was Zig. That revelation makes Girion reassess him again, realizing he is far more formidable than she had anticipated. Impressed rather than threatened, she decides she wants to invite Zig over sometime and learn more about him. The third quarterfinal begins, bringing the Iron Cross Guild and its fake Barts back into the arena. Their opponents are so awed by Barts' reputation that they treat the match like an honor and vow to fight him with everything they have. The imposter answers their sincerity with cold silence. He immediately unleashes a brutal attack that tears through the opposing formation. The enemy is overwhelmed almost instantly, unable to mount any meaningful resistance. Watching from the stands, the furious Bart's chaser grows even angrier, hating not only the impersonation but the fake Bart's fighting style as well. Then he notices something off about the way the imposter moves and starts to suspect there is another identity under the armor. He points out that the weapon handling looks exactly like Kage's style, the same player who was humiliated by a blacksmith in the previous guild battle. His companion wonders if that means the Bart's in the arena is a complete fraud. Meanwhile, the opposing team steels itself and tries to hold formation against the charge. Their king orders everyone to stand firm and face Bart's honorably, determined not to break even if defeat seems certain. The imposter answers that resolve with a devastating area attack that blasts the entire formation apart. He rides through the wreckage like an executioner, finishing the match with overwhelming force. His weapon burns with power, making the victory look even more theatrical and convincing to the crowd. The announcer declares another lightning-fast Iron Cross victory, reinforcing the myth that Bart's has truly returned. Away from the cheering fans, the imposter mocks the spectators for swallowing the act so easily. He reveals his real edge. Just before the match, he coated his blade with paralysis poison, ensuring his opponents never had a fair chance. That confession finally pushes the Bart's chaser past his limit, and he decides he cannot tolerate the fraud any longer. Even when Zig tries to stop him, the man insists he cannot stand by while Bart's name is dragged through the mud. The fake Bart's, meanwhile, basks in the crowd's adoration and keeps playing the role for every admirer who approaches. Zig reflects that the real Bart's never behaved like this, which only confirms how hollow the performance is. He warns the angry man one last time that causing a disturbance before the tournament ends will only make things worse, but the warning changes nothing. Seeing that reason alone will not stop him, Zig decides to try a different approach. He asks the man to listen first before charging in and creating trouble for everyone. Zig leans in and quietly shares a plan instead of arguing further. Rather than rushing the imposter blindly, he proposes handling it in a way that actually suits a real fighter. His point is simple. If the man wants to act, he needs a real reason and a smart one. The scene shifts to the Iron Cross Guild's private quarters, where entry has been restricted. Inside, the supposed Bart's is alone behind a door marked off limits, hiding from the public eye. Once the armor comes off, the truth is exposed. The fake Bart's is actually Kage, collapsed on a bed and groaning in pain. He clutches at his body as the after effects of his cheating begin to hit hard. His helmet slips from his grasp as the strain becomes impossible to ignore. Kage curses, realizing the cost of his shortcut is catching up to him fast. His status window shows the damage clearly. His level and core stats have all dropped significantly. Faced with those losses, Kage can only despair at how badly he has weakened himself. A warning window explains that he is suffering heavily from an action restriction debuff, and he realizes the potion's side effects are worse than expected. The item is identified as Berserker's Blood, a forbidden potion from a secret dungeon recipe whose powerful effects are explicitly banned. Kage feels his body slowing and slipping out of his control as the debuff worsens. He stares at the remaining bottles in panic, knowing that using all 5 would push his level below 100. Even so, with his hand trembling over the bandages and the potion still tempting him, he hesitates on the edge of making an even more desperate choice. Kage decides to rely on Bart's gear by drinking Berserker's Blood, accepting a dangerous boost to impersonate him convincingly. The potion's effect makes the disguise far more viable by doubling his level, stats, and even his skill success rate. Wrapped in Bart's power, he steels himself for what comes next. He convinces himself this is the fastest way to keep climbing the ranks while posing as Bart's. Even so, the choice carries the weight of a reckless gamble. A memory warns him that greed always demands payment, but he pushes past it. Desperate not to lose, Kage resolves to do whatever it takes. He knows failure would destroy everything he has risked. In his mind, losing means all his scheming and ambition amount to nothing. Worse, defeat would get him expelled from the guild for good. As he hardens his resolve, frantic knocking interrupts him from outside his room. Kage freezes, immediately sensing trouble. He snaps at the visitor for barging in, but the guild member urgently cuts him off. The messenger reveals that someone outside claims to be Bart's real-life friend. Outside, fans and content-hungry players are already gathering, eager for any glimpse of Bart's. The situation instantly turns disastrous for Kage. When Kage reacts too sharply, the messenger notices his panic but lets it pass. Meanwhile, the supposed friend keeps pounding on the door and calling for Bart's to come out. The crowd is told Bart's refuses to answer no matter how many times he is called. That only makes the stranger's claim more suspicious and more important. The man introduces himself as Bart's friend and says he only came because Bart's finally logged in again. He loudly calls himself Jansu and insists Bart's should recognize him, stunning the onlookers. The crowd immediately swarms him with questions, treating him like a key witness. Jens from the Blue Iron shamelessly plays along, boasting that of course he is strong if he is Bart's friend. His smug performance makes it obvious he is enjoying the chaos. Inside, Kage panics and orders the messenger to make up anything and send the man away. He reminds himself that if his impersonation is exposed, the tournament and his account could both be ruined. The game's strict anti-impersonation policy turns the situation from embarrassing to catastrophic. Forced to act, the guild finally opens the door. But instead of Bart's appearing, The messenger claims Bart says he does not know the man outside. Jens angrily counters with a fabricated history, insisting he taught Bart's in the game's early days. The messenger keeps repeating Bart's denial, but Jens refuses to back down. The argument devolves into a public shouting match over whether Bart's knows him or not. Jens presses harder, demanding Bart's come out and deny him directly if the claim is false. When the guild says Bart's is busy preparing, Jens ridicules the excuse as increasingly unbelievable. He points out that the refusal to show Bart's at all is making the Iron Cross look suspicious. Then he says the quiet part aloud and asks whether the man fighting as Bart's is actually the real Bart's. That accusation shocks the crowd into reconsidering everything. People begin connecting the dots and wonder if the real Bart's is somewhere else entirely. Jens realizes the trap is working exactly as Zig intended. Inside, Kage hears the crowd asking who is really hiding in the room and knows the lie is collapsing. Outside, Jens escalates by accusing the guild of impersonating his friend and demands proof. He keeps hammering the same point: if Bart's is real, he can end this instantly by showing himself. The messenger tries to bluff back, but Jens refuses to let the pressure ease. The crowd starts openly wondering why the Iron Cross would hide Bart's unless something is wrong. Sensing a scandal, bystanders begin recording and spreading the confrontation across the community. Elsewhere, Zig reveals this was deliberate. Bart's only appears for matches, so he set a trap around that weakness. He concludes that if Bart's cannot appear to solve a simple identity dispute, there must be a condition behind the disguise. Inside the room, Kage can only watch the suspicion closing in. Outside, Jens keeps taunting the hidden Bart's for refusing to come out. The satisfaction on Zig's side makes clear this is no accident. Zig quietly judges that anyone who targeted Bart's was bound to pay for it. The community board explodes as posts about Zig's strategy, and the Bart's impersonation race to the top. Players also begin praising Zig's battle planning, giving his reputation even more momentum. Discussion spreads that his earlier light armor choice was intentional and strategically brilliant. Old clips and explanations of Zig's unusual blacksmith-based tactics start circulating again, drawing even more attention. At the same time, people upload footage of the confrontation outside Bart's quarters. The community quickly splits between outrage, mockery, and calls to report the suspected imposter. Some try to defend the Iron Cross, but others immediately suspect a cover-up. Arguments intensify as defenders insist a top guild would never need impersonation, while critics demand actual proof. Soon someone publicly announces that a formal report has been filed against the imposter. More players follow suit, sending customer service videos and complaints so the issue cannot be ignored. The evidence spreading online includes footage from Bart's recent match. At the game company, staff are jolted by the sudden flood of reports. They confirm that complaints about the Bart's imposter have already reached a massive number. The timing alarms them, especially because Bart's account hack happened long ago and is resurfacing now. One executive orders an immediate investigation before the notice board chaos gets worse. But Director Sun abruptly stops them and says that will not be necessary. When challenged, he dismisses the panic and insists they do not need to rush to catch anyone. He argues that the supposed fake has not directly harmed another player, and that the evidence is still too vague for disqualification. The others are uneasy, but he keeps control of the room. Instead of intervening, he decides they should wait until the tournament is over. He reveals the real reason: Yuhan wants to handle this personally. While the company hesitates, the game world moves on toward the next stage. Zig succeeds in smelting a rare chrome alloy, gaining a major crafting breakthrough. He immediately sees how it can reinforce the armor he has been preparing. He hammers the new material into shape with growing confidence. The result is chrome armor, sturdy enough to rival the heavy cavalry's prized equipment. Zig is pleased that he can now keep the speed of light gear without sacrificing durability. His crafting skills all rise to rank 5, and he unlocks the ability to build ironworks. For Zig, this is the milestone he has been chasing. He celebrates the double gain, planning to start building ironworks once the tournament is over. But first he turns back to the immediate war. He vows to finish the Iron Cross before worrying about anything else. With the armor complete, he shifts his attention to improving the weapons. He studies the spear and decides it needs a function beyond simple combat, gathering magical materials and tools. He appreciates that Legis managed to collect everything he needed on short notice. Then he begins drafting a magic circle to alter the weapon. The enchantment design takes shape under his hand. As he works, he reminds himself they only need to beat one more team to reach the final showdown. If they win once more, Red Tiger will face the Iron Cross in the finals. He commits fully to the enchantment. With the circle complete, he prepares to put his production skills to practical use. He activates the process, turning his workshop into a burst of magic and light. The next day arrives at the Colosseum for the semifinals. Elsewhere in the arena, important figures gather to watch. Behemoth personally escorts a royal guest with unusual deference. The guest is revealed to be the NPC ruler of the Manos Empire, Empress Minerva. Her presence immediately raises the stakes. Spectators are stunned that Behemoth entered alongside the Empress, proving just how much influence he has accumulated. Minerva makes clear she came because Behemoth requested it, and expects not to be disappointed. Behemoth accepts the pressure without flinching. Privately, he turns his attention to Kage and warns that this is his last chance. The announcer opens the final match everyone has been waiting for. The host whips the crowd into a frenzy as the decisive battle begins. The arena erupts with cheers. The announcer introduces the first semifinal as a clash between two formidable guilds. One side is the Blue Lions. The other is the Iron Cross Guild. Behemoth readies himself for the fight with open confidence. Behind the mask, Kage is consumed by murderous intent toward the man who exposed him. Behemoth mocks his unstable state instead of taking him seriously. Kage fires back that a fake like Behemoth has no right to talk, exposing how badly the accusation still haunts him. Behemoth ends the taunting and decides to settle things through battle. He launches the opening attack with a full cavalry charge. Riding straight at the enemy, he declares that this is the language they both understand best. The semifinal officially begins in earnest. Iron Cross and Blue Lions collide in the first semifinal match. Behemoth orders an aggressive opening charge to overwhelm them immediately. Observers note that he is repeating the same reckless rush from the start. But Kage anticipated exactly that response. He reveals he tampered with Behemoth's horse before the match, causing the charge to fail at the worst moment. As Behemoth is thrown off balance, Kage orders his side to surround him. Behemoth realizes Kage has sabotaged him again and demands to know what trick he used this time. The Blue Lions close in, trying to trap the isolated Iron Cross leader. Kage breaks through the encirclement anyway, smashing past the attackers with brute force. His speed and control leave the Blue Lions stunned, unable to understand how he is maneuvering so well. Kage presses the advantage with a vicious grin. Berserker's blood is amplifying even his riding skill, letting him outrun and outmaneuver opponents who only know how to charge blindly. Behemoth checks on his men, and they urge him to focus on surviving Kage's assault. Kage suddenly notices a new threat closing in from the side. The Blue Lions try to pin him down by pushing from multiple angles, believing he cannot evade forever on horseback. One of them lunges in to cut off his escape route. The attacker commits fully, trying to finish Kage in one strike. Kage sees the opening instantly. He counters with a brutal upward slash. Even as he attacks, he realizes the exchange is becoming dangerous enough that he could still be dragged down. He spots Behemoth repositioning for another decisive move. Behemoth seizes what he thinks is his chance to turn the fight. He swings hard from horseback, aiming to crush Kage before he can recover. But the moment of impact does not go as Behemoth expected. Kage's empowered strike crashes through the exchange with overwhelming force. The Berserker's blood timer shows only a little over 2 minutes remaining, making every second critical. Kage knows the boost is running out, but he refuses to slow down. Instead, he surges forward again, proving he is far from finished. Behemoth is shaken that Kage keeps coming even after taking a hit. From Behemoth's perspective, Kage now looks less like a player and more like a charging monster. After the fierce exchange, the announcer declares that the battle has finally produced a winner. With the Blue Lions King defeated, the result is no longer in doubt. The first semifinal ends with the Iron Cross Guild advancing. After the match, one fighter asks how the investigation went. The report confirms their suspicion that the Barts they fought was weaker than before and likely not the real one. They add that the opponent fought through a critical wound as if he had gone numb, and was racing against the limit. The red-haired strategist regrets losing only because he lacked that information and presses for anything else useful. The other fighter recalls that Barts grew more desperate as the battle dragged on, and never stayed active for long. That pattern leads them to a clear conclusion. Whatever empowered him only lasted 10 minutes. They suspect an illegal substance with a harsh drawback, explaining both the reckless aggression and the quick retreat afterward. Since they cannot prove any of it, the red-haired man is pleased that the fake Barts will reach the finals, because that outcome suits his own scheme. His companion reminds him that their own guild, the Red Tigers, still has to survive the semifinals first. The red-haired man brushes that off, confident because he is the one supplying their gear. The semifinal begins with the Red Tigers charging into the arena. He boasts that his preparations make defeat impossible for them. The opposing side is stunned when their spears and magic fail to damage the Red Tiger's armor at all. Spectators erupt in disbelief at how absurdly durable the equipment is. The red-haired supplier proudly reveals the secret: Urzen alloy armor with massive magic resistance. With that advantage, the Red Tigers quickly topple the enemy king and end the match. The Red Tigers advance to the finals, and their backer basks in the victory as proof of his craftsmanship. He keeps bragging while his companion, more irritated than impressed, tells him to stop before he gets sick. Soon the ruler of the event formally announces that the final battle is about to begin. He praises the competitors for the exceptional fights that led to this moment. He declares that their performances have made the championship even more thrilling. With a ceremonial blessing, he opens the final, Iron Cross vs. Red Tiger. The match starts immediately as the armored king of Iron Cross surges forward. Red Tiger's mounted king answers with a direct charge of his own. An Iron Cross infantryman rushes in first, vowing to bring Red Tiger down. The Red Tiger side activates a red lightning enchantment on their weapons. The Iron Cross fighter suddenly feels his spear being dragged out of line. Before he can understand it, the pull intensifies and yanks his weapon upward. He panics as the spear starts moving on its own, no longer under his control. The Red Tigers reveal the cause by displaying a weapon crackling with magnetic power. From the stands, a white-haired woman excitedly calls out to someone below. A flashback shows that 10 minutes before the finals, Legis arrived at the arena with companions. One of them marvels at the size of the venue and jokes that he should have entered too. Legis focuses on cheering for Zig and the others, hoping this last match will make them champions. They spot the red tigers entering, and the little creature Popo enthusiastically cheers for Loki. Popo suddenly freezes, sensing something strange. Alarmed, Popo squirms in the white-haired woman's arms and tries to warn them. The warning points them toward the arena floor, where they realize Zig is unexpectedly out there. A rule reminder explains that registered guild staff can be swapped in as backup members, and the red-haired planner fumes at Zig's reckless decision. Back in the fight, the red tiger infantry spread out as their magnetic trap takes hold. The Iron Cross King mocks his own men for scattering, not realizing they are being forced away. One of the trapped infantrymen is dragged again by his weapon. He can only watch in confusion as the pull worsens. Another soldier is hauled bodily toward the red tigers and protests that magic should be forbidden in this event. Loki recognizes what is happening and realizes the effect is not spellcasting in battle but an enchantment built into the weapon. The red-haired supplier confirms that deduction with a smug grin. He openly admits it and unleashes the magnetic setup on the enemy formation. The Iron Cross infantry are dragged together into a helpless pile, and the ability is identified as magnetic, an enchantment that turns metal objects into magnets. The enemy is shocked that ordinary weapons could even survive enchantment, and they cannot understand how Red Tiger managed it. The red-haired man explains that only a true master blacksmith would dare attempt something so risky. He credits their genius smith and taunts the enemy for losing their nerve. Even so, he notes that magnetic also limits Red Tiger's own attacks, but he has already planned around that. Their real goal was never to strike directly. Instead, they intend to isolate and hunt the lone enemy king. Realizing the trap, the Iron Cross King curses and wheels his horse away from the immobilized infantry. He reasons that if he gets too close he will be affected as well, while his infantry are already useless. He prepares a counterattack from range. A Red Tiger rider notices the incoming move too late. The Iron Cross King unleashes Wheel Slash, a sweeping flaming strike from horseback. The attack detonates across the battlefield in a burst of fire. Confident again, the Iron Cross King boasts that Red Tiger cannot handle the flames of his Dragonbone spear. He expects the trapped infantry to burn, only to see them still advancing through the fire. He is stunned that the Red Tigers endured the Dragonbone spear's flames. The firestorm parts as his confidence starts to crack. Red Tiger's infantry surge through the blaze and close the distance. The Iron Cross King suddenly finds himself surrounded by converging attacks. For the first time, fear flashes across his face. A violent clash erupts around him, throwing men and gear aside. In the chaos, someone abandons the horse and moves in on foot. The Iron Cross King senses a new threat at point-blank range. A Red Tiger fighter launches himself straight at the king in midair. The red-haired planner watches with interest, realizing this next move is not part of his design. When the king demands an explanation, he admits he has no idea what the attacker is trying to do. A system notice reveals the berserk boost on the attacker has less than a minute left. The countdown keeps dropping as the attacker forces himself onward despite the strain. The Iron Cross King answers with another blazing counter. Even with only seconds rapidly slipping away, the attacker keeps pressing through the assault. The timer falls further, making it clear he has almost no time left. He finally crashes into the king's mount and breaks the enemy's balance. The king's spear is knocked free and sent flying away. The Iron Cross King sneers that this was all a bluff and that his opponent can no longer do anything. The attacker answers by pointing out that the real Barts should have been far faster than this. That accusation lands harder than any blow, exposing the king as an imposter. The red-haired attacker steps in close, now certain of what he is facing. He calls the fake king a fraud, and the imposter starts to recognize him. At that moment, Berserker's blood expires, his stats crash, and the backlash hits all at once. A severe action restriction debuff activates for 20 minutes, leaving him barely able to move. Even crippled, he realizes this is the only opening he will get. He shouts to the crowd to pay attention. Then he publicly declares that the man in front of him is not Bartz at all. The fake king instinctively clutches at his chest, rattled by the exposure. The attacker vows to prove the accusation immediately. The imposter panics as the final strike comes down. The blow tears through him and knocks him from the saddle. His body crashes across the arena floor. As the dust settles, his face is revealed. The spectators recognize him as Kage, the man who used to bully Zig. Zig finishes him without hesitation. Kage tries to beg for time, but he is too late. The last impact explodes across the arena. A system message confirms Kage's HP has dropped to 0 and that he has died. The announcer, stunned, declares that Red Tiger's infantry has taken down Iron Cross's king. With that upset, Red Tiger is officially named the winner of battle, the king. The crowd immediately turns on the fallen king's reputation, concluding that the fake Bartz was exposed because no real legend would lose to a foot soldier in one hit. Elsewhere, a green-haired man coldly dismisses Kage as a useless failure. The ceremony moves on as the announcer calls the runner-up team forward. From above, Zig watches the defeated Iron Cross members approach the podium. His friends finally reach him and call out in relief. They swarm him with praise, celebrating how completely he pulled off the impossible. The white-haired woman congratulates him too, while hinting that he still does not grasp the full consequences of what he has done. She calls him a star just as news spreads online revealing the location of the champion guild's blacksmith forge, turning his victory into instant publicity. When the announcer summons the champions, Zig realizes it is his team's turn to step forward. He assumes the older members must be thrilled as they gather for the award. Instead, they exchange strange looks and uneasy whispers around the trophy. Then they awkwardly laugh and nod through the ceremony, as if hiding some problem. Zig notices their odd behavior and starts wondering whether something went wrong. Before he can find out, the event closes with a formal celebration of Red Tiger's victory and the end of battle. The king,